Okosunu baby subamia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting old. Akuna mota akuna koga book.
And there it is right there in Nakwana Jama. So there, I bet you didn't know I spoke Hausa language. In Nakwana Jama. So that is how you say hello everyone in Hausa language. So there it is in Nakwana Jama. So that's what they say up north. And then down east, they say Kedu Odema. So that's what they say down east, our Igbo cousins from the east. So they say Kedu Odema. And in Yoruba land, or you are laughing, where I come from, they say Ekabo Chedadani. So there it is. So the Wazobias are duly accounted for, but in the broad language that we all speak, hello and how are you? So there it is, right there. And here I am right here. There you are. So here we gather again. So we do it again. Of course, we do it again. And I'm glad we're doing it in your company. So yes, we roll through again another session, another day, another dollar. Nigeria is a rich field of harvest. So we will never run short of anything to talk about. So we'll never run short of anything to talk about. But what are we talking about today? Before we get to that, you know the usual protocol. I keep asking, maybe one of these days you guys will acquiesce. I always ask for the like button, and some of you acquiesce. The others, there are some people that are obstinately, they are conscientious objectors. So no matter what I say, if I stand up and dance, like Tinubu said, I dance for it, I beg for it. If I do all of that, they will still not place the like button. So those ones will live in hope. But there are some people that just the convenience of it is not making them reach to it. So inconvenience yourself just to reward the platform with a like. So click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, then what are you doing? Just correct that immediately and right now. The subscription button should be showing gray on your screen. If your subscription button is showing red, then you have not fulfilled all righteousness yet. So fulfill all righteousness by making sure that the subscription button on your device is grayed out. So that's my long-winded way to invite you to like and subscribe. So like and subscribe. Then having done that, you know what, forever, as long as we do these things, we will always be interested in new voices, because that is the whole purpose of the thing, you see. The whole purpose is to see as wide as the reach can be, so that enriches then the conversation, and then we're all the richer for it. So come and enrich the conversation with your voice. If you've never joined us before, if you're saying one of these days, today is one of those days. Today is that one of these days that you've been deferring to the future. So click on this hyperlink that I'm reposting now, especially if you're a new voice. We're so keen to hear from you. So click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us on the screen and engage in a tete-a-tete, as they like to say. And I don't know, you know, there are certain phraseologies that are peculiar to certain nationhoods. Phrases like tete-a-tete, I don't hear anybody else use it. It is grammar, but I don't hear anybody else use it outside of Nigerians. Tete-a-tete, they like to do all of that. So come and against in a jaw. They like to say jaw as well. You know, we are a peculiar bunch. So my long-winded way, Click on the hyperlink if you're a new voice. Come join us on the screen and be part of the conversation that goes on here. So new and old voices, by the way, all voices are welcome. So come and reach the conversation. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that has died a natural death, but I continue to bring it forward. That's it showing on your screen. It's pinned to the comment section. 3 easy steps and away you go. But it looks as though nobody has any real interest in that. So, but something you would be interested in, I'm sure. Let me remove that from the screen. Actually, tell me in the comment section how this looks. Does it look better this way? Or does it look better this way? Or does it look better this way? So pick one of the 3 just to see. I'm not quite sure how the projection is where you are. So does it look better this way? Does it look better this way? Or does it look better this way? So pick 1 to 3. So let me know what you think. But we go with the usual format, the standardized format, just to carry on. So we kick it off with this. We're going to the southeast. NNAMDI Kanu orders Simon Ekpa to end sit at home in southeast. Actually, somebody actually sent me the handwritten note that NNAMDI Kanu actually sent to Simon Ekpa. I wonder if I can, if I'm able to share the note while still protecting identity. Then let me see if I'm able to share the note while still protecting. Okay, let's see. Oh, yes, I may be able to share the note. Yes. So here is the handwritten note that NNAMDI Kanu, I hope you can see it on your screen. Let me make sure because I'm not, let me make sure. So that's the handwritten note that NNAMDI Kanu sent to Simon Ekpa. So there it is, a cease and desist. A cease and desist, as they call it in the United States. So that's the handwritten note that NNAMDI Kanu sent to Simon Ekpa. Somebody forwarded that on to me. You know, I have sources everywhere, as you know. I have sources everywhere. So sources everywhere. So we kick it off with that. And then we go on from there to a storyline that we have been monitoring. Davido versus the Islamic faith. Kanu market leader bans traders from listening to Davido's music over blasphemous music video, threatens to sanction defaulters. So, you know, this surprises me on so many levels. This surprises me, one, because I wasn't even aware that they are allowed to listen to anything like music in Kano State, never mind Davido's music. I thought that was an automatic ban anyway, because of course it's haram or harem or something. It's haram, isn't it, to their way of being. Kano market leader bans traders from listening to Davido's songs over blasphemous music video, threatens to sanction defaulters. So they're still weighing heavily against Davido back up north. So we find out now what the latest development is within those cycles. Now, I'm bringing you this headline. This should really intrigue you, because when I came across it, it intrigued me. So the fallout of the Tinubu'S subsidy is gone. It's something that has completely consumed the Nigerian state. I think we all know that. The fallout of the Tinubu the subsidy is gone. It is something that has completely consumed the Nigerian state, and every single living Nigeria living within that country is feeling the effect of that. So we know that. But then we also know that all of the countries bordering Nigeria, they are also feeling the effects of that. I wonder even how much that played into the coup that just happened in the Niger Republic. So they are feeling the effects of that too. So we know that. But what we may not know is just how far-reaching the effects of those words are. Those fuel subsidy is gone. Those 4 words, we don't know quite how far-reaching the effects of those 4 words, fuel subsidy is gone. We don't know how far-reaching they have gone. So this is how far the effects of those 4 words have gone. Nigeria's petrol subsidy removal biting European refineries. You know, this is actually having, because of course, not the major European economies essentially, but the medium ones to the lower cadre within the European space, where often the refining takes place. I know countries like Belgium, etc., they do that. What means head to head, Bartholomew? You know, countries like Belgium, etc. So they are sort of the spaces that Nigeria refines their petrol. So they remove, and that is a major stake within their economy. So those fuel subsidy is gone words. The impact is immediate upon their economy. Nigeria's petrol subsidy removal biting European refineries. So there it is. We find out what is in play there. So this we find out as well. Kanu reveals declining Tinubu's ministerial appointment, gives reasons. So I think there's actually a clip. Okay, there is a clip. So if you can just hear him say it in his own words, then that will save us having to read it out. So let's see what this has to offer.
The Senate released the ministerial list today of distinguished, sir. And if we look at the ministerial list in Niger State, we have Ebonyi as one of them. What do you have to say about her? Is she your candidate for this ministerial list?
Well, I want to say it openly. When I did not contest for Senate President, the federal government of Nigeria wanted me to be minister. I respected my brother and friend and the president of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu, and asked him to put anybody of his choice. And they are putting Ekpa, Georgia. I support that.
So there it is right there. So that's Kanu telling us then that he declined the ministerial appointment. Kanu reveals declining Tinubu's ministerial appointment, gives reasons. I wonder how many people were actually approached and declined. That's not too many. Former Senate presidential aspirant and ex-governor of Abia State, Senator Kanu, revealed how he declined becoming a ministerial nominee. In a viral video cited by correspondents, Kanu disclosed that the federal government approached him to be part of President Tinubu's cabinet. Kanu declined the offer and urged the president to pick whoever he liked from Abia State. When I did not contest for the Senate presidency, the federal government of Nigeria wanted me to be a minister. I asked him, President Bola Tinubu, to put anybody of his choice. So how much of this do we actually believe? I don't believe that for 1 microsecond. I don't believe that for 1 microsecond, but there it is. That's Kanu trying to still play some importance that he no longer has. So somebody playing some importance that he no longer has, to this, somebody that is evolving into an even greater importance. I'm only going to give you the headline on this one, by the way. I'm not sure that the body of it will be worth the read. Or maybe I'll just even read it out now. But let's go to the next line. Let's go to the... sorry, there's so many busy things on my screen. It's all these pop-up adverts and whatnot. Tinubu fulfilled this promise during trying period, Umahi says, after making ministerial list. Senate President Godswill Akpabio on Thursday, afternoon read out the 28 ministerial nominees sent in by President Bola Tinubu for screening by the National Assembly. Senator David Umahi, the immediate past governor of Ebonyi State, has stated that President Bola Tinubu was solely responsible for his nomination as a minister. Senate President Godswill Akpabio on Thursday afternoon read out the 28 ministerial nominees sent in by President Bola Tinubu for screening at the National Assembly. Former Ebonyi State Governor, Rivers State and Kaduna State Governor David Umahi, Yemsin Wike, and Nasir El-Rufai were among those who made Tinubu's ministerial list. However, Umahi, speaking in Abakaliki, Ebonyi State capital, on Friday, expressed his profound appreciation to President Tinubu for fulfilling his promise during the trying period following his nomination as minister. According to the news agency of Nigeria, the Senate Deputy Majority Leader said he owed profound appreciation to President Tinubu for fulfilling his promise during the trying period. My governor, Nwifuru, should be happy because he wished for it, he said. He pledged to work well to justify the confidence reposed in him, noting that he had no inkling of what ministry he will be asked to superintend. I will work with the president to ensure that all promises he made are kept. I cannot determine the particular ministry to head, but I will justify the Ebonyi character of resourcefulness and exceptionality, he said. So I'm not quite sure. He's not told us what the promise is. The former governor commended Nwifuru for taking care of the state well since he left the seat in May. I have not been to Ebonyi since the past 2 months, and I am particularly happy with the condition of our airport. It seems the airport is better maintained than in our time, he said. So that is David Umahi. It is somewhat of a cryptic thing. Tinubu fulfilled this promise during trying period. So when was the promise made and what were the circumstances of that promise? He doesn't tell us especially. So there he is, glorying in his now newfound lot in life. So glorying in his now newfound lot in life, but are people that are not glorying in anything at all. So I can't get that word out. People that are not glorying in anything at all, and it looks as though the battle lines might be drawn. And people have been calling for people to roll on the street, and it looks as though that roll on the street is imminent. Subsidy palliatives. Labour walks out of meeting with federal government. You have to recall, of course, that the Labour Union packed its lot with the Labour Party during the presidential election. So how much of that is still in play now that we have a government in situation? Representatives of organized labour on Friday walked out of a meeting with the federal government's team on palliatives. The meeting was a continuation of their deliberations on palliatives to cushion the effect of subsidy removal in the country. The Labour team, which was led by the president of the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC, Joe Ajaero, did not speak to journalists as they made their way from the venue of the meeting. Federal government representatives and that of Labour had earlier met on Wednesday with discussions coming out positive. The government was expected to provide feedback on some of the demands made by Labour upon resumption of the meeting on Friday. But the meeting could not hold as planned, as Labour officials claimed that the government representatives were not present. Members of the Labour team were also delayed at the State House gate before being allowed into the meeting venue. Since the removal of the petrol subsidy, the price of the commodity is now on the high side. Labour, which is putting for part, I can't get words out today. Labour, which is pushing for palliatives for Nigerians to cushion the impact of the move, has threatened to embark on strike. So embark on strike. So I wonder what that means. I wonder who gets the payoff. I wonder if the Labour Party will just go in there and sell their soul to the highest bidder, as they often do. All right. So, and then we land on this. So we're with Niger Republic at the moment, and it looks as though they now have another new president. So we're back to where we always were within the African space. So Army General declares himself a Niger leader. I suspect that he may not last in that post because the rest of the world, they're against it somewhat. I even heard Buhari running commentaries on it earlier on today. So a lot of that. So plenty to chew over. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Before I go into the K-Guide song, let's hear from the mighty Mr. Gomez. Alexander, you make your comments.
Good day, one man, to use your word. How are you?
I'm good. Good to see you.
The last time
How is your flu? How is your flu, by the way?
the last time I felt this way was when I was in high school in Lagos in the 70s. I can't remember ever feeling this bad since then. I guess one is getting old, isn't one? So
I would say go see. I would say go see a doctor, but then you are one. So
no. I spoke to a colleague of mine, and apparently it's a sinus infection.
Hmm.
You know, so someone came to spray something in my house, some roach repellent or things like that, and that just messed up my sinus. I didn't think about it until they started talking about it. I say, yeah, you're right. How are you though?
I'm good. I'm good. Another day, another dollar.
Yeah. Thank you for keeping us updated with what's going on in Nigeria. I find your platform extremely insightful. I wanted to make a quick comment on the ministerial list. I was really looking forward to that Dr. Idu, that ethnic woman, to be a minister. But I think this guy, what's his name, enigmatic. I think he got it wrong. I don't see where a man of influence, a man of great capacity would leave what he's doing in America to come be a minister of health in Nigeria. It wouldn't make any sense. I think
it would, because people feel that nationalistic zeal to come and contribute what as good as he is in whatever he's doing in America is only one of many that can do that. But if it comes to Nigeria, he will have more impact and more appreciation. I think
what's his name? I think P. Bat would be better. It would be better served if it uses him because of his international influence as a foreign minister, because he's got the clout. You don't need no clout to be a minister of health. And a minister of health essentially is a second cadre minister. It's not one of the first three ministers. So I don't know. I stand to be corrected, but I'd be very surprised if they make him a minister of health. I think he would want a bigger portfolio than that. Someone who would portray our image internationally because of the clout. He knows the top people, and then he can portray our images and make sure that we have investors coming to Nigeria. From my business perspective, I think that would be the right thing for him to do. This Idu girl, she's only 35. I've been following her. She went to Queen's College. I think she was born in England, but she grew up in Nigeria. She's brilliant, first class, brilliant. And she's a workaholic. I mean, I understand Kolata wants people who have international exposure, and I agree with him to a certain degree. But I think the last 11, 12, 14 ministers or whatever number it is that would come in to fill the remaining spot, I think that's where he's looking at the international space, trying to convince them that they have a lot to offer the country. These people are maybe not readily available, and he's trying to wield his influence to say, look, we need you on that. That's my suspicion, but I stand to be corrected. But let's see how that goes. The country's in turmoil.
That girl, she transformed the health services in River State. She made sure to build
Cross River.
Is it Cross River? She made sure to build a health center of some function in every single community. And she's only 36. So I wonder what the trajectory of her life has been. Woman leader for APC at the age of 36. I mean,
she's just a born natural leader and a lot of brain to go with it. I'm extremely proud of that lady, and I'm happy that I knew she was going to be a minister. I was
but
looking
she's going
forward
to
to.
be a full minister or just those
Yeah, she will.
ministers.
She will. She
You know
will be a
that
full.
Festus Kiyamo sort of give him an
No,
office and tell him,
no. Well, but the people, the junior ministers are more like the permanent secretaries. They do the dirty job, and then the ministers just appendage their signature. That's all it is. You know, the junior ministers, the minister of states are the real, the ones that are working the ministries, and then they just report directly to the minister, and he just signs off. That's all it is. You know, so, but I think whatever capacity that she's given, I think she's capable of proving herself to be an asset to the country. I wish her the best of luck.
Were you excited by the list? Mixed feelings yesterday when we were going through it. Some people just they thought it was somewhat weak and feeble, the list. But I thought it was exciting, you know.
There's some mediocre names that was thrown into the spanner, into the works. But in the main, I think it was it's a good start. You know, it could be better, but it's a good start. The key thing, I mean, what's ironic is that Lagos State was not represented. Was an eye opener, you know. So I think that Ambode might not come into play because I don't know anybody who's more deserving of a ministerial role in Lagos Lagos State as it stands now than Ambode. So I'm hearing this thing of bringing in the senator of Lagos East and to be a minister, and then Ambode goes to replace him. I don't think that's a fair deal.
No, Ambode will be wasted in the Senate.
Yeah,
and I'm with you. It's a certainty when they bring out because the next set of names will be the real ministers.
Yes,
so these are just political payoffs and for the optics sort of you know. But the next set of because they still have a complement of about 12 to 14 left to roll out. And I think the real killers will be in what Kulata is looking for, the Ajebotas from America.
Yes, I think so too. I think that the last 14 or whatever number is the most difficult to fill, in my estimation. I'm surprised he's not using that guy that was my brother's senior prefect at St. Gregory's College, the guy with the foreign name like me. I don't know. He was part of his
something Cardoza.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't use Cardozo. Cardozo is a genius, you know. I don't know why he didn't use him, but I think those are still one of those guys that are still trying to.
He has to strike a balance. You know, Tinubu has sufficient enough from that Lagos space to fill every ministry with a first-class person from that Lagos space, just from his boys in Lagos. But he has to be mindful of the, you know, so he can't just pack his own boys. I think that's really, if he pack his own boys there, they'll do a better job than anybody. But unfortunately, you know, the national character or whatever it is that you guys call it.
I know it's I do understand, and that's why I called in to talk to give my little cent about the ministerial list. The last 14 or 15 that is we're waiting is where the real crunch is going to be. So let's wait on that and see where we go. But we need to jumpstart the economy. The economy is dying, like Angelica was saying. People, we can't, like my Igbo in-law say, is he going to govern a country with no people? You know, people are dying of hunger and starvation. So he needs to get his act together and start working ASAP. You know. So before you head off, just give a verdict on that ministerial list. Is it a working? I give it a B. I give it a B minus. I give it a B minus.
But a marked improvement from Buhari's list, though.
Without a shadow of a doubt. Without a, you know, let me say this. I said this on a show yesterday, one man, and my food is here. Let me say this. Hi. Let me say this. I'm live streaming. Sorry, one man.
That's all right.
Thank you. So let me say this. I reckon, one man, and think about it, because no one has talked about this. I reckon that in the last 4 years of the Buhari administration, they must have stolen illegally through any means necessary. So whatever means they can steal about $1 trillion.
Yes, I suspect that.
Yes, about $1 trillion. $250 million, $250 billion a year for 4 years. Yes.
Those people are they are dangerously wealthy. And we're not talking about more than 25 people thereabouts. The wealth that these people are packed off to the Middle East is amazing.
Anyway, thanks for having me. I appreciate you. Put your show on hold just to have an old man like me talk. Thank you very much.
And less of that old, young man. So that's Alexander Gomez, the majestic one. So thank you, Alexander. So like I said, lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Click on like, click on subscribe. Hyperlink that says StreamYard. Yes, that hyperlink that says StreamYard, especially, you see how Alexander just popped in and just had a bit of a 5 minutes cameo. He was just saying, oh, he's on, let me just go say hello. So you can do that as well. Just click on the hyperlink. So do all that. Let me take a micro musical intermission. And then when we come back, we launch into it. First, let's go to the Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, only water, where they see my Hapa oh naido. Hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Hapa oh naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe àmì may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So there it is. Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, as guys, I bring you this. Nnamdi Kanu orders Simon Ekpa to end sit at home in the Southeast. So it's gone on long enough, essentially. The leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has directed Finland-based Biafra agitator Simon Ekpa to end all sit at homes in the Southeast. Kanu also directed Ekpa to stop antagonizing governors of the Southeast or politicians from the region. He warned that anyone enforcing sit at home in the Southeast is not his disciple and should be made to face the wrath of the law. The IPOB leader issued the directive in a message to Ekpa, which was made public on Friday by his special counsel, Aloy Ejimakor. Addressing journalists in Enugu, Ejimakor quoted Kanu as saying, "Simon, this is a direct order from me. I hereby instruct you to desist from calling for any sit-at-home henceforth. Equally, refrain from antagonizing governors or persons in political positions because you are not in a position to know what they are doing on my behalf. I am ordering you to make a public announcement to the effect that you are in receipt of a direct order from me to cancel any pending sit-at-home in place at the moment. I embark on this movement to liberate our people, not to enslave them. I despise and will despise anyone or entity that wishes to inflict unnecessary hardship on our people. I have authorized Aloy to issue a press statement if you fail to make this announcement on your platform. Anyone still engaging in sit-at-home is not my disciple. Haters of Biafra and mindless murderers in uniform are hiding under the cover of combating enforcers of sit-at-home to unleash mayhem against the same people we swore to defend. I have sent countless messages to those purportedly enforcing sit-at-homes that they are not doing it, that they are not doing so in my name. I am not begging anybody to release me, just that Nigeria should have the decency to obey their own law. So somebody that said this to me, I think is actually in commonplace. So this is the handwritten note then, Nnamdi Kanu. So Simon, he said, this is a direct order from me. I hereby instruct you, so not I implore you, not that I plead with you, I instruct you. I hereby instruct you to desist from calling for any sit-at-home henceforth. Equally, refrain from antagonizing governors or persons in political positions because you are not in a position to know what they are doing on my behalf. I am ordering you to make a public announcement to the effect that you are in receipt of a direct order from me to cancel any pending or future sit-at-home orders in place at the moment. I embarked on this movement to liberate our people, not to enslave them. I despise and will despise any person or entity that wishes to inflict unnecessary hardship on our people. I have authorized Aloy to issue a press statement if you fail to make this announcement on your platform. Signed, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So there it is right there. I have always maintained that matters was going to come to a head between Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa. And it looks as though we're now at the battlefront of that matters coming to an end. So, what we do know, because the money is too sweet, the ego is too big, and the sense of self-importance too vast for Simon Ekpa to step down. So he will find a way to try and navigate his way through this letter, either to debunk it as fake or to say that Nnamdi Kanu wrote it under duress, or he will find any and several reasons to set aside this direct order from Nnamdi Kanu and continue to wage and rage from Finland. So if he sets aside then this order from Nnamdi Kanu, what does Kanu do next? So we're now at the battlefront between those two entities from the southeast. So get your popcorns to the ready. It's going to get messy down east. So get messy down east is already a mess up north. Kano market leader bans traders for listening to Davido's songs over blasphemous from. So Kano market leader bans traders from listening to Davido's songs over blasphemous music video, threatening sanctions. So it's always an extreme response to the most mundane of things up north. Muslim faithful, I'm only going to give you about 2-3 paragraphs of this. I think you already know, you know their story up there anyway. Muslim faithfuls at Farm Center GSM Market in Kano State, Northeast Nigeria, have been banned from pasting pictures and playing or listening to songs of music star David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido. The announcer of the ban are said to have been authorized by the leader of the market, Hassan Abubakar Bawasa, warned that any defaulter will be sanctioned decisively. He added that the ban was as a result of Davido's blasphemous act against the religion of Allah. Anybody who knows someone who pasted Davido's picture in his shop, he should quickly remove and burn it because of his blasphemous act against the religion of Allah. Playing Davido's music video or sharing it is prohibited in Kanu phone centers. Anybody found listening to his music will be sanctioned decisively. I conveyed this message from Hassan Bawasa, the announcer who went round what is suspected to farm center GSM market. What I don't know what it went around with the megaphone anyway, making the announcement is essentially what they're saying. It's like a parallel universe, isn't it? It's like a parallel universe. Yes, Bawasa is the chairman of Farm Center GSM Market in Kanu. Sahara reporters had reported that, so it then goes on to give us the background. We already know the background, so there is that. So this especially is what excites me the most for this particular session, just to the effect. This shows you the reach and strength of Nigeria. This shows you, actually, let me see. I think I have it on Reuters. So let me, because it always reads better when it comes from a source as credible and prestige as Reuters. Let me see. I think I have this story on Reuters. So let's see. Just give me 1 second. It's probably the same thing, but it will read better if we're getting it off Reuters. That's just and there are speculations that Alex Oti is to be sacked, by the way. Anybody that knows the backdrop to that should tell us in the comment section or come on the screen. But let's sacked as the governor. That would be a thing, wouldn't it? Is it on his NYSA certificate or something? I think he's undergoing some sort of situation, isn't he? Sorry, yes. Oh, I hope it lets me in because usually all these things, they can be behind a paywall. Is it behind the paywall? Otherwise, I'll just have to read it from. All right, let me bring it you from this page. So this is from Reuters. So this gives it a bit more credibility. It says, end of Nigerian fuel subsidy set to squeeze European refiners. It says, one of Europe's major markets for gasoline has shrunk, threatening to squeeze European refiners after Nigeria removed fuel subsidies, which destroyed much of the country's domestic demand and the regional market for smuggled fuel. North America and West Africa, with Nigeria at the helm, historically have been the top two destinations for petrol export from Europe, which produces more gasoline than it uses, meaning its refiners rely on exporters to support our profit margin. A steady decline in European refining margins in recent years as competition from the Middle East, the United States, and Asia grew was reversed when fears of fuel supply shortage boosted profits after Russian invasion of the Ukraine. So far, let's see, I think this space might be a bit too expansive for what I want to read. Let me bring it to you from here. So that's anyway. Reuters reported it as well, but let's take it from the cable. Nigeria's petrol subsidy removal biting European refineries. So that's more the sort of headline we want to go with. Nigeria's fuel subsidy removal is affecting refineries far away in Europe and threatening to squeeze European refiners Reuters report. The average monthly West African gasoline import fell by 56% in the second quarter compared with the first, according to experts. North America and West Africa, with Nigeria at the top, historically have been the top two destinations for fuel exports from Europe, which produces more petrol than it uses, Reuters report. So far, benchmark profit margins for gasoline in northwestern Europe has hovered at around $27 per barrel. All right. Let's see. Okay, let me just give it to you. Anyway, that should do. It's heavily laden with details, and I don't want to go into heavy laden details. Let me give you a couple more stories. I think, yeah. Let me bring you this one because there's been developments in this space. This is now the new president of Niger Republic, at least at the moment. Army General declares himself a Niger leader. Niger's coup plotters named an army general as the new leader of the unstable jihadist hit nation on Friday, the third day after elected President Mohamed Bazoum was detained. Former colonial master France said hours earlier that it did not consider the coup final, adding there was time for coup plotters to heed international calls to leave democratically elected Bazoum in office. But General something or the other, head of the Presidential Guard since 2011, read a statement on national TV as the president of the National Council for the Safeguard of the Homeland. So, you know, the usual ridiculous titles that these criminal elements give themselves. The general presented the coup as a response to the degradation of the security situation linked to jihadist bloodshed. French President Emmanuel Macron described the events in Niamey as a coup affecting the wider Sahel region, as Western powers scramble to preserve a key ally in the insurgent-stricken region. And by the way, this guy Wagner, he has responded to this goings on he has responded to the goings on in Niger Republic as well. You know, a lot of, you know, I was speculating just on a different platform maybe a couple of days ago that certainly it's not going to be this sort of character that would have organized the coup. Certainly not. So there would have been puppet masters pulling his strings, and those puppet masters could only have been either the French, the Americans, or the Russians. So the French have no reasons to pull his strings because they already own that country. But countries that are looking to move into that space because of the uranium wealth of our Niger Republic, they are especially the Americans, but more so the Russians. And we were wondering who's backing him, but I think we're about to find out. This coup, but this is the French still raging against this. This coup is completely illegitimate and profoundly dangerous for Nigerians, for Niger, and for the whole region, Macron said, calling for Bazoum's release. General Cheni said that while Bazoum had sought to convince people that all is going well, the harsh reality is a pile of dead displaced, humiliation, and frustration. The security approach today has not brought security to the country. So they don't even come up with credible reasons anymore for planning this coup. I want the power, I want the money, is essentially what he's saying. The security approach today has not brought security. The security approach today has not brought security to the country despite heavy sacrifices, he said. Bazoum and his family have been confined since Wednesday morning to their residence at the presidential palace located within the Guards military camp. for the full story, and then okay, so that's the latest development there. But matters continue to evolve, and the matters have evolved now to this space. So this is where they are now. They have got rid of Western colonizers. Wagner mercenary boss, Progogine, hails Niger coup, offers his service to maintain order. So now we know who's behind it. It is indeed the Russians. Wagner mercenary boss, Progogine, who remained publicly visible despite leading a failed mutiny against the Russian army leadership last month, has hailed Niger's military coup, saying his fighters' services can order to the West African nation. A voice message by Progogine on Telegram app channels associated with Wagner did not claim involvement in the coup, but described it as a moment of overdue liberation from Western colonizers. What happened in Niger is nothing other than the struggle of the people of Niger with their colonizers, who are trying to foist their rules of life on them and their conditions and keep them in the state that Africa was hundreds of years ago. The message said, today is effectively gaining their independence. The rest will, without doubt, depend on the citizen of Niger and how effective governance will be. But the main thing is they have got rid of the colonizers, the message said. Prigozhin, in his voice message, boasted of Wagner's alleged efficiency in helping African nations stabilize and develop in what sounds like a sales pitch. Thousands of Wagner fighters are capable of bringing order and of destroying terrorists and of not allowing them to harm the local population of these states. So there it is. So now we see the Russian hand in all of this. And here is the French president, of course, doing his own thing. France does not recognize the leader of the purge, who claimed to have seized power in Niger, and considers detained President Mohamed Bazoum the country's sole leader, the French Foreign Ministry said on Friday. So there it is. So it's all change up there. So all change up there. But we have Ajale Koko with us at the moment, and we have Bishop. So the conversation can kick off from there. So anybody that wants to join can pop on, but we'll see how it goes. Bishop, are you ready?
Okay, if you want to start with me.
Yeah, fine. There's only 3 of us here, so I might as well start with you. Or are you not in a position to start yet? If you're not in a position,
I'm fine.
All right then. So do you want to kick it off then with the do you want to kick it off with the French the J situation? They seem to have somewhat of what purports to be a new president. The French are in confusion, the Russians are celebrating, and Nigeria is confused. So all of that.
Let me start by saying good evening, fellow compatriots, or wherever you may be listening from. Please click on the like button. I mean, that's the least you can do. If you permit me, honestly, I want to have a word, even if it's just for 1 minute, what we were discussing yesterday about the senatorial, the ministerial nominations.
All right, carry on. Yeah.
I was really surprised, if not amazed, that people were expecting at 1180 made up of only Messi. Before then, I looked at them, I felt that, yeah, we could have some weak links, which is important to pay attention to. Right? People were completely looking at everybody. But if we take them one after the other, I'm sure we will not be so dismissive of these people. Number one, like we said here before, there is merit in putting politicians that have struggled for power. It's not done anywhere in the world. And some people will go and fight for power. You now say because you want to put technical, you now bring all the people that did not even contribute to it. How are you going to win the next election? So it's going to be a mix. And I don't know where this ideology or this idea of that you can only have technocrats in the university. So there are no technocrats among politicians, even though some of them have spent decades in the university. Some of them have decades in the corporate world before they come into politics. Some of them have been in academia, in corporations, multinational and the rest. But because they are in politics, we kind of discern. I asked, where do you have a team that every member of the team is an A team? Not even under Obasanjo. Of course, we knew some ministers under Obasanjo that Obasanjo had public outburst and disagreement with. I remember there was a woman one woman, Estrene or something from Akwa Ibom, that Obasanjo publicly berated. And so if we're dismissing all these people, and not because we have, concrete something that, the team is all of the same, is all manner of discussion, and that really amazed me. I agree. There are some that could have been better. But honestly speaking, it's a good starting point if we really want to build a country. Because I don't see where people, even if they plan coup, it is people that are within the core of the thing. If they lead a revolution, nobody will go and risk his life and lead a revolution and take over a country or leadership of a country and not say, I'm going to bring one person from what invested because I'm a technocrat. No, people struggle, they hustle for power. And people pay some huge prices for power. If we want to look at the cup as being half full rather than half empty, we will not be quick to dismiss. I realize that many of the people, most dismissal were from the position of partisanship. The one I don't expect to be that partisan was collateral, if you see it now. But I think he was just trying to be, objective. But objectivity itself also.
No. People are entitled to their individual views, but
I'm not. Did I criticize him? Did I abuse him? I said I know he's trying to be objective, but even objectivity, I'm just making a comment on his statement. So I'm not saying he's not entitled to his opinion. I mean, I will be the last that say some people are not entitled to that. I'm just giving my opinion. I use him and his as somebody, an example. So I will not be too dismissive of the ministerial list. Could there be improvement? Yes. But is it a good way to start? I think so. Because we cannot satisfy everybody. And we can always improve for them. So I'll see the cup as half full rather than half empty. So if I want to rate them, I'll rate it, more than, I'll not give them an excellent. Because you cannot find a team that is 100% complete. You cannot have a team that is all Messi, and Ronaldo. There are some that will need some people to help them here and there. So having said that, let me go to it's just that because I did not have my time yesterday. Unfortunately, by the time I dropped out, I tried to come back. The room was already filled up. On the issue of the Niger Republic, I was going to say, I think I did mention that it's a test case for the leadership of ECOWAS. Now the question is this: in the recent time, most of the coup that happened in Africa has a bit of external influence for one reason or the other. It has always been like that. And we've been having some stability for some time, but recently, it's beginning to take a frightening dimension. Before I say what the influence, it's amazing how some people are actually celebrating the coup and wishing and hoping the same thing for Nigeria. I said some couple of weeks ago, coup is a thing of the past in Nigeria. For so many reasons. Because I don't see anybody that will plan a coup now that ethnic coloration will not be given to it. So it's not going to happen in Nigeria. So people that are celebrating it and hoping and wishing that it happens, that Nigeria is the next. Because I read quite a number of comments on the social media that say Nigeria is the next. Why it is appalling for people to think coup is the next thing for us. I'm sure they'll be disappointed because that's not going to happen.
I was on a Southeastern platform, not a Rudolph's platform. One other Southeastern platform. I was there because I just had the time and I like the guy that runs it as well. And the guy that came on after me, he was saying that Nigeria is next. He's saying he's ex-military, this, that, and they are so desperate. They would even prefer a military takeover than for this guy to be president. I was quite alarmed when I heard the guy say, yeah.
That's so sad. That's so sad. I just want to leave it in the realm of that. Well, People will always get what they wish, but the wish of the majority will always prevail. It is not always a perfect situation. Even in our individual homes, in our businesses, in our relationship, there are times you need to bend low. There's this saying that they used to say in some parts of Nigeria, that now make dog, they fall for dog, now they make dog play the street. You know, when dogs are fighting, one will fall down. It's not that one will always like to be dominant. So people that were wishing and hoping that the coup, like I read quite a few, and unfortunately, it's from the same court as, I don't know how to put it more mild than that. That Nigeria is the next, Nigeria is the next. That is that. I mean, if they know, if they witnessed what we passed through, what a military regime, military dictatorship is like, perhaps they will not be having that. And that's why it's very dangerous. When we send some narrative that people talk about military regime with some kind of nostalgia that our military regime, nobody will detain you. They can detain you for 1 year or 2 years or 5 years under military regime, and they will tell you it's a decree, and you cannot challenge it. You don't take a decree to a court because the constitution is already suspended. So the issue of fundamental human rights is not there. So people that are wishing and hoping and praying for a coup to happen in Nigeria, well, let me buzz their bubble. It's not going to happen, but it shows how depraved. Yes, Susie.
Yeah, one question. Can you tell me a specific difference between the Nigerian governance now and the military regime? What is
okay. So sorry, Bishop. I don't want to open that space too aggressively, but I'll respond to it, and then we move on very because that's a never-ending.
There's 1 million. There's 1 million. There's no comparison. I don't want to go into that argument. There is absolutely no comparison. How can you say compare the government of Nigeria today to a military? How kind of a question is that, if I may ask? So let me just continue. I mean, that's not the question as far as I'm concerned. So for me, if military regime is an aberration, it's a primitive pastime. It's something we don't wish we want to go back. The worst of a democratic government is still better than a military government. We have had an opportunity in Nigeria to have 7 unbroken transitions. Whether the elections were flawed or not flawed, or better or not better, or good or not good enough. The important thing is that it is coming gradually, and we are growing. And each of every circle will revolve. We get gradually better. It's just that we want to begin to fly without learning to crawl and walk first. I remember quoted Martin Luther King Jr., one of his famous something, that in as much as our desire is to fly, but we will crawl. From crawling, we will walk. From walking, we will, But the important thing is that we are not stagnant. We are moving. People that are seeing, that are thinking, that are believing, that are saying, that are proclaiming that we are stagnant, that nothing is working in Nigeria, is because it's from their own very myopic, very selfish, narrow-minded point of view. Because it does not go your way today, does not mean it won't go your way tomorrow. That's just the truth. And if we must state it that way, let's state it and be very blunt about it. It's not a perfect. There is nothing that is perfect. Relationships are not perfect. Governments are not perfect. Not anywhere in the world. Families are not perfect. We have some families you want to, ordinarily a small family to decide on some little issues. Some people will want to go this direction. So even among two siblings, even among Siamese twins, they have disagreement. So we always have this disagreement. How we resolve it and move forward is important. So thinking military intervention is an alternative. It's a complete aberration. It's a complete aberration. It's a misnomer. Now, there is counter accusation as to what was the origin of this coup. We've never had all of it. We will be hearing speculation. My belief was because of the pronouncement of the French president, the Nigerian president, about the relationship with France government, with the French government, and that's correct, with the French government, that look, they're tired of it, and they're looking forward to a more integration relationship with West Africa, that could have fueled it. It's a very big possibility.
But what are you making of the Russians endorsing the coup and the French riding against it?
Well, the French riding against it might be politics, might be diplomacy. Russia riding against it because Russia, at this moment, anything that would despise Europe or the West in quotes, is okay with Russia. Anything that would throw mud in the face of French or France, the French government, is welcome by them.
Can I interject on that topic?
Go ahead.
For the past 2 days, I've been trying to speak on that topic since. The Russian mercenary, they are fighting a proxy war in Africa through countries like Mali, Chad, Sudan, Eritrea, Burkina Faso, all these countries around us, basically from the west to the east. The only places that they have not fully covered with the Wagner army that they have, it's not Russian, but it's Wagner. So with that one, they are able to escape it. The same way US is sending weapons into Ukraine, which they are not supposed to be doing. So they are fighting a proxy war. So Russia too is fighting a proxy war from the west to the east of Africa because they want to create a belt. Even if they cannot form alliance with this African Union thing, they can form alliance with at least a part of Africa. Now, all these places they've been having coup, it has been Russian-backed coup. It has always been going on against the French imperialism. So this Wagner group is backing them up, giving them intelligence and telling them what to do. The same way they used to do for Nigeria. When they will talk to a Nigerian military person, he will come to the UK, he will learn the things, they will tell him, they will send him back to Nigeria, and then they will activate him. So it's the same thing that they are doing, the same tactics. Russia have known about all these things, but now for the first time, they are now implementing, because everybody now realizes that there are minerals in all these countries. And if you have alliance if you look at the map, right, Europe is in the middle. But if you have alliance from Africa through the Middle East, straight to Russia, they are going to sideline the West. And they are focusing on the place that has resources. China is just going to follow whoever wins. China is not going to do any battle. They just want to do their work. They just want to make their money. They just want to form their alliance. But
do you think they are trying to circle around Nigeria? Because Nigeria is always the pearl.
Yes, they are. They are trying to... So, see, Nigeria's problem is not even... Our major problem is not the internal. I've been trying to say this to people since. I've known this for about a year. Their problem is external. That coup is Russian-backed, but they will not be able to fully come out and say, we backed it. These people are going to remove French...
Well, they have come out to say they backed it now.
Okay.
Hold on now. They said they have got rid of Western colonizers. Wagner mercenary boss Prigozhin hails Niger coup, offers his services to maintain order. So he's speaking from Kremlin, essentially. So forget all of that little skirmish that they were trying to pretend. So it's the Russians now telling us that they're behind it.
One man, can you put map of Africa? Can you put map of Africa? So that I'll show you.
Yeah, carry on as I try and do that. Yeah.
Okay, so now, hey, we're in deep trouble. Now they have Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, Chad, Sudan. They will go and settle the problem that is happening in Sudan. Then they will have Eritrea. So they have that straight line. Now, all this one that Tinubu has been going to France, I feel like this what's his name? Macron. He knows that he cannot spoil his image by doing what he wants to actually do. Then his people will know the kind of people that they really are, because they always think that they are innocent, but they don't know that their leaders are the oppressors. So if he does what he really wants to do, they will know that all this, it might cause a lot of problem in France. So he cannot go directly and start trying to go and fight for ownership of, the thing that, because if you look at France, they say 3 out of 4 light bulbs are powered by the resources in Niger.
Yeah, no, I said that yesterday. France is powered by nuclear. Their electricity is nuclear, and the uranium that they use to power it, a good 80% of it they get from Niger.
And Russia is building nuclear power plants in Uganda. Where is Uganda on the map? Where is Uganda? Uganda.
It's in East Africa. Carry on, yeah.
Yeah, so they're already building nuclear power plants in Uganda. So they already have planned that they are going to do. And Nigeria is the only one that can stop all these things. My question is, who will Tinubu back? Because the Russians will follow anybody that wins, but it's between France and Russia. If not, there might be a coup in Nigeria because of all these things that is going on. There might be a coup.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I would go that far to say there might be a coup in Nigeria.
No, man, we are surrounded by countries that mostly had coup.
We have always been surrounded by countries that have coup. Go back in the history a little bit.
To the north. To the north.
At once, backed by one country.
Look, let's country. Okay. For example, number one thing we're saying is this: the Wagner group that we're talking about is not backed by. You know, it was the Wagner group that led a mutiny against Russia just a few weeks past. Just recently here.
So why did
that issue is still not completely resolved. I mean, even nobody was sure that the guy was speaking from what's his name? Giringorin.
Yes.
Nobody was sure. Even Reuters did not claim authoritative. They put a caveat there that they believed that the statement was from him, and they were not really sure of where he was talking of. So if it was that man that was talking, we can safely say he was not speaking on behalf of Russia.
He was. We can't safely say that. Hold on. You see that so-called coup that they attempted in Russia. It was a ruse. Nobody believed that anything like that happened. I think it was Russia trying to signal something to sensitize the space to a different move. But there was, forget all of that coup that was a ruse. Yeah.
Okay. Whether it was a coup, whether it was a mutiny, whether it was a ruse, whether it was a kangaroo, whatever, I still don't believe that Wagner was speaking on behalf of Russia. That's like I said, most of the things we're saying now is very speculative.
Wagner is the equivalent of BlackRock or something. Now, who is that?
Blackwater.
Blackwater is the equivalent of Blackwater for the Russians.
They are just mercenaries. They are just what do you call it? Soldiers for hire. Yeah, they have a very strong.
They are more than just mercenaries. They are more than just. There are an unofficial arm of the Russian reach, just like Blackwater is an unofficial arm of the American reach.
Okay, so basically, where are we now, and where are we headed? We are headed to the possibility of a further destabilization of that belt in the Sahara. What do you call it now? There's a name they used to call it. Of that belt, just like the last person that interjected tried to pay. Now, when it is destabilized, what is the effect for the countries below the Sahel, including Nigeria? The implication will be very many, because in West Africa alone, Nigeria forms about more than 50% of the population of West Africa, if not more. I don't know the exact figure. And in the last case, so if there's any concentration, it's going to be in Nigeria. One way we can wipe it off is by ensuring stability from our own within. Because as it is in Nigeria today, anybody that wants to destabilize Nigeria does not even need to bring an attack from outside. There are plenty of willing fifth columnists from within that will be willing and ready to collaborate with our external enemies to destabilize Nigeria from within. And that is where we need to be very careful for. So if everything happens, it is not because we are overwhelmed by the forces from the outside. When a couple of years ago, this station, everybody was scrambling to put a military base in Africa. Of course, everybody hailed the fact that Nigeria was not yielding. Unfortunately, our neighbors, almost all of our neighbors, yielded, including Niger. The French,
Bishop, Nigeria is at great risk from external aggression because Nigeria has a very porous border, and especially in the north, especially that border between places like Katsina and Niger Republic, that there is no recognized border in that space. So if that country collapses, which is on the cusp of, they will just cascade into Nigeria and overrun us.
No. That's in literature. Now the question is, what is the motive to come and take over Nigeria?
It's the speed-off of their excesses. Now they're already in Nigeria. By the way, all these insurgencies that we get in Nigeria, they are cascading from Niger Republic and Chad.
So the objective is just
and they had it. What's that?
I'm asking. I only ask a question. So the objective is just to destabilize Nigeria. Is that it?
Nigeria is a price now, so they come in and get whatever it is they can't get. But yes, let's wrap up that space. I want to get to Solomon because he's about to run out of battery. But carry on with your thoughts in that space, and then we get to Solomon.
Okay. I mean, basically, so I know, yeah, it's very dicey to know which direction to swing as it is now. ECOWAS is a big test in the hands of ECOWAS, especially for Tinubu as the president, the current president of Nigeria and the current leader of ECOWAS. So if with the ongoing, that statement with credited to Gringori, with the ongoing conference that the vice president, what's his name? The vice president of Nigeria now, Shetima, is representing. So if Shetima is meeting with Putin at the moment, and Wagner is making, not Wagner, and Gringori is making that statement on behalf of Wagner, then we can actually have a diplomatic chat on that issue, at least to clarify the position of Russia. If Russia says they are not backing it, it will give ECOWAS and Nigeria a sure footing to be able to make a bold statement. ECOWAS, unless they are meeting either today or tomorrow about the development in Niger. So we can make a very, what do you call it, statement, a very definite statement.
Russia are unlikely to say they are backing it if they are doing it covertly now.
So all they need to just do,
if they are doing it by proxy. Yeah.
So if the government of Russia officially, something bigger than Wagner or bigger than Gringori, now comes up tomorrow and condemn it, that is the direction. We will not take the direction of the leader of Wagner on the coup in Niger. We will take the official position of Russia. That's what I'm trying to say. And that is going to serve us better.
How much Russian politics have you studied?
I don't understand what you mean. What's that?
No, don't do that. Go to the point here.
When you are looking at Russian politics, is not direct. They know
Russian politics has never been direct.
No, but their own is very, very different. What they show you is always, they may disagree. This Wagner and Putin may disagree in public, but in private, they already know what. We are forgetting that this guy is former KGB. He's former KGB. So that's how they play their politics. If you are reading it at face value, it will not work out that way. That's what I'm saying. But because the way you are speaking like you are reading it at face value. You are saying he's not speaking on this one's behalf. He's not. That's just public imaging. This is a spy.
That's your opinion. It's still very speculative. My position is very speculative, and I said it at the initial. I said it from the beginning that everything we are postulating is just speculative. So your position is as speculative as mine until we hear. And if they never come up, we're just going to gamble of okay, which of the speculations can we? And we have diplomats that we assess, and weigh what.
But it goes beyond. It goes beyond the realms of speculation, Bishop, because as Sonny was just saying there, the Russians are the masters of subterfuge and obfuscation. They are masters of subterfuge and obfuscation. So nobody will ever read any meaning to any official statement that they put out. But a lot of people already understand the signal when the leader of Wagner Group, which is the Blackwater arm of the Russian state, is already endorsing the coup. So it favors their nation. That's where the endorsement is coming from.
Russia has always been a master of whatever deception or whatever you call it. There's only been an ideological foe with the West, with America. It's always been like that. It was like that in 1989 under Boris Yeltsin, that America, through all whatever means, penetrated and decimated, USSR as we used to know them. Till today, Russia has not fully recovered. So why we are saying that Russia is anything you want to make them to look like does not make them invincible. If they were easily penetrated and completely, overwhelmed in 1989, what happened in 1989 can happen again. I'm not taking anything away from them. They are very deft, they are very clever, they are very smart. They are playing the game at the global stage. Every other thing, every other nation is just a pawn in the chess of play between the West and Russia. And yeah, China in the mix. China has been able to secure itself by being a little bit of compromise between not leaning to the left or to the right, whether to the this ideological disagreement thing has always been from the beginning. It didn't start more. Remember what gave birth to the United Nations, the discredited League of Nations. It was because America pulled out way back after the whatever, and that led to the war, successive war. So their position is they want to protect their own. How far will they go in protecting their own? Is Niger what is going to put them aside? Because it's going to be a distraction. If Russia will leave what is going on in Ukraine to want to come and concentrate in Niger, except they are doing it because they want to deny and to rub it in the face of the French, which was what I said in the beginning. Thank you.
No, they are after the uranium is what they're after. So that's what they are. Because I think the vast abundance of uranium is concentrated in Niger Republic.
In Niger.
Yeah. So it's more complex than surface. Yeah.
Macron is panicking. That guy will be shitting his pants right now.
You can see now he's running up and down. It's just completely
Woman.
Yeah.
Please, can I just interject, please?
I
want to say to Bishop that I don't know if he had this, that Bill Gates actually tried purchasing a part of Niger that expanded into some part of Sambisa forest at a time, and the Nigerian government or Nigerian government, whatever they call them, rejected the offer. Nigeria rejected the offer, and it wasn't too long before we started having this Boko Haram thing. After that, also, if we look at it, I always want us to believe that the West, they've been playing this strategy of proxy war for a long time. Let me say the global elite. This is the same thing they did in the days of Napoleon. They were the ones sponsoring France. They were the ones sponsoring the other party. This is what they do. And what they are all after is the mineral resources. Now, what they are doing with France now is, okay, France is still standing because France is not depending on gas to power its own country. So what Russia is trying to do is, okay, I'll go to where you are getting your energy from, and I will block you there. So therefore, you two will be at my mercy. And that is it. They are always fighting this kind of war all over the world. And the reason why they are always after Nigeria, most especially the West, is France in particular does not like Nigeria, no matter how they say it, because it is Nigeria that has been keeping the remaining of the West African Francophone wherever afloat. It is Nigeria that is keeping. If you want to check it, check the shareholders in African Development Bank. Nigeria seems to be the only Africa country in the top 5. The rest are Western countries. And Nigeria is spending heavily to make sure that African Development Bank remains African Development Bank. So they want to take over Nigeria stylishly. They want to influence whatever is happening in Nigeria so that they can still keep their hold on the whole of West Africa, Francophone, and whatever phone they are controlling, just to continue to extort from these people. For instance, France, France has a gold vault that contains gold from everywhere in Africa, and they don't have a single mine in their country. So you ask me, what are they doing it for? They are doing it for this. They are doing it for the money. They are doing it for the resources they are getting from everywhere in the world. In Africa, and Africa, they are trying to divide Africa again and recolonize and split us into pieces again. And that's why they are drawing all these lines about. But the only major challenge they're having in Western Africa is Nigeria, because Nigeria seems to have the grabs in ECOWAS, even down to the African Union. Nigeria is a top player there. So before you can do, total control of the West, I mean West Africa now, you need to some extent have Nigeria under your influence. And that is why all this circumventing and trying to put Nigeria in a box is what they are trying to do. And they've been doing it for a long while. But we will see. I pray that God will not allow them to succeed.
One of their greater fears is that Nigeria might ultimately succeed in liberating that West African sub-region. Because just as early as 2 weeks ago, I think we even mentioned it on this platform, the erstwhile president of Niger Republic was looking to tether their economy to the Naira. And if they do that successfully, it will expand Nigeria's economy. It will secure their economy against the Nigerian base. And if that runs successfully, then you see a series of all of these Francophone countries abandoning CFA, which is underpinned by the French economy. And I don't know, man. Nigeria, like you said, they fear Nigeria, the French.
One other thing is this. You know, there is a project going on. Nigeria wants to and down to Morocco. Now, if Nigeria gets the gas, there's a pipeline that they are laying. If Nigeria gets the gas across to all these countries, it means these countries can generate their own electricity. They don't need to depend on external forces or anything. They have control of their energy. They have control of power. They have control of what will bring about industrialization. At the same time, Russia knows by the time it gets to Morocco, it will cross the border to the other end. So everything is calculated. It's a game of chess.
That pipeline is not to supply Africa, by the way. They are trying to pipe into Europe to compete.
Yes, okay, I know.
Nigeria doesn't care about all these African countries.
Yes, so it is better. No, you know, most of the African countries run to Nigeria to say, okay, we also want to benefit from this. So it is better to nip it at the bud before it starts. If there is a war along the area where you are laying the pipe, that means the project will stop. All these things are calculated moves by this Western world. They always want to have us under their influence, under their control, and that's my own point.
All right, brilliant. Back to you, Bishop.
Okay, so I mean, basically, like I said, everybody a piece of what Bishop could be correct, but it's still in the red. It does not mean that it's not correct if I say it's in the realm of speculation. There are too many interests involved. There are too many interests, whether it is Nigeria, whether it is Russia. And that's why the way Nigeria is evolving, people that can see into the future know that Nigeria is going to be the center of activity, center of attraction in the West African sub-region. Nobody can take that away. So if people want to stop that, depending on whatever influence or interest, where we are impeding on their area of influence or interest, then they might do anything to throw spanner in the wheel of that progress. So it could be from French, it could just be the ambition of the soldiers in Niger, and these countries we're talking about they saw an opportunity in it, and they quickly want to latch into it, to show that we are behind you, we are supporting you. So everybody is an opportunity when it comes to this. The only important thing is that how do we protect ourselves? How do we protect the sovereignty? Some people might even link it to the statement, the statement of Tinubu in one of the last something he attended. That look, the scrambling of Africa is going to be resisted. It's made some very powerful statements. We might not look at it very seriously from home, but other people are looking at, you want to come and play Superman? Okay, we will let you know. Let's begin to clip your wings before you grow beyond something, exerting that kind of authority that there can be no second recolonization of Africa. It could be from that. So it could just be a little bit of here and there that has culminated to this. The next thing is that what is going to happen next? Which nation is going to be next, and how is it going to affect or impact on the stabilization or the stability of Nigeria and consequently West Africa? That is left to be seen.
All right, brilliant. Bishop, you still have the floor, but let me go very quickly to Eze, who is about to run out of battery, and we want to hear from him before he does that. But before I do that, what's happening to the super chats? It looks as though only Ayo ever does it. So others can join Ayo in the super chatting as well. There are no restrictions on that space. But let me come to you then, Solomon. So, Solomon, let me take you to a completely new space. So this is Nnamdi Kanu now issuing a direct order, and just to show the validity of it, he sent it via his counsel, and to show the validity of it, he's handwritten it and requested that it be published. So there it is. It says, Simon, this is a direct order from me. I hereby instruct you to desist from calling for any sit at home henceforth. Equally refrain from antagonizing governors or persons in political positions because you are not in a position to know what they are doing on my behalf. I am ordering you to make a public announcement to the effect that you are in receipt of this direct order from me to cancel any pending or future sit-at-home orders in place at the moment. I embarked on this movement to liberate our people, not to enslave them. I despise and will despise any persons or entity that wishes to inflict unnecessary hardship on our people. I have authorized Alloy to issue a press statement if you fail to make this announcement on your platform. Signed, Nnamdi Kanu. So there it is right there. But as I was just predicting in my monologue, very quickly, he has come out. So this is Simon Ekpa on his verified Twitter handle. It says, our attention has been drawn to the fake letter from the pit of hell being paraded by our correspondents and other Nigerian media, claiming that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu wrote a letter. It is not only a joke, but an insult taken too far, that the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra is being misrepresented in this way as the prime minister of Biafra. So if Simon Ekpa is the prime minister of Biafra, then what is the position of Nnamdi Kanu? That's just what I'm asking. As the prime minister of Biafra, under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I call on all Biafrans to disregard the fake letter coming from the DSS. We can't take any order from the Islamic DSS, and that is final. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released, and he must address Biafrans from Finland. That is the condition of the Prime Minister of Biafra and the Biafra Republic in exile. So he very quickly, predictably dismisses it as a fake news. So what are you then making of that back and forth, Solomon?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Good morning, woman.
Good morning.
Yeah. This letter, when I read this letter, I was just like this man that said that Somalia will be better than Nigeria, and he's coming out now to back down in certain things he has said about this struggle of getting Biafra. So just two things are involved in this letter. I don't really believe the letter, but if he really wrote the letter, it's a good one. And the only thing I would have believed that would have made me believe this letter is the fact that, or that made me not believe this letter, is that he's now agreeing with the political leaders in the southeast, people that he was criticizing, he was castigating and insulting, and now he has said that they are the ones trying to help him to get him out of this DSS dungeon. So that point alone it has already made me, or it's making me doubt this letter, to be honest with you, because this guy never trusted, and he never trusted these political leaders in the southeast. So him now feeling relaxed, because what he's now trying to tell Simon Ekpa is that everything is in control, and he should stop anything he's doing to try to bring him out, that the political leader. So this thing is something that is suspicious. But this other guy that conveyed this letter, this Ejimako, like I said the other time here, is the trustworthy lawyer. He's the one that they can even trust than Ifeanyi Ejiofor. But and right now we don't really know, and it's very very bad. We don't really know what the truth about if this letter is true, and because of his health too. This man is sick. For him to sit down, write, compose this letter, because they'll be saying that he's very ill in that place he is, and all that. I can't even, somebody that cannot eat or has not been eating well would have the time or just to sit down, or the strength and the energy to compose such letter and send it out. And I don't think, but if it's true, there is going to be a problem. There will be a very big problem. And I think, like, I commend this Ohanes Indigo for the effort they've been putting. There is this new guy, Iman Iwanyao, for this for his efforts he has been putting towards this Biafra stuff and all that, in trying to curb every action that they are taking to cause mayhem in the southeast. So they're definitely going to.
Do you think for this thing to ever have any effect, Nnamdi Kanu has to do a video, a video something?
Exactly.
Yes,
Should be a virtual means of transmitting this message, not this written form, because anybody can write this thing. There is nothing that they cannot forge. So this letter I don't think is an authentic one. They really need to set up something. It will not be hard for them to do it. I don't know why our Nigerian agencies they behave like they make people look stupid, and the way they are the kind of actions they take, they don't behave like intelligent people. They say they are secret intelligence, but they don't behave like that. They don't even do things like that. You're supposed to do something. This guy will come out and talk. If you cannot cover a petition, a presidential election petition in court, you can cover something like this. Everything they'll just be doing, they are just making people keep losing trust in the government, and it's very bad. So they should, if they are serious about this, they should organize a virtual means of Nnamdi Kanu talking to Simon himself.
All right. It looks as though Peter Obi has released his own ministerial list for his alternative government that is forming. So this is the Peter Obi's now ministerial list. Our online president, Peter Obi, earlier today sent his ministerial list to the online Senate. So here is Peter Obi's alternative government. So the names are for the online parliament to approve. Aisha Yesufu, Ebuka Obi, Uchendu, Obi Ezekwesili, Oseni Rufai, Mr. Falano Folani, otherwise known as Fowles the Bad Boy, Peter Okoye, Charlie Okuta, David Hudeyin, Rinu Oduola, Debo Adebayo, Sarah Ibrahim, Chud Namani, Henry Shield, Sam Nandi, Austin Nwabufo, part-time AGF, Jacob Ude, Dele Farotimi, Babatunde Gbadamosi, Godwin Nduka, Chidozie I. Alex, Professor Chidi, Odin Kalu, and F.S. Yusuf. So how do you think this one mirrors the Tinubu
who is the Attorney General?
It is a guy called Austin. No, it's a guy called Austin.
Okay. Yeah.
Austin Nwabafo. Yeah.
So they attach portfolio to their own nomination.
This is it now. You know they want to do it properly.
They get brain past Tinubu.
And Joel of Nashville is supposed to be in this.
And a funny bunch. But no, that's just for jokes. But this now next one, this is not at all for jokes. So we thought this Davido's storyline, we thought it had come and gone, but it looks as though it continues to seize the headlines. Kanu market leader bans traders from listening to Davido's songs over blasphemous video So what are you making of that space? Enough is enough, would you not say? He's withdrawn the thing. What more do they want?
They should, everybody, I don't understand. This country is still very backward. Look at the kind of thing that is even causing problem. And the guy has already retraced his step by just removing that video, taking down that video, and people are still coming out to do this kind of thing. It's not really making sense at all. But he's just talking. People that even stream the song, if they don't stream the song, the video will still be 001. His song will still be trending. He will still be top 10 in charts and nothing. So whether they stream or not, this one is not, to me, is not really relevant. If they stream or not, it no concern anybody. The boy is big, is already big. So they're just wasting their time. Do they even play the video song? If you ask them now, most of those people, they don't even know. I don't think they would really.
Yeah, because I thought that sort of music was banned in their society anyway for the reasons of it being haram.
Yeah. So this news is not really relevant. The video is not even bothered. I don't think he's bothered about this Kanu market leader. If he bans the song, he ban. The people that are playing the song are still playing. Davido's song is worldwide. There is nowhere in the world they don't listen to Davido. So if it's only Kanu, the market people in Kanu that will not be listening to it, it's not even, concern them. It's not do anything to him. Yeah.
All right. What are you looking at in the news today, by the way? What's catching your attention?
Yeah, it's just this whole things going on in Niger, the politicians, the way they are now harassing the politicians, and I'm beginning to like the way they've discussed here. I was already thinking about if this kind of thing should happen, maybe with this Niger being a small country and they're doing this thing, it will give people courage in Nigeria to come out in the street and start something like this, and it is going to be very bad, but I hope something like this doesn't happen. Then another one is the way they say that Europe is now, that they are now short of is it oil, something like that. Their refineries are not really they are complaining about the shortage in oil. So you see, this oil smuggling from Nigeria, it was really helping them. Those kind of those oil smuggling that they were doing, those oil theft in Nigeria here, it was really making impact in their own side, and we've been losing. So if our government, not just only the Nigerian government, the African people, the African governments, every government in every country in Africa, if we can come together and start resisting such, and to better our own life, because people are just like monkey they walk, babu they chop, is very bad for us. So we need to network together properly and fight. Then another one is the SABC is it reporter or something like that, that spoke very bad about the Nigerian president, saying that he's an illegitimate
Oh
president.
yes, I saw that clip making the round. Somebody sent it to me. I'll bring it up in a moment. Carry on.
Yeah, you see, that kind of thing is not something one should say. It's not really. I think if not that, I would have just said that they should set example with that person. But we need to start doing things well, like we start representing well, so that other people will not come. Look, if that person said that on the national TV, not just the national, international TV in their country, and look at it circulating. Somebody like that just coming out to say that such thing is really very bad for us. And I discovered something again, that this that almost all the countries around Nigeria, they've already encountered this coup. I feel like, I don't know, but I just pray by the grace of God with what I somebody told me one time, that Obasanjo, during his administration, he re-strategized the military and all that such kind of thing cannot happen in Nigeria. Well, I believe so.
Solomon, this is what you're talking about.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, I don't think it's this one. No, it's not. It's not this one.
No,
Let's see the shows.
it
It's not
is.
this one.
It is. Yeah, it is. She was
Is it this
asked
one?
about. Yeah,
No,
she was
sorry.
asked
Can you
about.
not talk over? Can you not talk over the clip, please? Can you not talk
No,
over the
there is
clip?
no audio. We can't hear the audio.
You can't hear the audio.
Yes, that's why.
Oh. Oh, all right. You can't hear the audio. You can't hear the audio. Hello?
We can't.
One man, yes, we can't. That's why I was trying to help
all
out
right.
by explaining.
We can't.
All right. Sorry, I'll try and download it and then play it. But carry on.
Okay, so she was asked about the issue.
Then another thing now is
Niger.
Please, can I just finish, please? So that I will soon leave. Please, let me just finish.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Another thing again, one man, is I'm beginning to feel as in like this the election that we just finished, this tribunal, wherever, both in the House of Reps and all that, they're beginning to excuse my language, they are beginning to deal with as in like mess this this Labour Party candidates up. Like the other day in Delta State, Tony Lumelu's brother from Anocha constituency, he was reinstalled, and the Ngozi guy was kicked out from Labour Party. The Kaduna guy that was a bike guy has been kicked out. The PDP guy is coming back. So they are really messing up these Labour Party guys. And now I'm just scared of my state. On the 4th of, I think Governor Alex Oti bought his ticket on the 4th of May. Then
there's a lot of speculation that they're going to get rid of Alex Oti.
Yeah, and it's going to be bad because that guy is already doing things. He's rehabilitating certain, like some buildings that has been abandoned. He's really bringing them up, like the Enyimba Hotel. The other day he went there. They went to do carry out some survey and all that. They want to bring back that hotel and some appointment, like the chief of staff in Abia State. He's a very young guy, like he's bringing in young guys into governance and all that. But this election petition is something that I feel it might really go bad. It might really go bad against him, to be honest. And I pray, but I pray such doesn't happen. Yeah.
All right. Let me take you to this final space, Solomon. So you're talking about the backlash against the Labour Party space, and it looks as though we're seeing signs of that in Lagos State. So that Rose Vivo thing that happened, it looks as though the punishment is now coming in. So Sanwo-Olu has sent in his commissioner list to the Lagos State House of Assembly, but there's something quite striking. So it says a full list: Omotosho, Abayomi, Wahab, Return, Sanwo-Olu unveiled list of 39 commissioner nominees. So the one thing that will strike you. So number 1, Afolabi. Number 2, Jamiu. Number 3, Rotimi. Number 4, Gbenga. Number 5, Lawal. Number 6, Mobolaji. Number 7, Ibrahim. Layode. Number 8, Dr. Dalapo. Number 9, Mrs. Tokunbo Benson Awoyinka. Number 10, Mr. Olakunle. Number 11, Abdulkadir Ogungbo. Number 12, Abiola. Number 13, Adekunle. Number 14, Bolaji. Number 15, Aramide. Number 16, Idris. Number 7, Yakub. Number 8, Tokunbo. Number 18, Tokunbo. Number 19, Bola. Number 20, Oreoluwa. Number 21, Kayode. Number 22, Moruf. Number 23, Sheun. Number 24, Barakat Bakari. Number 25, Professor Akin. Number 26, Benga. Number 27, Ola Lere Odu Sote. Number 28, Rotimi. Number 29, Mose Folu George. Number 30, Tumbosun. Number 31, Ruth Olas Olusoya. Number 32, Mrs. Folashade. Number 33, Mrs. Folashade, a different one. So the first one was Mrs. Folashade Adefi Sayo. And number 33, Mrs. Folashade Ambrose. Number 34, Dr. Olumide. Number 35, Mr. Yomi Oluyomi. Number 36, Mr. Sam Agube. Number 37, Dr. Jide. Number 38, Olalekan. Number 39, Mrs. Sholapo, Sholape Hammond. So, list of 39 wall-to-wall Yoruba people. Forget all of that. What was that guy? The one that was commissioner for waters and whatnot. So do you attribute this to the fallout from the Rose Vivo space?
Of
Hello?
course, this last election really caused a lot of problem. And yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Carry on.
Yeah, this last election. This last election really caused a lot of problem that things people are now beginning to know themselves and want to secure their space, just like what Sanwo-Olu did. But I think for a very long time, this is the first time that non-indigenous is not going to be part of this. Like non-Yoruba indigenous will be part of this. It will not be part of this. Commissioners. So it has maybe I think they've learned their lessons. To me, I don't have anything against it because everybody have the states, their own states of origin.
Remember the Lagos State Assembly passed an indigenous law not quite 3-4 weeks ago that the indigenes will get first priority in Lagos State now, and we're seeing that reflect in the commissioners already.
Oh, of course. You know, when they give people opportunity to do so, to work in the cabinet of the governor of in the Lagos State government, and they took advantage of it. So this is the result. That is why it's not like you should not champion good things, but you should try and know their boundaries to this. This is people's place. You can't live all the way from Anambra State and come to this place and be making noise. So I don't blame Sanwo-Olu. This decision he has taken of arranging his cabinet like this is very, very good, because even apart from El-Rufai, only him in the north that did something like that. And you see, they did not come out because they did not give them that chance to come out and make noise to say that Kaduna is no man's land. So
let me interject.
Please, can I just finish? You come in, just hold on. Yeah, so he did not. Sanwo-Olu is not at fault. He's not at fault at all. What he has done, he has done what he feels is good for the state and is good for his people. Yeah, I want to talk about this guy, Ekwerimadu. You see what we do in Nigeria.
Hold on, Solomon. Desmond, it's only because Solomon's battery is running low, so he wants to give us everything now. Yes, you know, one of his sons was nominated as a commissioner in one of the,
Yeah. You see, it's political compensation that they do in Nigeria. Yeah, and anyway, I don't think it's good for us in Nigeria. I don't think it's good for us at all. By making this guy a commissioner, Ekweremadu's son a commissioner, is not really.
People are saying they can't hear you. Solomon, people are saying they can't hear you. Yeah. You have to speak up a bit.
Can you hear me?
A bit better.
Okay.
Carry on.
I said, I said, Ekweremadu's by giving Ekweremadu's son appointment as a commissioner is not. Why will he do such? Is just political compensation, just to let the family know that they are still involved in government, and it's not really something we should. I believe there are people who are still more better competent that would have handled that position. It's not a must. Look at in the House of Rep what happened. Ibori's daughter is heading a department, El-Rufai's son, and there are 5 of them who their parents are past, have been in government, and they are still giving them. They are heading top positions. We don't need to continue like this in Nigeria. It's really bad, but it is what it is.
But what about Osun State? The when he announced his cabinet, it was just Adeleke. It was just he just packed the whole place filled with his own family.
That one is even another one. That even one of his nephew that just finished his NYSC last year. He even made him board of something wherever in the state there. You see, if his own daughter he made her a commissioner, we can't continue like this. We really need to change this pattern of way of doing of running our government. Is not good for us at all.
All right. Before you go, one of the listeners wants you to comment on this one as well. Terrorism. Court refused bail application of chief who threatened to bring IPOB to Lagos. So you remember that Eze, of course, that was making all of that flapping of the wings during the elections. A Lagos High Court at Tafawa Balewa Square has refused to grant bail to Frederick Nwajagu, the Eze of Ajawo Estate in the state. Nwajagu is standing trial on a 9-count charge bordering on an attempt to commit terrorism, financing terrorism, participating in terrorism, and meeting to support a proscribed entity. Nwajagu was arrested by the police after a video where he made an inciting statement surfaced online. In the clip, and I think we've got the clip, by the way. In the clip, Nwajagu said Igbo indigenes in Lagos must recruit members of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB to defend their properties from looters. The Igbo chief pleaded not guilty to the charges filed against him by the state. On July the 25th, he applied for bail on medical grounds through EC Obiagu, his counsel. Obiagu told the court that the defendant is a widower with 6 children, therefore he would not jump bail. But Jonathan Ogunsoya, the prosecution counsel, asked the court to refuse the bail application. Delivering judgment on Friday, Yetunde Adesoya, the judge, said the court is constrained to refuse Nwajagu's bail application based on the seriousness of the alleged offense and the severity of its punishment. Based on the seriousness of the offense and the severity of the punishment and the proof of evidence before the court is constrained to refuse bail application, she said. The application for accelerated hearing is hereby granted. She also directed correctional center officials to make an arrangement for the defendant to visit a public hospital for treatment. So the wayward Eze, it looks as though hold on. Let me remind you of who he is and what he did. So all right, so let my words go viral. So his words have gone viral, and now he's facing the consequences of that. So what are you then making of the travails of this Lagos Eze?
Yeah, can you hear me, woman? Can you hear me, please?
Yeah. Did you see that clip? I wondered if did you see the clip?
No, I did not see the clip, but let's just
yeah. So sorry. Yes, I thought it was playing, but I didn't switch the screen. So carry on.
Yes. This thing is very humiliating, to be honest with you. I don't like the way they are treating this easy. It was just out of annoyance. There's nobody you see your people being being attacked, or being like you feel like they are being attacked, even though they were not really attacked, because the government has already given them notice since they've notified them since 2016. But he was just trying to defend and protect his people, even though he did it in a wrong way. This action the Lagos state government is taking against this man is too much. I'm not in support of it. There's no father, because the way he's an easy is, I don't dispute, I'm not against having a leader in a place, a leader of a tribe in a place that is not their own place. Is not bad at all. He was just only trying to protect his people, speak out for his people, even though he did it in the wrong way. So the Lagos government should go easy on this man. They are doing, and he's a widower. His kids, even though they are grown, but they still need a parent that would guide them, and they would always see to, because
you know, Solomon, I have to say that I agree with you. I feel that the way they are treating this guy is a bit excessive, and allegations of terrorism. I mean, what are we even talking about? He was in the throes of a heavy politicking, and he just lashed out. Everybody knew that he was just lashing out. They should have just find him 1,000 naira and tell him and bound him over to good behavior. What's this? What's terrorism? It's too much, isn't it?
Yeah, but this is to teach everybody a lesson. You mind what you say in public, or the way you come and say certain things, and then you allow the things that you know that will go, as in content you know that will go viral. You just open your mouth anyhow and just talk anyhow. It is to caution every youth and everybody that you mind the way you talk. But the way the government is going against this guy, I'm not in support of it. They should go easy on him, to be honest. One man, they are it's just accumulated anger, grievance, that they are using this guy. Truly, he's a scapegoat, and it's bad. It's really bad. So Lagos state government should just they should do something good about this guy. They should leave him. Lessons have been learned. They've already done too much, or they are doing too much. Your list now, there's no Igbo person there. No, we don't have a problem with that. You say in land, wherever you go back and address it, no problem with that. But coming to treat our own like that, and a leader like that, this thing is a disgrace. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Even our governors in the east supposed to just.
One man, can I ask Solomon a question?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah.
Okay, Solomon, please. I want to ask you a question. What this man said, you said is not too bad, the way they are treating him. The man, I want to ask you a question. Is a man fighting against the tribe? Is he fighting a tribal war in court now? Or is being tried against the law of the land that says you should not do anything that has to do like terrorism, don't incite people to breach the peace of the state and other things. You know, they said he has 9 count charges against him. So is it a case of Lagos state government just trying to punish him, or is it a case of this man breached the law and he's facing it? And when he was breaching the law, he never calculated that he did not really have the resources to be able to buy himself out in terms of connection that would speak to the right people to say, okay, please just overlook this man's errors when he was doing it. So I want to know, is he fighting, is the government punishing him, or did he breach the law? Is the law fighting him?
Before you respond, let me play this. It's only about 40 seconds.
IPOB, we will invite them. Period. That's part of what we can be doing for them. We secure them jobs. None of IPOBs have not, they have no jobs. Those IPOBs, we all of them, we protect all our shops, and we have to pay them. We have to mobilize for that. We have to do that. We must have our own security, so that they will stop attacking us in the midnight, in the morning, in the afternoon. They will stop attacking us in emergency. Yes. When they discover that we have our own security, before they will come to take time, they will know that we have our own men there. I'm not saying a single word to be hiding. I don't hide my words. let my waste go viral. And part of this thing that people must get their rights and get stand in Lagos State. In the IPOBs, we will invite them.
Woman, can you hear me? Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I was talking. I didn't know I'd muted myself. Yes, I can hear you. So there was nothing beyond what was permissible at that space in time. We all knew this, the backdrop to what he was saying. For them to now be charging him with terrorism, etc., I feel that's too much.
Yeah. Wait, please let me just say something. Speaker, sorry, the person I want to talk. Sorry. See, this guy, what this man said was very bad. Every word he just like, especially saying Lagos, that Igbo, this one, that. It was kind of bad. But the likes of Asari Dokubo, ever since President Tinubu emerged as the president of Nigeria, Asari Dokubo has been granting interviews, saying all manner of things against Igbos and all that. I'm not somebody that's come to do defender of the Igbo nation or
Eze mentions I've said against the Igbo or against Nigerian state that threaten the security of the country.
You say against the Igbo, because of the alliance,
mention what
or
he said that
because of
threatened the security of Igbo people and maybe Nigerian state.
You mean Asari Dokubo?
Yes.
Baba Jad,
No,
why are you talking like this?
Sorry, Solomon. Yeah, we saw a clip just 2-3 days ago when he was brandishing an AK-47 and saying he was going to slaughter them all.
But I don't know this question.
I don't know.
Yeah, this question he just asked now. I don't know. I used to see him as an old man. Maybe I think don't he go online? Don't he see the videos of this guy circulating? I said the cool boy, the kind of boldness he has now in making
was he not even threatening a state governor about yesterday thereabout?
Yeah, so this guy, if somebody like this can come out and say this thing, why this Eze is still in the custody is because he don't have any, and that is why I'm very angry with our southeast politicians. It's only when the thing is when the thing have read, let me use that language, that they will now start doing eye service, just like in NNAMDI. You don't come out for your people, and you don't they are supposed to, it's not like so they are in support of, but they would be diplomatic and they will seek pardon for this man, and they would then find that they will address this thing, as in they will take up this case and address it properly. But at least let this man not just
it's nothing more than making him issue a public apology, which I'm sure he would do, because I think his eyes are seen enough. But I'm with you, it's too much.
Yeah. So if the likes of Asari Dokubo, he's not even backing down in saying all those things he's saying. Tomorrow he will make a video, come out to, but not people like us.
Even
having his own army. Wait now, one man. Let's just be honest. He has his own army, his own squad now that he's using to say that they are protecting. And this man, if not for the IPOB, this thing, and that way, like I told you, I explained it here. I'm not an IPOB member. I don't support IPOB, but we have to be. We are human beings.
Can I have a question? Can I ask a question?
Okay.
Please, can you verbatimly quote what NNAMDI Kanu said that you think it threatens the Igbo nation?
Is it NNAMDI Kanu or Asari Dokubo?
No, Asari Dokubo, sorry.
Yeah. He said that we first of all went back to the those days that they were selling them, but it's opposite, because I know that I don't think that they sold Igbo people, but as you were saying that they were selling them, that he's going to sell them again. That as in I can't really bring out the words as in say it word to word, but if you watch that video, if genuinely you watch that video, and
was that video new or old video?
This video surfaced in this period. This guy started started this is his whole issue with Igbo this, Igbo that. So I cannot tell if it's new or old,
I
but
think we should be cautious sometimes when we pick some things from media. There are many of Asari Dokubo has been having the issues with Nnamdi Kanu and his boys over years. And those videos are those old videos. There was another one, he said, I will kill Nnamdi Kanu. That video was about 4 or 5 years ago. So sometimes when you see people, they want to do a narrative, they bring out old video to seem as if it's new, and they use it to support their narratives. What I've seen Asari Dokubo done very recently is he's saying they should conduct referendum and let Igbo leave the country. And I think that's what IPOB wants.
so but we see this guy and what Asari Dokubo, I will still stand on my ground that he still makes this kind of because with the way the Lagos state government feel, apart from this thing they are taking it in the legal way, that this man has gone against the law of the land, but he's still kind of going down to a tribal wherever, and Asari Dokubo too, as we will not take it out, has still said some things like this, even if you want to say it's 5 years ago.
I know, but do you know why I'm saying this? In Nigeria, as we stand today, IPOB is a terrorist organization. The court has declared it so. Probably they've appealed to appellate court, I don't know, but no appellate court has reversed that decision as we speak now, right? So if that is the case, then if somebody is now calling that terrorist organization to come to a country, to come to a particular space, I think it's something that the government should take serious. You won't put what Asari Dokubo is doing in the same pedestal with what this man is doing. That's just my point.
Wait, listen to this.
You take your leprosy hand to write. You don't have respect for the people who bought your father. Is it every Calabar man that is a Calabar man? Do you know that roots that you talk to me? You don't know that people own this Calabar? You are law-abiding. Igbos, I don't know them. I don't know where they come from. Because I know that if not for British intervention, I would still be selling them the way my father sold them. Now, look at you people in Igbo land. Look at how you are dying. Woto. You are talking. You will do video to sell that Elijah has run away. You don't see me? I don't run. Hey, leave me alone. You don't see me? I don't run. On our head, no correct. On our head, no correct. The bill is on and they look for who go finish on. Look for everywhere, finish on.
It's all statements. Look at the kind of statement he's making, and somebody is here justifying this guy's action. See,
I'm not justifying. My question is, how old is this video? We are mostly
but irrespective, is still the same content.
The mindset he had when he made this video
to kill and enslave them.
See, Asari Dokubo has been having issue with the Igbos since his massive days. They didn't support him. Okay, we need to dig back again to his issue with Nnamdi Kanu too. Almost 4 years ago, he said, I will kill Nnamdi Kanu. So he had issue with these guys, and he's still part of their issues. See what he said in this video now, that they said he has run away. Then I began to be asking, can that video really be new? When did they say he ran away? That should be years back, after his massive fell, or after Obasanjo incarcerated him, and then Yaradua came and released him. So they've been having issues over years. It's just like NNAMDI Kanu talking, you know, and that is not to justify the fact that the past government should have picked him. I'll start with the past government. They should have picked him. Even Jonathan's government that used him too, you know, and Tinubu by now should also have picked him, at least for interrogation. That's what I think. But I won't put him in the same pedestal with somebody who is inviting a certified terrorist organization to come to a space and occupy a state in Nigeria.
But the one he said again, he will attack River State Governor Sim Fubara. So that one is still an old video.
No, they should have picked him on that. But you won't put him in the same pedestal with somebody inviting IPOB.
No, nobody's saying what the other one is saying. We are talking in terms of judgment, giving judgment.
No, that's just
nobody's giving the other one credibility. But we are talking about in terms of giving judgment. You understand? So when you start to give judgment with that narrative, it seems that some people have an upper hand in our society.
See, my brother.
You understand?
Sorry.
See, we are YouTubers. We know videos that people put on YouTube, and that's why I say sometimes you see many old videos I've seen. Many of Asarido old videos now have been resurfacing, and they'll be reposting.
For me, this video, the time they dropped the video, I didn't see it as an old video because as of current, Asarido has been making a lot of comment.
Yes,
which you know that he's threatening the peace of the society.
Like what and what did he say?
Let's forget
what about this private army that is assembling on your screen here?
This one just circulated.
Let me tell you,
he's doing that. He's doing it for Tinubu. He said he's arranging this army.
Let me tell you my issue with this
one man, you mean turn by turn army? Is that what you're saying? Those one, you see those one as army when they sing turn by turn, no, Najagaba. Now those one be army.
That's an army. That's an army right there. Their uniform, yeah.
Those one they look for waiting they go eat. They say army, which kind army? Now turn by turn, Jagabani turn, no, turn by turn, no. Make you wait for your turn. Ajali Koko, the issue is this. You know that some people will not get away with this kind of act in our society.
Exactly.
That is the point. Just like this man now.
If you replaced Asarido Kubo with Simon Ekpa, and we see those assembled 300-400 people, uniformed militia, the conversation will have a different tone.
One man,
please, can I come in? Ogbeni,
do you know why?
Ogbeni, please, can I come in?
That's the party government that we're talking about.
Let Ogbeni land, but we all know what I said though. If you replace Asarido Kubo with Simon Ekpa and this private army of 300 to 500 people, uniformed and ready to go, will be raging and riling and asking for his head.
Do you know why? For me, it will not. You can't put them in the same bracket. Simon Ekpa is leading a terrorist organization in Nigeria, IPOB. IPOB, whether we want it or not today, has been declared by a law court in Nigeria as a terrorist organization. Secondly,
even internationally, sir. Even internationally.
Now,
in which country?
In Nigeria today.
No, he said internationally. Like
yes,
which other country recognize it?
IPOB is a terrorist organization internationally.
So all those other
Solomon, can you hear? You have to understand. Nigeria is a sovereign state. He's a member of Commonwealth state, and is a member of I think I see something, a member of Global Distinct. Whatever they pronounce in Nigeria, they add it to international space. Once Nigeria declared anybody wanted, is wanted all over the world. If they declare IPOB a terrorist group in Nigeria, automatically it become a terrorist group wanted all over the world.
That you have to understand. Nigeria is not a banana republic.
Is that true, Ogweni?
It's true.
So now, don't forget Nigeria, to butcher what he said, Nigeria has bilateral agreement with so many countries. Nigeria is not standing alone in the world. And you see all this anti-terrorism, networking group and others, they work together with other nations. In 2017, under the Nigerian Terrorism Act, the Attorney General went to the Federal High Court and they got a declaration that HIPOP was declared as a terrorist organization. And it is on that basis I'm speaking. So if Ekpa is hiding somewhere in maybe Finland and you are still operating under that name, then you should be labeled a terrorist. And we know how nations deal with the terrorist. So until you get that for this particular group, I don't even know if it's wood. I can't even see gun in their hands now. That if you are in Uba, few weeks ago, organized a vigilante team, right? And he called them, if you see something, do something, right? For a purpose. ECN is there, right? They are doing something. So for me, this is what I'm saying. If you have to condemn Asari Dokubo, which I condemn Asari Dokubo, and I think if Tinubu...
sorry, you don't need to condemn Asari Dokubo. This propaganda is far too much. Asari Dokubo is still a contract with Buhari to guard Kaduna Abuja Road. Who do you think he used to guard them?
Yes,
he will use his hand.
He claimed that he's been
and he has been getting pipeline. He has pipeline contracts. Late Captain Osa have. Yeah, he has. No,
I think it's Okolo that has that contract now.
No, we have to understand. They have section they guard. Okolo have a bigger space. They all have section they guard. Marine Ocean, this late Captain Osa. He has he's one in charge patrolling our shore. Or people don't know. All the marine boat that patrol.
I think
so. You think they don't have? You think they don't have contract? They have men. They have to have people that used to work. I don't know why people just keep shouting. Asari Dokubo have men. He has a registered group that he used for his contract. I don't know.
So my point is, Asari Dokubo boys has not been declared as terrorists in Nigerian space. And when you see Asari Dokubo brandishing gun, have you asked yourself if it's a licensed gun? So
AK-47, they are charging Ebefele for terrorism for a shotgun. And
for not, no, they are not charging. You see, Mama, you see, your group is an international group where we don't need, we should be very careful in the way we present our information. The Nigerian government is not charging a Mayfair because this international group, people are listening to even outside Nigeria. Now, the Nigerian government is not charging a Mayfair for possessing gun. The Nigerian government is charging a Mayfair for illegally possessing gun. You try as much as possible to put that illegally, because in Nigeria it is not strictly speaking illegal to carry gun. What government is saying, just get a license for it. So we should be careful in the information we are putting outside there, you know. And for me, whether it's Dane gun or AK-47 or whatever or whichever you have, if you have license for it, then so be it. You are fine with it. But if you don't have license for it, then it is illegal. So if Asari Dokubo doesn't have license for his gun, and I wonder if somebody who has a registered organization to guard pipelines in such a volatile area would not have license for AK-47. I wonder if that would not be the case. But assuming it's not the case, I expect DSS by now to have invited him for that, but not for other. If he's coming out to say that Buhari gave me a contract, I've been protecting. If that is statement of fact, why will you cut his head for saying that? It's government that invited him to come and be guiding them, and he's been performing. So you don't think there are private security? There are companies that are registered as private security in Nigeria. You know, that's the way I see it. So we shouldn't.
They don't know. American have 2,500 private security. Hold on, sorry. American have 2,500 private security in Port Harcourt, fully armed. You people don't talk about that.
In Port Harcourt?
Yes. Go look it up. 2,500 in quotes, private security license to operate inside guarding American interests, their oil section. Just like we see Blackwater and the rest. Look it up. Take your time and do your research. 2,500 in Port Harcourt there. But you've seen anybody talking about it.
I don't know about
but
that.
Find time to know. Find time to know about it. I didn't say 500,000. I said 2,500 personnel in on ground in Port Harcourt.
But what pay double standard you're doing? Double standard.
One man.
It's not double standard. They are licensed to. It's not double standard. They don't just come in and working free. They are licensed to. They give them permission to. Sorry, because it's working on that license. And again,
you see all this issue. This is my first time of hearing all this kind of.
You have to take that on advisement. Or that's Walpy saying it. I don't know that, but let's say from different.
Yeah, I don't know. It is my first time. If that is the reason, if that is the reason,
sometimes it gives us psychedelic information. But
What piece is from the creek now? What piece from the creek?
Let's take this information let's take the information as a legal one. He has given us the information, so we are taking it, no problem. So Asari Dokubo can continue to raise army as far as you are. So the reason I condemn Nnamdi Kanu was as a non-state actor to raise those ESEM and all that. So, and what I know that is not good for a non-state actor to begin to raise security. The same thing Nnamdi Kanu did.
But ESN is performing now.
So
ESN is performing now.
I don't care. As far as he's a non-state actor, he don't have the right. I condemn him for that. Many people condemn him, and nobody here. Me as a Southeasterner. Let me finish. Me as a Southeasterner. Me as a South. You can speak any English you want to speak to cover this. But me as a Southeasterner, see, everybody knows. Even everybody in the Southeast know that what the other man did is not right. Nobody supported him when he raised the issue. If you check the internet, nobody supported him. No, for that Igbo chief, yes, nobody supported him. So, but for us to come here begin to say that Asari Dokubo has an upper hand on that.
Okay, please let me quickly respond to you. Sorry. Let me quickly respond to you. Okay, let me quickly respond to you. My argument is this: is based on this, and it's still based on this. Is that you people don't know how to channel your argument. You people don't do research properly to know how to accuse somebody on a common ground. People just run around and say anything you like, and at the end of the day end up being propaganda will not hold water. Now, before you accuse, I said, hold on, sorry, please let me land. Before you accuse Asari Dokubo that is raising private army, go do your research first. If he has your right to do that, if he's doing illegally. Before you start shouting,
you have to go do research on Asari Dokubo.
Yes, hold on. Let me finish now. Let me hold on for Jacob. Sorry, I just said he has contract to protect pipeline. You have to go check if that contract is over or not. If it's over, then you cannot say is illegal. But the contract system is not illegal.
I was aware.
Hold on.
I was aware when Popolo was.
Kenneth, don't do that now. You have to. Let's have structure. Whether he has a contract or not, and I'm not aware that he has a contract. The contract certainly doesn't allow him to brandish AK-47s and make threats. So the contract doesn't allow that.
Fine. Fine. His contract might have a clause and all that, but the same thing I'm saying. Let them do the research before they act.
All right, go on.
I said contract might have clause, meaning probably they restrict him to have sophisticated weapon. But let these people that are accusing him do proper research and accuse him on a proper ground. And again, to that guy that is in Lagos. That guy is in jail. He has all the. I don't think anybody should feel pity for him, and they keep detaining him. It's a security threat. It's national security matter. He said he's going to bring a terrorist group to come and attack on a sovereign state. So nobody should feel that what he's getting is being harsh. And Asari Dokubo never said he's going to kill Obi of Onitsha or Eze of Enugu or say I'm going to kill all the Southeast Igbo. But people always want to wrap it up. He was talking about Nnamdi Kanu and Ekpa and ESM boys, and he mentioned names all the time. He makes videos. He makes specific names. He called Nnamdi Kanu. He called Ekpa. He even called this girl from Delta, Omote Biafra. He called their names like, "I will kill people," because people come to his platform, insulting day and night, threatening his life and his family. People don't say that, and you come out as insulting all Igbo. Show me one video where he insulted all Anambra people, from the governor to the Eze to the Obi. Show me.
Okay, one man, can I have a quick interjection?
No, hold on. Jide wanted to come in. Let Jide come in. Jide, come in.
Okay, one man, thank you very much. What I wanted to say is this. I think from what the last speaker said, we need to do our research before we complain. It was surprising to me that even Solomon, that was defending the Eze and Nnamdi Kanu, does not know that IPOB is a terrorist organization. According to the Global Terrorism Index ranking for 2022, IPOB was ranked number 10 globally, most deadliest terrorist group, and they call it a separatist terrorist group.
We're struggling to hear you, by the way, but carry on. Yeah, that's better.
Okay. I said 2022, the Global Terrorism Index ranking ranked IPOB as number 10 deadliest terrorist group in the world. They call it a separatist terrorist group. Now, the difference between Asari Dokubo and the Eze and Nnamdi Kanu is this. Nnamdi Kanu is fighting against the sovereignty of Nigeria. The Eze said he will invite Nnamdi Kanu's boys to come and fight against a sovereign state, which is still terrorism. Now, Asari Dokubo, in his own case, has license to carry his gun because he runs a security outfit that even the government, since the days of Miaradua and Co, have been using them to fight against pipeline vandalism and things like that. And there's a certain amount of money that goes to those guys. Himself and Tompolo now under Buhari again joining up. Now, Asari Dokubo is fighting against who? If he's fighting against Nnamdi Kanu and his boys, who are the terrorists. So to the Nigerian government, Asari Dokubo is still doing them a favor because you fight my enemy, you are my friend. So we need to understand this thing. Yeah, we just come and we will not analyze issues critically before. If Nnamdi Kanu is killed by Asari Dokubo today, the government will not go and put Asari Dokubo in jail. They went into a battle and one killed the other. They will not put him in jail because they have branded this man as a terrorist. So the point is this. The Eze calling for, that's why I asked that question from Solomon. He did not answer me. Is the Lagos state government punishing this man unduly? No.
Yes.
No. Is this man facing the law? Yes.
It's been persecuted. It's been persecuted.
He is not persecuted, one man. The man is facing the law. It's just that we don't have our laws have not been acting in this country. But when you fall into the opposition,
you want to oppress another person,
when you fall into the opposition and you go and do what you are not expected to do, you will know that there is law. That is the point. This man fall into the opposition and went and did something against the law. Those statements were against the law. We remember what Nnamdi Kanu did, and Lagos cannot forget it. The Lagos state government will not forget what Nnamdi Kanu did during the NSAS, inciting people, burn down Tinubu's hotel, burn down with this, burn down BRT buses, they burn down Lagos, it is their pride. Let's take it away from them. These were the utterances of Nnamdi Kanu. So if an Eze now goes back and says he wants to invite these people to come back to Lagos, the Lagos state government, coming out of whatever has happened during NSAS, will not forgive that kind of an action. The man should have been thoughtful
before making his utterances. So for me, I don't pity him. It's just a state of when you are just like I used to say something. The person I like the most on this platform is Baba Ajanle Koko. Yes, our opinions might not tally, but Baba Ajanle Koko has a way of placing a statement in such a way that you will know that this is an elderly person speaking. If you are giving you are an elderly person, you hold the role of Eze, king of a certain tribe in an environment, you should first think of the security of your people, know that this utterance will be too heavy for me to push out, and know what will put them in trouble. Now he has said it. He cannot say I didn't say it. And he said, let my statement go viral, meaning that he doesn't care the repercussion. Now he's facing it. We are now saying we are feeling sorry for him. Does that make him repentant? No. The truth of the matter is, just like I tell anybody, go down to the core of NNAMDI Kanu till tomorrow. NNAMDI Kanu is still pro-Biafra. He said it even till he dies. So if anybody is campaigning that they should bring him and he's suffering, he's sick, he's that. No, brother, this man chose that path and he knows this is what the consequence will be if they catch him. And that's why they are not staying in Nigeria to foment the trouble. Why is Samuel Ekpa not coming to Lagos to come and make those utterances? He knows if he comes into Nigerian border, they will seize him immediately. So they know that what they are doing is against the law. So
if the world has branded them terrorists, why not the world use their hand to bring them down?
What I want to even say, sorry, before anybody says
what do you mean by?
You said,
what, I'm sorry. It's
a war terrorist group.
Let me
because
explain something.
once they are war terrorist group, the world supposed to, at least if they are doing that thing outside, a lot of their followers are outside. The world should they should start picking them one by one. That is why that is my point. Yeah.
Okay, that is your point. Because you don't research the word itself. We are just talking about coup in Niger, and we notice that okay, Russia has hand in it. Coup in this place, this one will have hand in it. ISIS. Hillary Clinton said the greatest regret of their own regime was that they created ISIS. These people created these things and they will sponsor it because they want to use them to fight against the people. Go to DRC Congo.
And also the IPOC terrorism is not a global terrorism, it's a domesticated terrorism.
It's a domestic terrorism.
Yeah, so they don't really have any reason to move aggressively. They just document them as a terrorist group.
So one man. I feel that if the world branded a group of people terrorism, they should not be living in any space in the world. That is my point. It will even have the matter. It will even have the matter very well.
Sorry, let me talk now, please.
It will even have the matter to begin to persecute somebody like Ekpa, somebody like NNAMDI Kanu and all that, so that they at least will have peace in Nigeria. But they are not doing it. So how did they just say they are a terrorist group?
Let's say from Solomon before he loses battery completely. Solomon, back to you.
Yeah. They broadcast from why he said something here, like Mr. Jide was talking that I knew when Malami, I think he was one that even carried out the action of designating them as a terrorist group.
It's a cult, not Malami.
But he was, at least
the Federal High Court had declared it, and nobody has appealed against that until date.
But them doing this thing is just, see, let me tell you, why is only when it comes to certain people that they want to use federal this thing to just the level to just use, and I'm not trying to come here and say that they have been against, but that's always been happening. Just like this is his own. I've said here that I don't support this man.
Do you think the Nigerian state treats the Southeastern as harsher than anyone else?
I would say yes, they do. There is nothing anybody want to say in this place. They do.
Sorry, let me.
Even if they try to claim it.
Hold on, let him speak for a moment, please.
Let me say one thing for a minute too. Let me say something for a minute, if you don't mind.
Right.
You said I should hold on because his battery wanted to die. That was 1.5 hours ago.
Yes. Did you con me, Solomon, that your battery is about to die? Did you con me?
No. I not con you. I not con you. No,
that
no,
I
no,
killed
no.
it? Or but
No,
I
I
should
can't
just
do
allow you
such
to
one
submit
man.
it because
Yeah,
it's
you're
exactly what
right.
it does.
No, I can't do such one
Fight
man.
on.
I've
No. So don't.
no, 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 no. I can't do such. My phone, I can even
I'm
screenshot
only
my
joking.
percentage now and send to you. Yeah. So
Solomon, your phone your phone has invited IPOP to to this platform now. See?
All right, all right. Land that point, so Solomon. But yes, because I hear it in tones sometimes, not just yours especially, but generally that there's a sense that that the Nigerian state applies the rules a lot harsher on the Southeasterners than other Nigerians. So are you in that space? Are you in that mind space?
well, yeah, not that I'm fully in it, but why I would say my people they do over sabi. Most of my people, they those especially those people that the law used to come upon, they do over sabi that like they do that like they too know or they are too fast or that kind of thing. Yes, but you know when this at times the government should try and just have mercy on them like the way they do in other people they do to us or they behave towards other people. It's not just when it's these people's time or maybe these people get offend as in just mess fucks up as mess up and you just unleash fully on them. No, is not really good. We know that I know that they do too much. They do too much. They make other people look like they are the ones that are very like some people.
Do you think if the Eze was a northerner, do you think the same rules would apply? Do you think he would still be in custody now?
I don't think he will be in custody. Like the way this matter would have even this guy would have been freed and they would have addressed it before now. It wouldn't get to this. It wouldn't stay long like the way it is. This one is now. To be honest with you, it is not. I'm not. I don't come here to justify people's action or to no, but I'm just telling you the truth. They don't. When it comes to Southeastern, they don't really go soft on them. Even though the Southeasterners, some of them go as in go extreme, but the government don't. But if it's other people, they do go soft on them. This thing I'm saying is true. This just is true for real.
Let me say this. Let me
Yeah.
say this. I'm not saying that they should treat anybody fairly. Even if I'm the one that committed the crime today, government should treat me according to the law. Nobody is having sympathy for the Eze or anybody. But we cannot come and be defending another individual and saying that what he did is according to the law. That is my point. You cannot be threatening. You cannot just say you cannot. If the Eze deserves 10 years imprisonment, let him have it. But the same way you carry out the law on the Eze, carry out the law on the Asari Dokubo and some other individuals that have made a scientific statement against the nation. Don't you say that some people have the right, some people have the authority, some people were given contract and all that. It's so annoying. That is my point.
All right. Let me play this.
Can you allow me to just speak on that? Just
let me play this clip and then let Bishop come and then you come after. Let me play this clip.
I will kill him. And Obama. NNAMDI Kanu and his people running their mouth. Don't start something you cannot finish. Oh. Because in this killing business, I am a professional. Oh. It's not about religion. I will kill you. I will look for you. I will hunt you down if you try any nonsense. But I will not start it. If you start it, the consequence.
And the reward for this sort of behavior is this guy being invited to dinner in Aso Rock. Unbelievable.
That's 4 years ago, man.
Yeah.
Check the history. That's why I said let's be checking history.
Even though it was 4 years ago, he's not supposed to. The government, any government that comes is supposed to know the kind of personality.
So don't blame the government
kind
of the day now, and don't connect it to the recent incident in the recent events. That's my issue. We just like it's 4 years ago. We just like connecting things as if it's now.
And besides, who is he fighting in the video? He's fighting the
Is
enemy of
Nnamdi Kanu
Nigeria.
is fighting now?
Yeah, so what are
Now
we
they are
saying?
fighting each other.
Now,
And
is it
people will
now
now
that
tell you it's against the state. This
thank
is
you,
what will against the state.
thank you, Ogbeni. Are these people now, Eze and Ekene agreeing now that Nnamdi Kanu represent all the Southeast or all the Igbos?
All right, let
Because
Bishop come in.
threat on Nnamdi Kanu is a threat for in Southeast now.
All right, Bishop come in. I think Bishop has been wanting to come in. Bishop come in.
Okay, let me have a quick interjection. Number one, I was going to say earlier on, that I look forward to a day that when there is something that is condemned, all of us will collectively, dispassionately condemn it, without necessarily looking for other people to justify why we should not condemn it. When it is the turn of that person, we should join collectively and condemn the behavior of any individual that has crossed the line. Trying to also segregate, as they say that English, the issue of the AC in Lagos, which I think, in my own personal opinion, and I said it here some couple of that when the case actually came up, should have dispensed with it immediately, give him his punishment, and let it not look like. But we know it is because his own is gaining publicity. There are several people, persons there for crimes that are little, as you know, that cannot even be compared to what it is, that are still languishing awaiting trial. If when somebody goes wrong against the law, we collectively, irrespective of our affiliations, with game, whether by religion, whether by ethnicity, whether by language, whether by tribe or everything, we condemn it. And when another person comes, we take it dispassionately. Then maybe we'll be making some sort of little progress, by the way. Let's take, for example, when this Odua Nation guy, Igboho, when Igboho was carried out the way he was, like he said, one of the reasons why it was easy to leave him in the board, to take care of him quickly, was because majority of Southwesterners, Yorubas, were not in support of him, and they spoke out against him. There is a video sometimes ago that Nnamdi Kanu said openly that he has the power to determine who lives or dies. And that statement alone gave me shivers then. That if a man could say this and people are hailing him on, I used to by default, I used to hear a lot when he started this Radio Biafra something, and people will gather there and do, and some people were actually they've taken it to the point of deifying Nnamdi Kanu, and that was why he was able to be deeply rooted, to gain so much ground in the hearts of people, and some of them are finding it difficult to break away from this from that. Now he's made very condemnable utterances. The Dito Asari de Kubo, maybe the cup of Asari de Kubo, he never full reach. When his cup full reach, we will deal with it, the same way we're supposed to talk about it. Because it's not that everybody really likes what you say. But like somebody said a few minutes ago, that when you are fighting my enemy, I won't disturb you. I will even make you my friend for that time. When you remove that one, that means I have one less enemy to deal with. And repeatedly, he should not take it like Nnamdi Kanu is representing the Igbo people of Nigeria. He is not. Even though many people are very afraid to speak out against him, he is not representing them. Even though some people are finding, to his nonsense, whatever he is doing, because they don't want to be labeled, what's this thing they used to call them, sabotage, because they don't want to be, pointed at, and of course they know harm will come their way. That is the kind of monster we have grown in the Nnamdi Kanu person. Now to the Eze, what the Eze did, that is in the public space, was threatening the peace of Lagos, that he was going to invite. Now, we do not give enough credit to the people of Lagos, because honestly speaking, that scenario that played out during that would have gone way out of hand. It would have gone way out of hand than whatever anybody did. And that's why I'm really afraid of our media space because they can set Nigeria ablaze. They can invite chaos and instability. After the NSAS, and what was recorded during the NSAS by NNAMDI Kanu was being played over, and the way people were hailing it, and it was being played over as well, and nobody spoke about it, does not mean that people did not have that mood in their hearts. The only way we can begin to assuage, and see things is that when somebody goes wrong, let's condemn it together. The agent did wrong. I say, of course, government should do it. The other guy in the aircraft in Abuja, the guy is still in detention. He's still going to court. Nobody's talking about him. And he did not do half of what the agent did. Now, when you commit a crime and in the course of investigating you, they stumble on other things that you don't know. For example, maybe when they were going through the phone and communications of the essay with other people, they actually saw that he's been in communication with some people that have been listed by the DSS. Where do you put that? That not just that he said, but he actually backed what he said by some actions because he had communications with them. Maybe there's even an iPod cell in Lagos that we don't know. So, but in the interest of peace, in the interest of Nigeria as a whole, when this happens, let it not be, I don't want to use anybody's name, let it not be an NNAMDI or like let people I want to speak so objectively, let the law take its course, but let it not be like a tribal or an ethnic thing. When Does the same thing, just condemn it. When Sunday Igboho does the same thing, just condemn it. By so doing, we'll be making, it might not be as fast as we want, but we'll make some little bit of progress so that it will not be like everything, the big victim mentality, or is the victimhood. We should do away with it. It's going to do us a world of good if we try to do away with it. That's my intervention.
All right, brilliant. Round of that space, Solomon, and then we move on. Solomon.
I thought you said I can speak now.
No, come in. Yes, of course. Come in, Ogweni. I beg your pardon. Sorry.
You said after Ogweni than me, because I'm babysitting now.
Oh,
all right. Let's hear from Ogweni
Okay,
first, and then yes,
okay,
let's regain all that.
just 1 minute. I agree with the last speaker that let us all condemn and let us not choose and pick when it comes to our nation. And for me, I think that is patriotism. Now, but to what I think Solomon said is what I want to react to. The fact that the government, let's say Buhari government, I don't know, Tinubu is just six weeks or just 7 weeks. I don't know why people conclude on his government now. That the government has not been so, they have been so hard on or harsher on the Southeasterners. I don't think so. You see some, well, I don't know why we don't, when it favors the Igbos, probably, or the Southeasterners, probably we don't really see it. We don't talk about it, but it is only when it's against that space we talk about it. I remember that the only man that has been jailed to date outside Nigeria because of anti-Igbo rhetoric is one Yoruba man called Adenka Granson. You can remember vividly. I think it was around 2002. They jailed that guy.
You know he has appeared on this platform, but carry on.
Oh, that's a man. That
Yes.
guy was jailed for 4.5 years. And
Yes.
on what? Because he spoke against the Igbos in Lagos. And you hardly see Igbos at least hailing the people, the same government that reported him, that led to his imprisonment. But when it comes to the other side of somebody who is inciting terrorists to come to a space, we will say, oh, you are not treating us well. But on the side of same government that reported another person in another space and led to his imprisonment, or we will say, oh, we don't see that. We shouldn't be choosing and picking. That's just my point. In 2019, El Zazaki guys were declared a terrorist group in Nigeria. That's not a Southeasterner group. It's another group that you can compare easily with IPOB. They will never bow to any government, and they can put their last blood not to bow to any government. That is the principle, the ideology that backed the movement. And the same government went to court to declare them as a terrorist group. Till today, they remain so. And the government is against them to date. And we could remember how much time that man spent under Buhari in prison. Almost the entire time of Buhari, that man spent in prison. But we won't see that. We will think it's only the Southeastern because they are the only one that can come out and talk and complain about their space. What I keep saying on this program is this. Yes, you complain about your space, but don't think you are the only one. It happens also everywhere. It's only that you don't see.
Sorry, I want to buttress your point. Obasanjo versus OPC, Gani Adams and co.
In fact, I'm even heading there gradually. That was 2000. Obasanjo banned OPC. You could remember that. Boko Haram was declared a terrorist group in Nigeria. We could remember that. And so many terrorist groups have been declared as terrorist group, and so many groups have been banned in Nigeria. So I don't see why, even this same mass-up that you see that this man is leading, as I another. During Obasanjo time, they couldn't do anything now. They banned them. So we shouldn't see it as if we are the only ones suffering a particular, we shouldn't, peddle this narrative of, Southeastern where the people they are against in Nigeria, everything is against them, like Solomon is trying to. No. Try and be objective and look at the other side. It's only that when it concerns you, that's when you see. You don't really see it when it affects others. That's the way I see it.
All right, brilliant. I want to bring in voices that have not yet spoken. Let me come to you, Josephat, and hear from you. So Josephat, I'm sure you've been listening to the conversation in the background. So let's hear from you for a few minutes. Josephat, on mute. Josephat, it is dropped. Let's hear from you, Ekene, coming.
You said me now.
One man.
Let's hear from Ekene, and then yes, just so that people are not kept. Yeah, Ekene. Yeah.
Okay, one man. Thank you. The point I made earlier was still what the last speaker said. That is it, Bishop. All this the problem we have in our society is what the government, what they are portraying, the kind of notion they're giving to the public, that some people are more higher in the society, that they cannot be touched. That is my point. So I said this earlier, if the Eze has committed a crime and his offense is 2 years in jail, and delaying the law and all that, keeping somebody, let him go through the process, then let him serve his jail terms. There is nothing there. So bringing Asare Dokubo and saying, bringing all kind of a policy to cover him and all that is what I don't like. That is what I don't like. No Igbo man will hear him and be happy with him, whether you support IPOB or not support IPOB. It's a fact. So bringing every law that he have this contract, this one is licensed and this other one is licensed, so therefore it will be. Tompolo doesn't have the same. Tompolo have the same assignment that he has. How many times has Tompolo come out to be doing all these lobbies that he's doing? At least I know that as of recent, Tompolo is holding that position of oil guideline pipeline protection and all that. How many times have I seen him in the public making all this kind? Is he the only person?
Nandi Kanu never attacked Tombolo.
Hold on, Kene. What has Asari Dokubo been saying against Igbo that is so bad that you said no Igbo man we ever forgive him, or what did you just say now? You said no Igbo man that we.
I said no Igbo man will hear what he said against the Igbo in particular.
What did he say? Mention that, be specific.
When he said that his father is selling the Igbos, that if not for the intervention of the British, that he will continue to be selling an Igbo man.
That's
what kind of statement is that?
I
don't care. I just saw the video recently. I don't care.
So why are we connecting it to recent events now?
I don't know. I saw the video recently.
But Nandi Kanu say more than that. Can we
even if Nnamdi Kanu is facing the law, let the government do what they want to do. That is my point. Who is protecting Nnamdi Kanu and who is protecting Diese?
But have you
I'm saying when somebody make a statement that will provoke a particular region on all that, just like me coming here and insulting a Yoruba man or that, it doesn't make sense. Nobody will allow me this platform again. We come here as brothers and
they insult you, but during this Tinubu period, oh my God, go and check all those Edo bloggers.
No.
You cannot bring if you bring that as a reasonable people, you cannot build a society. Because if Igbo man will say they do this to him in Lagos, the Yoruba man will say they do this to him in Lagos, and government should be at the center. That anybody that defy that order to face the law. So when they begin to do it rightly, people will begin to maintain the peace. That is my point.
Ekene, please, can I ask a question? Have you considered Asari Dokubo's statements about the slave trade, probably as a statement of facts? Probably, yes, obviously, it could be that his people used to trade in terms of slave selling human beings during those days.
See, whether it is a statement of fact or not, that statement hurt me so much. If you don't know, you know it.
But
Even to say that he will continue to do it. Even to say that he will continue to do it.
That part, yeah. But that was not a threat to the country now.
Whether it is a threat to the country, so Igbo man is not among the country, is not among Nigeria anymore.
Don't compare him to that easy and iPod. That's just my point.
If you want to say it, even the Eze is talking about Lagos State, which I condemn. He cannot come to Lagos State and be saying that he want to invite IPOB.
He wanted to invite a terrorist group. It's different from this. Please, let them put the different things in the same bracket.
Whatever you want to put it, that is my point. But for him, if you want to, my point is this. If the Eze has done something wrong and is facing the law, somebody like Asari Dokubo should also be facing the law. That is my point.
Yes, but don't compare that.
So we start to build a society.
This man, they are not on the same pedestal at all.
I'm not having any. There is nothing like being on any. We are talking about the peace of the nation.
Of course.
So let us not compare. Let us not begin to bring this one and say this one is better. This one is not better.
Competitive to a terrorist. That's just the point I'm making.
Let Asari Dokubo invite terrorists to Lagos if they will not pick him up.
Okay, you are waiting until we invite it to Lagos.
No, let him invite, because IPOB is a terrorist, right? Everybody know that. And
he has also said he will deal with it. He has also said that he will deal with the River State government. River State is killing his people. And you want to invite those IPOB to the best, to the one state we all of us we are managing in Nigeria. All of us we are managing Lagos State in Nigeria, and you want to invite terrorists? No, they should just get that man straight away. They don't even need to take him to court. I beg.
Yeah, wow.
Nobody is saying that the man will not face the law. I'm not telling you that the man will not face the law. That is not what I'm saying. Even for him to make that statement, he also disturbed my peace. Because I stay in Lagos. Do you understand? But trying to bring other some say this one have this license and other to be able to say the other one look more better than the other one. It's what I don't like.
If Asari has a license, it's covered by the law. Don't compare him to a man who is inviting a terrorist to a state. That's my point.
Please, I want to say something. Please.
All right. Say that thing, and then the next voice I want to hear is from Ifeoma, who joins us for the first time, just to document his voice. But go Jide, and then we document Ifeoma. Yeah.
All right, Mama. Ekene, see, the truth of the matter is I appreciate you so much. I like your stance on issues. You try as much as possible to stay away from tribalism. But what I want to say on this issue is this: when Nnamdi Kanu was saying everything he said about other tribes in Nigeria, there was even a point where he said any Igbo man attending a Yoruba man church is something like that. He said everything, incited people during the NSAS. All the southeastern people were doing was shouting his name. I saw a video. I think I sent it to one man in the church. They were singing "Holy, Holy, Holy." Nnamdi Kanu is the only savior. Now, what has Asari Gokubo said yet? He has only, if he has stated a statement of fact that in history we used to do this, yes, the part that he will continue to do it is very, very offensive. Yes, I understand. But compare it to what Nnamdi Kanu has said about other tribes in this country. You will even pardon Asari Dokubo. The truth of the matter is this: we should not compare the two of them. Asari Dokubo is different from Nnamdi Kanu. And when Nnamdi Kanu was saying it, the Eastern people now, they are begging for the sympathy of the other tribes now to see like, okay, and Asari Dokubo is talking to us anyhow. They were shouting he's their only savior. So please, let's not be biased in our this thing. I like your
nothing biased there. Even the IPOB you are talking about. This thing, when our pastor wanted to have a crusade in the southeast, they threatened the crusade, and the crusade could not hold upon all the money that was spent for that crusade.
That's Kumuyi.
Me personally became angry.
Do you know why they threatened the man?
You understand? So it's not. There is no. It's affecting. So you are talking as if that I have a. I'm saying that it also affects me. But so what happens is that anybody that does anything like that, the way Asali Dokubo did and then Nnamdi Kanu, they should face the law squarely. There is nothing to hide. There is nothing to compare. That is my point. Because I know that time, I know the issues. I know even the people I called. I know how we bash each other on phone. A lot of you cannot. So when you say that it's everybody in the southeast is hailing him when he's doing that and all that, it's a lie. Because when they threatened our crusade in the southeast, the people that were involved are mostly Igbos. So why should you say that? How can you say that everybody is hailing Nnamdi Kanu, that he is threatening the peace of life? How can you say that when we know that when they threatened our own peace to host a crusade, if you come to Lagos, if you count our numbers in that our church, Igbo has the highest number, and nobody is happy for not hosting that crusade upon all the money that was spent. So that is why we should not be saying that this one have the right to be protected and all that. That is my point. Thank you.
All right. Let me bring up. Yeah.
Can I ask Ekene just one question?
Yeah. Go on.
So Ekene, if tomorrow you saw an evidence or you see an evidence that shows that Asari Dokubo has license for his gun, will you still maintain the same stance that you are maintaining?
So having license, if the government give you a license to a gun, does it mean that you use it to threaten people? Because I also have people that have a license. I don't see the gun itself. It's only when they want to use it for special purpose that they bring it out.
No, for brandishing it, because we have not even been specific on who he threatened now. From all his statement, has not threatened any people. He only threatened.
I don't know. We know the statement he's making. Why he brought that gun. So the government, the gun is this for rascality and the show off.
For brandishing it, and if he has not breached any law for brandishing his licensed gun, will you still maintain this your position?
See, See, there is no license that said that he should be using he should be using gun he should be showcasing his gun to particular people. Nobody said he couldn't have a licensed gun. He can have a licensed gun. You don't give a licensed gun to a madman. That is my point. If me as a government give you a gun and license it, and I find out that you are using it in a rascal way, the next thing I will do is to take back the gun from you. That's my point. So gun is not given to you to be rascal.
One man, please. Do you know that Nnamdi Kanu and Asari Dokubo, they've been having this issue more than 6 years now, back to back, throwing word to each other. You understand me? This thing is not matter of maybe Igbo. Me, I don't even know any history about Biafra. Nnamdi Kanu let me hate, create hate in a lot of new generation. You understand me? Nnamdi Kanu, you see, if you play Nnamdi Kanu 2 video, no Yoruba on this platform will be happy too. No any Yoruba on earth will be happy.
I've said it severally here.
See, we are all Nigeria. Nobody, we all have equal rights. Not let one person will be treated, always coming out, because Yoruba, we don't normally come out and yarning on unnecessary yarning. We don't do that. We do something because we don't like fighting war that we're gonna lose. That's Yoruba. This is no matter of emotional or all these things. I can't stand 2 minutes on Nnamdi Kanu program. Nnamdi Kanu, all this war they are fighting long time ago, that even we youth, we don't even know how the things start. We don't know what happened because of your selfish interest. You create a lot of hate to a lot of Nigerian youth. A lot. I don't know how we're gonna clean up all this thing. Yoruba cannot comment on Igbo language, Igbo people platform. Igbo people cannot comment on Yoruba platform. Where are we going? This thing is getting too much. We need to stop it from ourselves. We need to, because even we separate, we're still gonna do things together. Assuming we separate today, we're still gonna do things together. A lot of Igbo marry Yoruba, a lot of Yoruba marry Igbo. Where are we going now? I don't know who's gonna fix all this thing for us. It's getting worse day by day.
We are going to fix it through conversation. That's what we have to do. Yes,
that's good. Yeah. We should start doing it now. Because a lot of history, a lot of story I never hear in my life.
We need to tell ourselves
I've heard a lot of it from Nnamdi Kanu platform. Waiting, Awolowo do. And we check out the history. A lot of you are about to die.
You know, Kumi. Kumi. A lot of what is going on is a reinterpretation of history and a lot of fable telling, especially that Awolowo name that you mentioned, which is
that's what they are saying. That's what they are saying according to history. They say Awolowo stop bringing food. That's only offense of Yoruba. That's the main offense.
You see the way you feel about that space. I feel much harsher than you, because you see the reason why I say that everybody in Igbo land is not IPOB. I know the reason. So if one man is causing the problem, we should not take it on all Igbo people. Let that person, if the government want to deal with him in particular. That is my point.
Please, you read something earlier. You read something, and that never happened for a long time. You read all those commissioner names from Lagos State. See, go and check. Yoruba, especially Lagos, they never do something like that. Assuming is either 4 or 5 Igbo or outside Lagos State will be in those names you mentioned before. See where we are going. See all the Chevy's interest because of Jonathan lose election. That's why Nnamdi Kanu starts that war. So Nnamdi Kanu is not in Nigeria before when he's shouting one Nigerian. Nnamdi Kanu is in Nigeria because of they change the power, and all these things because of his service interest. It's not because of he love his people from Southeast. It's a service interest. All these things, we should not defend all this rubbish. When this man and this
you know, Kumi, I still maintain that Nnamdi Kanu started this whole thing just to make money. He was just an estate agent in Southeast London, not quite a few years ago, and he was preaching about Nigeria. He was going to the Nigerian embassy.
I saw all those videos. I saw it.
To picket Nigeria, that they should defend the people in the north. To defend the people in the north. And then suddenly they are jammed their weeds when he saw a window of opportunity to make money.
Yeah, that's it. The guy did it for money. And now see what he turned Southeast to. Southeast, where we say, oh, my mother selling clothes in your state. My mother will travel all the way down to Onisha. See, all these things, we're just thinking that everybody, Nigerians already go beyond. Someone is coming out to separate us. A lot of people, I do business in Nigeria. I bought stuff a lot from a lot of Igbo guys in Mushi. Now see what they want to turn us to because of the service interest. I don't see when this guy, when he starts, a lot of you about they don't support him now.
Hello, is anyone there?
Yeah, I'm here, Maman. I think I'm waiting for the new voice.
All right. Let's hear from Ajan Lekoko. But before, hold on. There was a clip I wanted to share. Do I have it? It's just okay. When I find it, I'll play it.
Maman, you want to call a new panelist, a new person. And you said I should wait, so I'm waiting for that guy to come in so I can come after the guy.
Oh no, the guy has actually disappeared now. So did you have anything especially that you wanted to say? Because I want to introduce a clip to this conversation because I think we delivered that space.
Okay, let me quickly say, since you have to move away from this conversation, and I was holding my thoughts since because you said that new guy. But let me quickly drop it since you are moving on. First of all, Benny, you are here. Please, can you tell them that killer herdsmen is being branded as one of the 10 most dangerous terrorist group in Africa?
Of course. And they've been on that list. So don't be
okay. Metiala just escaped that list by luck. By luck. But people don't talk about that. Boko Haram leader was killed in captivity. What led to the whatever Boko Haram? But they bombed them with Tucano jets, with our helicopters, everything. Such have not happened in the east. But yet they'll be saying Boko Haram, they are treating Boko Haram with a peace glove. If they do 20% of what they're doing in the north, in southeast, they will be under civil war. I said before, if you want people to support your movement, I say who come with equity should come with clean hands. If you want to present your case, present it clearly so that the people support you, not embellishing it, not propaganda, not bullying people into it. That's what I was trying to tell you. Whenever you want to bring a case, the fact is they want to make sure that your bad is the real bad. Every other person's bad is not bad at all. Aside the combo, I stand by it. I'm not supporting what he's doing. I know Nigeria is lopsided. I know Nigeria do favorism. But if you want to tackle aside to Kumbo, since you understand the kind of Nigeria you are, just like you are playing a game against a referee, you play against a referee and spectators if you want to win. Since you know Nigeria is being lopsided, if you want to tackle aside the Kumbo, come with hard facts. That people will sympathize with you and join you on your cause. Don't come with this. Nobody will join you, and then you start accusing people why did not join you when you are acting like saying they are sorry to Kumbo. For me, Asari Kutukubo have a personal issue with Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB. I don't see any reason why Ekene and Eze will take it personal. If you are taking it personal, that means you are totally telling me all the Southeastern people are IPOB sympathizer or direct IPOB member.
What piece? I hope you are in this platform. The other day we were talking about what is happening in the Southeast and Asari Dokubo. One guy was defending IPOB. One guy said he's an IPOB member. You are in our conversation that day, and you had how we tackled the guy. Yeah,
I remember.
And when the guy was about to say that what did he say that day? He was trying to bring issue of Asari Dokubo in our conversation. You remember what I told him? I told him that nothing concerns me with Asari Dokubo. That you cannot be having a very big of log in your own eyes, and you are going to another space to remove the log in their own eye. Which means I have a very big issue of insecurity in the Southeast. I will not leave Southeast and be talking about River State. I said it here on the platform that day, and my point has not changed. So just check it. I know when I have defended Nnamdi Kanu or whoever. My point is this: we should not bring any law to defend anybody or any that. If anybody does something, there is no law that says they should be carrying out rascality in the society because you have a license. And that is my point.
All right, thank you. Let me take you on a 10-year journey to show you why I have always insisted that Nnamdi Kanu is a hypocrite who's just really after the money. Let me take you on a very, very swift 10-year journey. So this story, it began on around about 11 years ago. So this is where we pick it up from.
My name is Nnamdi Kanu, and the reason why we're here today is to protest the killing of innocent women and children and men, for that matter, all over Nigeria, especially in the northern part of Nigeria. We are not happy. We are not pleased with what is happening, and that is why we're here today. As you can see, there are a lot of Nigerians who are protesting about the killing of families, people who are determined to tear the country apart violently, and it is not something that we support. It is not something that we would like to see continue, and we are here today to send a clear message to the Nigerian government, to the High Commissioner, that what is happening in the country is unacceptable, and we cannot accept it. If that continues, it will lead to the violent situation of the country. There will be no more Nigeria for anyone to go to. There will be no Nigeria for anyone to refer to. In fact, what is happening in Somalia today will be like a tea party. So we cannot allow this nonsense to continue. Something has to be done. And the consequences of the actions of terrorism in Nigeria must be driven home to the people, so that even the terrorists themselves will be able to understand that there is no mileage in where they're going. The only thing they can accomplish is the breakup of Nigeria. If they think that they can cower people, if they think they can force people to be coerced into a religion which is not theirs, then they are clearly mistaken. We are asking for peace. We are asking for people to get together. We are asking for everybody who loves Nigeria, who is associated with that country, to please prevail upon terrorism in Nigeria so we can bring it to an end. That is why the multitude of Nigerians are here today. Those of us in the UK are determined to work with the government for peace. We are determined to work with the international community for peace. The one thing we cannot stomach is a repeat of 1966. What is happening today in Nigeria was the reason why Nigeria fought a bitter civil war for 3 years between 1967 and 1970. If this continues, there will be another civil war in Nigeria. And this time around, no place will be safe in Nigeria. This time around, nobody will be safe in Nigeria. So it is imperative that everybody who has the interest of the country at heart acts now and immediately to stop this nonsense from continuing.
So you heard him, and if you want to hear it again, I can play it to you again. People are trying to violently break up this country, and we will not allow it. So who said that? That was Nnamdi Kanu, who is at the Nigerian embassy 11 years ago, fighting aggressively that Nigeria should not break up. So that was Nnamdi Kanu 11 years ago. So now this next one now is Nnamdi Kanu 6 years. So he was fighting for a one indivisible Nigerian entity 10 years ago, 11 years ago. So that's you heard him. So now let's not hear him 6 years ago.
What does Biafra mean?
It means freedom, liberty, fairness, equity, and justice.
In practical terms, these are very good sounding words, but in practical terms, what does Biafra mean?
Confederation.
So a weak center,
very weak,
very strong regions.
Absolutely.
Have you had a?
Oh, okay. So you heard him there. So that was 5 years after he was insisting that Nigeria remained one entity. So he has now gone into the Biafran IPOB space. So what he was asking for then in that interview with Kadira Ahmed is a confederation, a weak center with a strong region. So let's hear.
What does Biafra mean?
Confederation.
So a weak center,
very weak,
very strong regions.
Absolutely.
Have you had a change of mind, therefore, about getting an independent Biafra? Because that's what I seem to be hearing.
No, I've not changed my mind, no. An independent Biafra means going back to where we were before the white man came.
Okay, so you're not talking about a federation when you say a confederation. You're not talking about a federation as part of Nigeria. You're talking about total independence.
Absolute independence.
Complete independence. Now, is there anything that can happen that will make you change your mind about this particular direction?
No.
So it is either Biafra or nothing else.
Or death. Yes.
Or death.
So there he is. So in the course of that single conversation, he went from wanting a confederation to wanting a Biafran nation. So the guy is just a moving target. It's just the whole thing a total nonsense. It's just in it for the money. That's just
One man. Are you done with your? Sorry, are you done with your video? A quick interjection, one man, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Hold on. Yes. Okay, please. Please, sorry to cut you short because I was still speaking before one man plays this video. I was coming to this part of Nnamdi Kanu. This guy, the last guy that spoke before now, is it Kumi? I don't know. Was talking about what seed that Nnamdi Kanu so is it so they're going to use the word? It is correct English, but the seed is planted in this in the West. People have never take a cool, how will I say, a tree bread and relax and see what the damage Nnamdi Kanu have done in my state, Edo State. And the damage is still continuing. After he left, Samuel Ekpa carry on. After Samuel Ekpa, they created Umar, they created Ignomegodo, dividing my state, sowing seed, hatred seed in Benin. Yet we are the one that still voted Peter Obi. Right. You are talking about a war. Now the Kanu came out and said it was my Oba that stopped the Aburi Accord. I believe you guys didn't hear it. The rain caused in my monarch. Before it not changed, he not said it was Awolowo. Before it not changed, he not said it was the British. He insulted my town. About a central district in my area now, they have big problem because they are claiming to be IPOP. And people will come out on this platform and said they are mistreating certain people or people hate Igbo. Nobody hates Igbo.
All right. Thank you, Wapi. So let's have that interjection from Prince Daddy, and then we'll move away totally from that topic. I think we've been there for too long. Prince Daddy, come in.
Yeah, hello, one man. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
The video about Nnamdi Kanu. I kind of like the guy actually. Nnamdi Kanu's there's nothing unique about Nnamdi Kanu. Right, I mean, it's just
it was just an estate agent in Southeast London, and that is turned into this thing that is holding us all hostage. I mean, what's going on?
Well, I mean, that was just like an evolution of Nnamdi Kanu, really. If you want to go to Malcolm X and many other leaders, they were like agitators. They pretty much kind of started like that, but you know, it started with like one Nigeria voice or concern, then kind of changed over time and morphed
to be what it is today, Biafra. So there has to be a reason why it came to him wanting Biafra. And that usually happens actually for many people that agitate for the general good of the nation of people, but if they're not getting what they want in a general sense, they tend to want to go in a silo. And I think that's what happened to Nnamdi Kanu. Again, in Nnamdi Kanu is just like perhaps any other leader in Nigeria. Okay, well, it saw the opportunity maybe to make money. Why not? Is there any different from all these politicians to Nigeria? No. But the problem, of course, is that people following him and agitating, and people dying for no reason. And he's not the first person to ever do it. Okay, so. In Nnamdi Kanu, I don't really know what to make of it. At the end of the day, I always wonder and I always ask the question, what are they agitating for? And many times on this show, we've heard people talk about everyone is marginalized in Nigeria. Is it Southwest? Is it the North, Northeast? Everyone. We all have our own grievances, one way or another. Why is the Southeast grievance more than ours or than any other region? So at the end of the day, it has turned to be a money-making machine, just like many other institutions. There's nothing really special about Nnamdi Kanu, not at all. Just like our politicians, nothing.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Let me take the conversation completely away from there. Let me introduce this clip and have Ajande Koko come in after it. So this is Tinubu pleading that you should hold steady.
You've endured. You just need to persevere a little bit more. It's not going to be easy to make the changes necessary. But what we are going through today is saving for greatness tomorrow. Things that we cannot afford, we cannot engage in. We can't afford the subsidy. It is clear. It's meant for just a few elite. It's not beneficial to the generality and the greatest number of the people in this country. I beg you to spread your understanding. Talk to your parents, uncles, and relatives that this president cares. Cares dearly for the economic benefit and welfare of this country. It is very difficult for people. Yes, I understand. I feel your pains. I feel their pains. But we have to go through this for us to survive the economic downturn.
So Ajane Koko, the first thing is the marked departure from what we had traditionally with Buhari, who will just ignore you, and then if you cry too much or if you make too much noise, they will just tell them to go and shoot you. So that's a welcome development. I think we can all agree that. But what Tinubu was doing in that particular piece was to invite that people hold their nerves and hold steady. and that these are necessary pains that the country has to go through. So now, a lot of people knew that the country was in trouble, and they knew that the sort of lifestyle that that country was living was not sustainable, and it was leading to a collapse. Everybody knew that something had to be done, and everybody knew that if something is to be done to redirect the country in the direction it should follow, that there will be pain involved. So something is now being done to redirect the country in the path that it should follow. And the pain that people knew was going to come has come now. So is it a matter of, rather than all of this endless belly aching, people make a lifestyle adaptation to adjust to the economic realities that is necessary for the country now? So Tinubu, please, for more time, do you think he should get it? Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. And I really mean it. If you have not clicked on the like button, I think you are not doing any good for Nigerians, because this platform is meant to educate, enlighten, and inform Nigerians about what is going on in our country. So do that favor. This is a platform for all of us, and we always come around. Do it now, and so that we can keep it rolling. Thank you. While you are doing it, one man, wrong approach. This is talk, no action. And why I say wrong approach is that Tinubu is not addressing the nation. It's not talking to Nigerian people.
Oh no, we lost Ajanle Koko just as he was talking. His system dropped. But you pick it up then, Ogbeni, pick it up. Or have we lost Ogbeni as well?
Okay, no, I'm
yeah.
here. Lost me. I did.
Yes, Tinubu's plea. Yes.
Yes, I think Tinubu is doing the right thing. And when people keep saying Tinubu don't talk to Nigeria, I wonder what kind of talk do you expect him? Should we gather 200
One
million?
man, I'm back.
All right, Ajanle Koko, carry on. Yes.
Stop that Batify, all these people that Tinubu.
Awaja, Shore East.
So Tinubu is not addressing the country. It's not addressing Nigerian people, but members of this party. The youth wing of his party are those people that he was talking to in that video. And the members of his party does not constitute Nigerian people. So this guy is not doing anything right at all. This is shameful. It's not taking the right approach. So we should not see this as any good strategy or any way of talking. He did not address Nigerian people. This guy, since he came, since he stopped that what do you call it? Since he made that announcement, ridiculous as I describe it, that petroleum is gone. I mean, petrol subsidy is gone, and the country has been going through hardship. Everybody has run into poverty. I've gone down. I've lost some value one way or the other in terms of what they consider as their wealth and well-being. He has not addressed anybody. So it's not in tune with us at all, with the reality on the ground. This guy is supposed to have come on the air, make a special announcement, plead to Nigerian people, talk to Nigerian people, and roll out plans on how he want to cushion the effect of this removal of this petroleum subsidy. It's not doing anything. It's not doing anything right at all. Wrong approach. Same way that Buhari was doing. He kind of want to do it in a different way. He want to kind of look and see if he's doing it in a different way. But it's not addressing the issue properly in such a way that it can yield a positive result, a meaningful result for Nigerian people. So this is shameful. We expected more from him than what he's doing. This is totally shameful. One man, he has not done anything right since day one. And what he did, addressing member of the party, telling them, go to your people, go and talk to your sister, go and talk to your brother, go and talk to... Does members of his party constitute generality of Nigerian people? Total nonsense. Let me leave it like that, woman. It's a total nonsense. Wrong approach.
Is monetization allowed?
One man, are you there? I think one man dropped out.
Okay, let me cover this way. This is not the truth of the matter. I think we should try and be a little bit, I don't know the right word to use now, to make haste a little bit slowly. We're talking of a 60-day-old government that have not had a cabinet in place. There's been a lot of challenges that have led to some painful but very necessary decisions that have been taken. The interim spokesperson have had directly on the issue of Nigeria 3 press release and another 3 that does not have to about the negotiation with Labour and the rest on how to mitigate the effect. And they have made the National Economic Council have met and released guidelines on how states and how do we administer the so-called palliative whatever. And there's been a lot of communication, even the communication to the women group, to the youth group, and the rest, even though we are saying it's not to the generality of Nigeria, but these are Nigerians, and the message has permeated, has got it to every one of us. Like I always say.
So member of the Nigerian people. That
I did not say it constitutes.
So it's not addressing Nigerian people. It's addressing family.
I'm not defending. I'm saying, like I said when I started, the first statement is that maybe we should make it very slowly and a little bit. Government, I mean, the cabinet is not in place yet. Maybe the minister or the something will speak more. But the government had had opportunity. The president himself had opportunity to chip in 1 or 2 things. Every time there are people, it's a painful period. We admit that. And we admitted at the beginning that the desired changes we want on in Nigeria that will leapfrog us forward or spring us forward is not going to come on the platter of gold. It's going to come with some degree of pain. We're going to be making some very difficult but necessary decisions. So the fact that you are saying that he's not speaking is not correct. In fact, that you are saying that he's starting wrongly or he's not doing anything right, everything is good. I don't think I agree with you, but it's your opinion, really. It's your opinion. But when people have the kind of strong voice that you have, it's always very important that we use that voice carefully. A lot of people listen with you, wrong with whatever you say, and it gets how do I call it? It gets multiplied and repeat effect. So sometimes we can just look at both things ways. Look at it from the left, look at it from the right. It might not be perfect, but okay, maybe you should have added this. Let's hope maybe he's going to call a press conference. Let's hope maybe there's going to be a release from the government. They are addressing quite a number of things. The wage increase on the medical area, they are battling.
He has not done anything. He has not put any plan in place. He has not shown any commitment. He has not shown any commitment that is ready to solve the problem. The doctors are on strike, and
the doctors are not on strike.
Maybe,
doctors are not on strike. If you say the national resident doctors are not on strike.
Resident doctors are on strike, right?
Those are not the doctors. Doctors are trainee doctors. How many countries pay trainee doctors for going to training? Yes, they actually pay to go and get those training. But let's leave that. Which is being resolved. They are talking of money that have been owed, a lingering issue of years ago, not just today. So that they are not talking. They had a meeting with NLC today. NLC, everybody knows. It's not that NLC, it has become a thing. Anybody that becomes a president now wants to lead a protest so that his name too will be written that, we do our work in my own time. That's the whole.
Take the next right, then your
destination. Down and read it. There is nothing that is being said now that has not been laid on the table over and over and over and over and over again. We hear fundings when they come. We hear economy. Everybody is, the problem is revenue. The problem is to plug loophole. The problem is this. Everything they have spoken about. But when they were saying it, is anybody ever going to remove the fuel subsidy and they will clap for it? No, it's never going to happen. Is anybody ever going to stop the arbitrage at the exchange CBN and somebody is going to celebrate it? Of course, people that have been benefiting from it, that have been, making millions. Hello, somebody saying something.
It's your sat nav. It's your sat nav that we're hearing.
My partner.
Somebody's sat nav. Somebody's navigation system.
Okay, from yourself. So as I was saying, responding to that, it might not be the perfect response we have expected, but sometimes we just maybe you should have done better. Let's hope that it's going to address the whole nation. Let's see maybe if there's the cabinet in place. Because at some point, all of us were saying, it's moving too fast. It's very insensitive. Now we are saying it's not moving fast enough. It's not saying things enough. Every day, we see the inside of the government house. We see the workings of the government. Maybe no official statement here because there's no cabinet in place that will be able to deliberate for something. But we saw the meeting of the National Economic Council. We saw their resolution about, let's take the thing back to the state. The dispute about all these are information that is in the public space. So I'm not disagreeing with you totally, but I think you are not being a little bit fair in saying that he has absolutely done nothing and that he has no direction. I don't agree that this government has no direction.
All right.
Woman, can I say something? Baba Janekoko.
Okay, go ahead.
It's nice to hear your voice again.
Thank you,
I want to say something. Baba Janekoko, Boshevanso Agbani Tonlori. I want to say that the way Baba Janekoko has looked at it, yes, I wasn't thinking in that direction for a while, but the way he has looked at it is a very, very sensitive way to look at things. Yes, we can fault the government of President Tinubu for not addressing the nation on a general platform to say, okay, like the normal speech they give for Independence Day and the likes, to explain himself and to explain that policy and why it should be like that and give reasons, plead to people in his own words, with his own by his own self. We can fault him for that. So on that, I would say Baba Janekoko is correct. But at the other end too, if we want to balance it, comparing, I want to use the word comparing this administration with the past administration. We've had more information from them. When they finished the NEC meeting, the governors that were there came out to address, telling us what they have concluded on. Several times, Alake has come out to tell us a lot of things that they are planning, speaking on behalf of the government. Because when they say the government has spoken, if Alake has spoken, we all agree that the government, the president has spoken, or the government has spoken. So in that realm, I would say they have done pretty well. They've tried communicating, talking to people, whatever they've met. Normally before, when they leave NLC meetings and everybody just storm out, this one is frowning face, the other one, the next thing is we go on strike and things like that. But they come out, they will address us, and both of them standing side by side and tell us this is what they are working towards. And they are much more opened, and we have seen more of the Aso Rock than before. But on what Baba Janle Koko pointed out, I feel Tinubu, maybe it's an oversight, but I feel he has not done well in that aspect. If what Baba Janle Koko is saying is right, but we can always argue it. But I still want to maintain that they've tried in terms of communicating through the other means that are available. But for him not addressing the nation, considering the impact what he did has done to a lot of Nigerians, I feel
you mean he should have addressed the nation personally? Is that what you're saying? Because they've been carrying us along through their spokespersons and whatnot.
Yes, I want to align with Babajale Koko on that. He has not gotten a pass, even for me. I never thought of it that way anyways. But when Baba was talking, I only tried listening. I understood where he was coming from. It can be annoying from that point of view too. If you want to look at it from that point, you can feel annoyed that you have caused this kind of havoc in terms of what your policies, and you are still not coming out to speak to us in your words. But in terms of carrying us along, I won't say the government has not done anything. They have tried. They have carried us along on every policy. We know they have come out to defend. And even this is the first time in the history of Nigeria that I will see state actors coming to, they will honor channels, honor these media houses to come and defend their decision. And that during Buhari's regime, who's going to even call Abakari or call to channels? Are they even going to listen to your come around? So for me, I feel yes, what Baba Jale Koko said is correct. On that does not get a pass. And if we say we want to cover it, we are not being truthful. But on every other aspect, they have tried communicating.
Omar, can I speak?
All right. Yeah, come in, Ogbenny, and then we get back to Jale Koko.
Okay, so you see Nigerians, there is this Indomie mentality I've seen now in Nigeria. We want things done, but we don't want to take our time and see it mature. Okay. Sorry, woman. Let me attend to something. And someone else.
All right, back to Ajanle Koko. But Ajanle Koko, sometimes I wonder if you're too hard in your expectations of governance in general. To be fair, you were critical of Buhari just as you are critical of Tinubu. But I wonder sometimes if you are too harsh in your expectations of governance.
No, I'm not too harsh. I'm just trying to hold them accountable to what they promised the people. Buhari promised us so much, and he failed to deliver. The same thing Tinubu is doing. Tinubu promised. He said it openly in Abeokuta that, one gbepo wale, one gbepo one gbepo pamo, owo epo nlo soke, amagbe wale. As he brought it down.
Sorry. Sorry. You have repeated it. No, I just want to interject on that statement. Ajale Koko has said it about 2 or 3 times. Can you look for that tape that he said, can you look for it and play it for us? He never said that.
He said so.
Can you play that tape for us? Can you play that tape for us, please? Can you play it for us?
Yes. Also, Tinubu said it.
Woman, can you play it for us, please?
He said
Let
it in
Ajanloko carry
He said it in Yoruba. He said it in Yoruba language. Ah, agbewepo wa amagbewale. Which is so nìyẹn.
But Baba Jaleko, he also said that when he was campaigning, he also told us that he's going to remove subsidy. And he said, if you like, you can.
That is double standard.
No. I'm coming. Let me just land my point. I feel maybe if he had said maybe the direction he's taking now, he's looking at the future of it and everything will come down. But he stated it in his own words that he is going to remove subsidy, even though go on strike. He was even more harsh than the other candidate because he said it. If you like, go on strike, I will remove it.
That is true as well. So which one do we have to align with? I align with Amagbewe Owale. So you can align with any one of the two that you like. So Amagbewe Owale, I'm holding him accountable to that. But
One
you
man
see,
can help us look for that difference.
the real sense of it is that, look, the removal of subsidy, 1, devaluation of our currency, 2, devaluation of our currency has reduced the wealth of everybody. It has made every Nigerian poorer. If you want to look at it in the real economic terms, every Nigerians are poorer now. Even the so-called billionaire. We just read recently that due to the devaluation and these things, some Dangote's wealth has shrunk by $6 billion. So what I'm trying to say is that the economic effect, the adverse effect that these two policies have inflicted on the country and the general well-being of the people is so huge. And if we continue on this trend, a lot of Nigerians will be living a very miserable life in their country, particularly the poor that are neglected people. So,
I found that clip when you're ready.
Okay, yeah, you can play it if you want to play it anytime.
All right.
Wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ epo àwọn á di 200 á di 5. Ẹ fọkàn balẹ̀, a máa gbé wálẹ̀. Ẹ lọ fọkàn balẹ̀, ẹ lọ fọkàn balẹ̀.
That is it. Amagbe wale.
I'm back. Baba Dale Koko.
Amagbe wale. So what is the argument here? So that is what he said. Let me finish now. I will leave the stage for you. I know by the fire will leave back. I know you guys. So look, woman. So these two policies that this guy has rolled out that have inflicted so much pain, suffering, hardship, and there's no solution in sight. I expected him, as the president, to have, came out and talked to Nigerian people. You see, let me tell you, when the president speaks directly to the people, it gives more hope. He gives more assurance, and it's
In fact, in that tape, he was saying he was going to reduce the price of petrol to less than 200 naira. That's what he said.
Okay, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? So we cannot play with these politicians anymore. We cannot just follow them and continue to be follow anymore. We have to hold them accountable. You could be Tinubu man. Let's start holding them accountable from day one. Let us start, punching them to do better, to do according to what they promise the people of the country. So he has not done well. So we look, within 1 month, I have said it on this platform for the past 2 or 3 years. I've been consistently saying this, that our naira, our naira will devalue to 1,000 naira to $1. Is it not going towards that direction now? It's going to hit that very soon. That is disastrous. Let me tell you, the implication of this, economic implication of this, is very, very bad for the country and the people. Number one, even if the government pay more, if they pay more now, for the reason that our currency continue to devalue, if you measure it with dollar, you will see that what you be paid now is still going to be lesser than what you are paid 5 years ago. The cost of, our debt portfolio will increase. The cost of borrowing loan will increase. Everything is going to increase if you have to measure it by in dollar terms. You will see that we are not going in the right direction. We are going downward.
Ajari Koko, before you continue, interest rate was raised to 18.75% 2 days ago.
For God's sake.
Yeah, but that's to manage inflation now.
That's which inflation is Nigeria managing? You are managing inflation. Your currency continue to devalue your currency, and how would you manage inflation?
But nobody's devaluing the currency. Who's devaluing the currency?
It is look, one man. You cannot throw your currency in the marketplace to continue to go down. It is highly irresponsible.
So they should subsidize the currency.
It is highly irresponsible.
Should they subsidize the currency?
Hold on, one man. You are not a productive country, and you want to let your country. You leave your country currency alone to be wiped out.
Should they subsidize the currency,
Look, there are so many measures they can do. They have to. A country must defend its currency.
Should they subsidize it?
Whether it's subsidized or not, it must be defended.
So what's the value?
Is it until when it turns out to be a paper value? Is that what we're looking for?
Okay, what should give way to that? Because Nigeria does not have an infinite amount of money. So what should be the value cost of that subsidy? Because something else has to suffer if you want to subsidize the currency. So what should suffer for the cost of currency to be subsidized?
What?
I think we should stop measuring our.
Hold on again. Yeah.
So what are you expecting to suffer for the defense of our currency?
No. The currency we find is natural base now, and then we'll know where our true value is.
Look, one man.
We can't continue to live a false life.
Look, one man. If you allow your currency to go down defenseless, then your economy.
But you're not allowing it to go down defenseless now. You generate economic activities. They are liberalizing the economic space to defend that currency.
How is it? I mean, what did you say now? You said
they are liberalizing the economic space. They are opening up the Nigerian economic space to invigorate it to defend the currency. It's economic activities that can defend that currency, not government subsidy.
Look, let me tell you, a country that wants to do that must be a productive country. a country that have something to give in exchange for that devaluation of that currency. But you don't have anything to give in exchange for it. So what is going to happen to you? Your economy will continue to suffer, to go down, because you don't have anything to give in return for that liberalization that you are talking about. It is totally...
Did you know that... sorry, Ajale Koko, were you here when we were doing the story of Google Play Store and now accepting Naira transactions?
No, I wasn't here.
Yes. No, so that's part of the effects. So that's the globalization of the Nigerian currency, the internalization of it.
Tell me, lecture me about Google Play Store accepting Naira. Where is Naira in the international monetary market? Where is Naira? Where is the
is re-entering the space? Is it not
How?
when Google Play Store when Google Play Store is accepting Naira as a payment form?
Look, one man, don't let us deceive ourselves. Country like China, country like Japan, that have practiced this liberalization that you are talking about, have something to give in return. They are very productive country, and their product is sold around the world. What do we have? We don't have nothing to give in return. So you can't have irresponsible government that we allow its currency to be chartered by other currencies. Even the safer around us is even stronger than our Naira now. You know the implication of that? Nigerians will prefer to take their product to neighboring country because they're going to make more money than even to sell it at home. Your agricultural produce will be sold to your neighboring country. Other produce will be sold to your neighboring country because they have a stronger currency than you. And you have a system, an economic system that is not well coordinated, is not well managed. Few people will benefit from this. And it will not reflect in the economic growth of your country.
Sorry, Ajale Koko. Can I have a quick one?
So you're going to be having scarcity, like in the area of food production, when farmers believe they can make more money by taking those crops or food to neighboring country, they will sell it to neighboring country at the detriment of Nigerian people, at the detriment of your food security. What are we talking about? This is not, look, we cannot go on this path for the next 6 months. That country, there's going to be serious setback for the economy of that country if we continue on this path for the next 6 months.
Ajale Koko, if the Naira is defended artificially, which is to say that it is protected at a value which is not its natural economic value, then the country is having to pay a heavy amount of money in dollars to maintain a superficial, artificial Naira value. You know, so the people are still the poorer for that, rather than letting it run and find its natural birthing.
One man, let me tell you this.
And it's even a few people that will be benefiting from it. If we seen it play out before.
Let me make this point, one man. Look, it's even worse for businesses now to plan when you don't have a stable currency value. You don't have a stable currency value. How would you plan? How much was the value? Was Naira to dollar 3 weeks ago before I traveled. I think it was 700 plus. How much is it today? Almost 900. How much will it be in the next 2 weeks? How would you be able to plan? As a businessman, this is not good. This is not good. And you see people sitting down. You see the president sitting down, not addressing the nation, not doing anything drastic to give confidence to Nigerian people, to give assurance to Nigerian people, and he is talking to a member of his party, and that to say he has talked to Nigerian people. No, he's talking to his the member of his household. He's not talking to Nigerian people. He doesn't feel the way we feel. He doesn't. It's totally out of tune with what Nigerian people are going through. This is not good. We should speak up. Look, when we collectively speak up against them, let me tell you, politicians are the same all over the world. They have the same characteristics, they have the same way of doing things, but when people speak up, they stand up to readjust. But if we continue to support them and say, oh, let's leave them alone.
Yeah, but people will speak up only if they object to what is going on. But a lot of people actually see that this is a necessary pain period that the country has to go through. And you are saying that the Naira is hemorrhaging value just aggressively. But what we are actually seeing is the actual real true value of the Naira. So there'll be a lot of economic activities off the back of this policy. But when those rush of economic activities settle into a plateau, then we'll see the true value. A lot of people actually bracket the Nigerian Naira to between 650 and 800, no more. And that is where ultimately it will settle.
I have told you, one man, that you don't have anything to give in response to this open market or liberalization we are talking about. We don't have anything in exchange to this liberalization. We don't have nothing. You cannot defend this. It will continue to go down defenseless.
Baba, the truth of the matter is this: what you are saying is correct, 100% correct. But if we want to wait till when we are completely productive as a nation in terms of our economy before we start taking these tough decisions, I will tell you, Nigeria might not even exist again. But these decisions are opening doors for investments. Like I think 3 weeks ago they signed a $5 billion gas floating project. Things like that. So if they are trying to
Jide, we are struggling to hear you, man.
Okay. What I'm saying is this. I said for us to reach the productive status that Babajale Koko is referring to, that would hold our economy, it is going to take a long time. And if we wait till that period before we take these drastic decisions, there's every possibility that Nigeria will not exist again by then. Because now the government is trying to open the floor for investors to come in. And I think last 2 weeks or so, they signed a $5 billion gas floating project or something with one Japanese and French non-local company like that. So what they are trying to do is to try to make it flexible for people to come and bring those dollars in to do the business here. That's one. Two, for the companies that reduce some of the tax that is making it difficult for them to do proper business, so that at least it will also aid them to do their business properly. But for what I want to say to Babajale people is, for several years now, our Naira has stood at 400 Naira to $1. Now, in the space of how many weeks they change the policy, and we can see our naira dropping as low as 900. Meaning that all this while, the government have been using over 500 naira
to defend the naira.
Defend the naira.
My
So
goodness me.
let us know where we belong. Even if it is 2,000 naira to $1, then it will now become a case of state of emergency for the government itself to look for every means to revive the economy, to diversify the economy.
Yeah, but the money that they are going to use to revive that economy is that 500 naira differential that they were using to subsidize the naira. So this is what this is it.
And also the money they've been using to do this.
And for them to be able to do all of these things, we have to go through that pain period, which is what we're going through now.
Exactly, because we have gotten to a state under Buhari whereby we are defending the naira. We are giving people the subsidy. Now we cannot even fund our own daily expenses as a government. Then we now go and start borrowing money from outside. We get indebted and we are destroying our economy.
Imagine the specter, Jide, that you are borrowing money to defend your currency. Is that not what does that even mean? I mean,
no, we are borrowing money to continue to destroy ourselves, because defending the naira is destroying ourselves. I'm not saying the government will not come in at some certain point to defend the naira. Maybe when they say, okay, it's going on a landslide, they might just come in, pushing the effect for a while, then release it again, let it find its base again, and continue like that till it finally settles. But the truth of the matter is we cannot continue to defend this naira. Let the naira fall. Let everybody know that we are in a precarious situation. Let all the government people know that there is a problem. Then let them also start thinking of how to bring us out of the problem. And that is just what we need to do. That's why the government is looking at that.
You know, Jide, what is actually happening with this liberalization and then freeing up the naira? What you have is a lot of stockpiled naira rushing at the dollar. So that's what you see. A lot of these people that have stockpiled naira, they're trying to quickly use the window. It will settle ultimately. It's just that's just what will happen. It will settle to run about the 700, and then it will maintain at that fluctuation for pretty much and it gradually start to come down.
Yes, I also thought I read an article where JP Morgan was predicting it will settle around 600 naira. The truth of the matter, we cannot continue to defend it. Besides defending it, we defend it at the expense of ourselves. Some blue the changes are making money from us defending the naira from. Do you know that they've seized the license of 22,000 blue the change?
Yes, I read that.
They are doing what they ought to do. We are just seeing it out of the fact that probably we don't like the process that brought them in. We don't like who they are. We have some things against them. So we start picking out and start saying they are not. They are actually working, and all their policies, for somebody that understands finances very well, to know that all their policies are working in the same direction. It's a focal point of trying to make sure that we eliminate the people that are siphonning money from fuel. We eliminate the people that are making the black market rates become expensive more than the official rate. We want the naira to settle. Okay, we want to invite.
You know that the more we continue to, the more our currency continue to devalue, the more is going to be expensive. I mean, the product and goods, the price of goods and commodities and services in our country will become more expensive.
Not necessarily.
Let me land. I don't know what you mean by not necessarily. You don't manufacture, you don't do anything. Most of your even the raw material for industries that you have are mostly imported. So when you have a situation when you have to spend more, because you're going to be spending more to buy the dollar for your importation of raw material, and whatsoever. So you're going to have high costs. This is going to have this is going to affect the final price, which will be very unbearable for people to even buy. So
Okay,
you know the price. You are looking at it from a naira point of view. Look at it from a dollar point of view. All they need to do is to redecimalize the naira. If they redecimalize it, then it will just bring it back to affordability.
No.
How is that possible, one man?
That's the wrong way.
How is that possible, one man?
How is it not possible?
That's the wrong way to go. But actually, let me interject very quickly.
Even we can speak now.
Say what?
We have started feeling it. People purchasing power has drastically reduced, and it will continue. So it will worse off as things continue to go bad.
Can I tell
this is where we need Fatai to come and because Fatai is usually good at this sort of.
Can I just chip in one of the things?
Yes.
I heard today very well. I don't know how you say you agree with everything Ajale Koko said 100%. Number one, I think we keep making a mistake of equating the value of our currency with the strength of our economy. That's one big mistake we're making. And we keep dollarizing our economy at every turn. When I said not necessarily, it's because I believe there are quite a number of things that we don't need dollar to import, that we can look for local substitute for, especially the basic necessities of life. The other time you were blaming federal government that airlines cannot repatriate their money. I'm going to give you two examples. The reason why it was difficult to give airline was because the amount of money the federal government was going to use to balance that dollar they are giving them is at the expense of Nigeria. That's one. Every time somebody takes buy $1 from the CBN at 450 naira for whatever purpose, either you want to pay your children's school fees, either you want to supply to fund some of your luxury life abroad, either you want to go for medical, either federal government is paying additional 300 to 350 naira on every dollar at the expense of those some poor people you are defending. There are people in Nigeria that have access to that dollar at the CBN rate. You and I are probably not among them. Those who constitute less than 10% of our population. So if federal government spend 100 million for people that apply for to buy dollar at CBN, maybe you and I will not even get $10 out of it. The people that are getting this money, they know themselves, and all they need to do is to use one hand to collect it from the CBN and use the other hand to take it to the black market. So if we are saying it is at the expense of the poor people, the same poor people we claim to be defending are the ones we are actually killing, because it's a few persons that are benefiting from this arbitrage. If we win ourselves, that winning period is going to be difficult. I keep saying this. It's a very difficult process, but it is not impossible. And nobody will die in the process. If we can cross that line, for you were saying that the naira is devalued. No, the naira was not devalued. The only thing was that the government said, you know what, we are not going to beg and keep defending the naira, and the naira with the scarce dollar that we had. And about a week or two ago, when we were analyzing how federal government made so much money to the one that they had to share, that how come the income increased so much. And I did say, I remember then that, look, the fact of the matter that the value of the dollar we got now, multiplied by the current I&E window, has given us more money, even though some people kicked against it and, I don't know how I took part of that conversation. But the fact of the matter is that one of the biggest things that have been ailing us as a nation, that have kept us, we've been defending the dollar for like more than almost 20 years. Where has it taken us? Two of the biggest harm some people that are benefiting from these two things, and they don't really let us have the true strength or the true value of our economy. We're just living in a bubble.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Bowman, can I chime in?
Sorry, I just want to make one point. Ogbeni, I'm not supporting Baba Jale. I only said when he was saying
Yeah,
that
people want to hear your voice, Ogbeni. Some guy is hustling for your voice on Facebook, but carry on.
I only said that when he was saying
he wants to hear from
it's not Ogbeni that said, that was Bishop that was saying what you are trying to.
Okay. I only said that Tinubu should have addressed. That was the only point where I agreed with him. Or finally, from what you said, even my company, Lafarge, my company now imports gypsum, and now knows that the cost of importing gypsum is becoming too high for it. So they are sourcing for local gypsum now, and they are buying local gypsum. So this thing is going to help us in a very diverse of ways. It will even help local production as well. So I stand by, let them leave it the way it is. Let's not defend the dollar, and let subsidy removal remain.
All right. Let's say from Prince. Let's say from Prince. Yeah, Prince.
Yeah, well, man. So I had the opportunity to get some insight, knowledge about how this arbitrage worked at a central bank. One of your fans, Mr. Kaede, hopefully soon is going to join you as a new voice on the platform. But it gave me some insight on how this money-making machine, or this arbitrage, this multiple exchange rate, it's so corrupt from even the CBN workers to the people actually sourcing the money, and a large percentage of these people don't actually use the money for any import or export transaction. It's just a simple money making, way for them. But what Angelico has been saying, if you put it on paper economically, analysis, it's sound. Nigeria is a really poor country when it comes to manufacturing. We are a raw material, single source, pretty much nation. I think we're doing pretty good in agriculture, but it is what it is right now. I for this past few days since Angelico came back, he's been giving us all this breakdown of how terrible the whole thing is, and there's nothing to dispute about that. There's a lot of grievances, obviously, but at this point in time, I think we should begin to shift towards talking about a solution. What are the governors doing? What is their role? Say if the whole system has been working the way it should have been working, I don't think this impact would be this great on the people. I think it would have been a better way to adjust by the people. So we should talk more. Again, we can fault the question. I was thinking, how come we didn't blame Buhari for not initiating the subsidy removal? And maybe if Tinubu comes, it does the arbitrage in the currency. But nobody wants to do anything. So it's kind of really amazing that nobody wants to do anything, and somebody has chosen to want to do something for the betterment of the country in the future. Yes, just like any other country, there's going to be tough times initially, but if you're making moves to make things better, why not? Say we can't just dump everything on Tinubu's lap. What did Buhari do? This thing had to go for a very long time. We saw somebody that came on television talking about how this marketers are making money hand over fist when it comes to this subsidy issue. At the end of the day, it's something that has to go. The currency we need to have a single currency evaluation. And just like one man said, there's so much naira hidden somewhere, and they're just trying to bring it out. Eventually, maybe it's gonna find its true value. 650, 700. I don't know, but it's gonna come to that point. Maybe at the same time, maybe we should be working on improving our manufacturing. especially agricultural export. You know, so everything has to work together. Um, but a lot of people, perhaps like Rashtomai for sure, and Ajali Coco, it's like a cup half a glass half empty, while some of us sees as a glass half full. So we can't just keep complaining. Again, it's something that has to be done, and it's happening. We should work together and try to make it better. The purpose of a leader, a country, people in leadership is to solve problems. We don't. If it was that easy, then we wouldn't care for having leaders. I mean, people just do it themselves. That's why we elect these people. That's why we trust our leaders to make sure they tackle tough situations. And again, Tinubu has been the person to take it on. I believe Buhari, he showed us the video before, how we talked about how corrupt the subsidy regime was. We never did nothing about it. Now somebody came and did something about it, and we're still complaining. The question should have been, what about if Buhari has taken care of it again? By now, maybe things would have stabilized and we'd be in a much better shape.
All right, well put. I think the cocoa has dropped for a moment, but did they ask the question, which or when maybe you can pick it up from there. But Ajale Coco was alarming that he went to Nigeria, changed the naira for 700 and something, but now today is 500 and something. He went on to tell us that just barely 6 weeks ago, the naira was changing for 400 and something to the dollar. So Jide then asked, so if the naira was changing for around 400 about 6 weeks ago, and is now changing for, and then they set it free, and it's now hitting 900. So who was paying for that 500 differential?
Obviously, Nigerian government. That answer is self-evident from the question. It's Nigerian government. I think the question we should be asking is, for how long have we been paying?
No, but hold on 1 second. That means we were subsidizing that currency by over 100% of its value. That's what that Jide's question highlights. Over 100% its value. So over more than half of our economy was going towards defending the currency, just to pretend like we had an economy, which we don't.
Yeah. So that's why I said the next question you should ask, and I think it's something a researcher should pick up to look at. For how long have we been paying this money, and how much have we even spent over years, and what exactly can that kind of amount, what it should have done in our economy, rather than be defending something that not everybody needs it. And I keep saying it. The woman in the rural area, the man in the rural area don't even need all this exchange thing we're talking about here. That's my point. And, most times people do come out and say, no, it will trickle down to you. It will trickle down. I'm telling you, maybe in advanced nation, maybe in the Western world, where you could get almost every space being urbanized. Not in our space, we're a developing country. So when you say effects, then to what extent do all these things really affect an average Nigerian who is in the rural space? That's the way I see it. So an average Nigerian in the rural space, how is the man gaining from you defending your exchange rate and spending money that you could have spent on his health facility, on food, making affordable food ready for the person, and on education, which will trickle down to the person? But you are spending it to service your naira because you want to pretend to the world that this is exact amount. But let me tell you about people who are so quick to start analyzing and make conclusions from this government. I know in a particular space, some people have already condemned the government and they don't see that the government can even do anything at all. But let me speak to the space of people who still have benefit of doubt for this government, but they just feel, oh, why, since all this, what's this man doing? Inflation is going up, more poverty, fuel price, and life is very difficult for people. First, Tinubu did not promise you easy life from the start. During his campaign, we're all here, we listen to all his campaign. He will always say it. will go to a tough time because of the past neglect. The only issue I have with Tinubu is he will always refer to Obasanjo time, that they did not do anything for 16 years. He will not refer to his own predecessor, which is Buhari. Yes, and so he will always refer to Obasanjo and Jonathan. But for me, and I call it Indomie mentality. That's what I call it, Indomie mentality. And what do I mean by that? That is what's affecting particularly the Gen Z. So I don't expect people not in the bracket of Gen Z to put up this kind of mentality also, particularly in our space. We are intellectuals. And, I expect us to subject things more to, more, how do I put it, empirical analysis, rather than to just use one big brush. Just, Tinubu, what was he doing after 60 days in office? He's just 60 days in office. What has this man done? Those are the fundamental things we'll be asking ourselves, rather than, picking up this Indomie mentality of rush. That's why the Gen Z things now, their marriage don't last, because they want to get the answer back by all means. They jump religion, they jump from one pastor and prophet to another, because they want results now. They japa anyhow, because one space is not good. Now a lot of them now want to leave UK because they are increasing HL, where's the next thing? They do money ritual, Yahoo. You see them bathing now in the streets of Lagos and everywhere. These are the mentality of Indomie mentality. People who not sit down and see what are the fundamentals. What are the things I will gain if I build this thing in the next 10 years, in the next 20 years? Can this thing take me to the Committee of Nations in so years? These are the things I expect somebody who is not in bracket of Gen Z to embrace. And I expect from them. Now, what has Tinubu done to help our fundamentals? And before I go to that, I would like to, I'm not an economist anyway, I'm not an expert in economics, so you should understand that. But one thing I want to say here is this. I want to say that, you see, Tinubu has been trying to liberalize our economic space. But see, there is no way we can create impact, real impact, without, particularly in the space of production, without first having the government formed. This government has not even been fully formed. We have to have a cabinet and everything on ground. You have your ministers, you have each department heading, and then from there you can take the next step and say, but what has this man done even in the interim? This man has removed subsidy. We all agree that we should remove subsidies. Why I ask people is that if we all agree we will remove subsidy, is it that we don't know that it has its own consequence, at least the immediate consequences that must follow removal of subsidy? So if we are now witnessing the immediate natural consequences that must come, then why are we complaining? That's the first thing. This man signed electricity bill. Is there anybody asking what is happening to that bill? What are our state governors doing? We just like heaping everything on Tinubu and the federal. Where is the electricity bill now? How many states have been talking about it? What are the steps they are taking? This man he signed the student loan bill. Despite the fact that NLC, all of them, they castigated and vilified. By the time they roll that thing out now, their children will start applying. This man declared state of emergency on agriculture, but he's still waiting for the Minister of Agriculture to emerge so that they can pick that up. But in the interim, they have a team already that is working on that and bringing out a blueprint thing. Even in the country I stay here in the UK, these are the ways they do their things. They bring up policy and they set up this thing, and then media follow up on it. But we just want, do you know, we are talking of interest rate. In the UK, do you know issue that surrounds mortgage presently and how people are lamenting on a sporadic increase in interest rate in the UK? It's a major issue now in the media. Everybody's talking about it because you that are paying probably mortgage of monthly 400 before, you are paying about 600 plus now. But by and large, the government has come now to let them understand that it's a matter of time. So he has unified Naira. Unification of Naira is there. He's trying to manage the floating of the Naira. He has appointed the service chief on the area of the war, and you see how they are working, and they are so Data Protection Act and others. These are what these men are doing within the space of less than 60 days. These are fundamentals we should be able to look at. Now, when it now comes to the year of getting our naira, for me, I agree completely with all what Oman, I think Solomon also said that. See, we need to understand what exactly is the value of our naira. We can't continue pretending. In understanding what is the value of our naira, we need to leave it to the market force first. So if we leave it to market force, we realize that, okay, this is actually the value of our naira. Then what's the next thing we have to be doing? Then we have to know what are the fundamental things we have to address in order to take this thing back to the normal position, to normalize it. Don't worry about maybe Niger currency is more than Benin Republic. We emerge. That's the way I see we emerge. We have major projects ongoing now that by the time we end that project, just look at our exchange rate and you see the impact on it. Dangote Refinery is there. Dangote Refinery is not a joke. We've analyzed it severally here on this platform. And we've analyzed the impact it's going to make on our exchange rate. Because by the time we have that, we will get customers from around the West Africa, right, to start trading in our naira, right, in getting that thing. There's another one. They said some Japanese are doing around the south. Bua has his own refinery there also in the south. Then there is this gas pipeline that is moving from Nigeria to Spain. For me, all these things are things that we should be deliberating on, we should be engaging on, and then look at the fundamentals. And then with that, we should always be trying as much as possible to be giving targets. Okay, in the next 6 months, we are expecting Tinubu to have achieved this. In the next 1 year, we're expecting him to have achieved this. And then if he's not achieving it, what's the issue? Then we start criticizing government. But to just lump everything up and say, oh, within 60 days, this man is not doing anything. People are suffering, people are this thing. It's expected that it's going to be hard because we've neglected all these things for donkeys of years. Yeah, I know Tinubu is also part of the issue because he brought in APC and they didn't hit the ground running. And I remember, okay, lastly, Babajani said he's not talking to Nigeria, he's not talking. And I laugh. When Jonathan was there, Jonathan kept talking to us. Nigerians were abusing Jonathan. Oh, stop talking, just do action. It's action we need. Another man came. He took him 8 months to even talk to Nigeria. 8 good months, no cabinet, no. And they was, Baba goes, yeah, he's not even talking to us. Please, for me, I'm not saying Tinubu should talk to me. I'm not saying you should talk to a member of my family. Let me see your action, and let your action be reflecting on the results.
But do you not think it should improve on the communication, especially seeing what the country is going through now? Because a lot of us understand what is going on, but a lot of people leverage it for political whatever. So it should be provided. In fact, it should have a national broadcast, if you ask me.
One man, how many times has Rishi Sunak done national broadcast? But
it's not in a state of emergency like we are in.
What do you mean by saying you think UK is not in a state of emergency now? Can you compare the rise in the price of food for the past 1 year in UK? It's rising every day. Go and check. You see, everybody think you are in UK, everybody is comfortable. Energy, you see what they put on energy? See, international people that immigrants that are living in UK, you see IHS increasing, you see everything increasing. People stay in Nigeria and think people are enjoying there. It's not so. But do you see, is it coming? No. You are addressing the state of nation, you are addressed during festive period, then your spoke people who address the nation and carry the nation along. You have different departments. Don't worry, let the government be fully formed. Then you see communication. But to say every day the president should be addressing the nation or gather 200 million Nigeria in one place and be addressing, I don't see how practical that is. Except for a very jobless president. You now, every day you be, how about now? Let's take it easy with this man.
All right. You know, I just feel that the communication could be better. You know, I feel the communication could be better because a lot of people, there are certain level of people who understand what is doing, but the mass, the general mass, They just want to, they assess in Nigeria on average, they assess the performance of a government really around the price of Gari. Is really what is the price of Gari, and that is how they make their judgment. So if the price of Gari is going on, then there needs to be a lot of communication to explain to people why. And even though this administration has been a million times more communicative than Malam Buhari and his co-travelers, the communication is still not sufficient enough to carry the people along. The people are not being carried along. That's just the thing.
Well, 1 minute, please, if you don't mind. I sent you a video a few days ago. I can't remember whether it was 2 days or 3 days ago. About, you know, we were having a debate. One day you were saying that one can make a pot of soup for 1,000 naira or 500 naira or thereabouts.
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Did you see the video?
I'll check, but carry on. I think I may have seen it. That would have been a couple of days ago.
Yeah, a couple of days ago. I would have loved you to play that video. Now, just to contrast a little bit on what Obedi has said, truth of the matter is that I, as a leader, and a lot of people have spoken, we know that this decision, the necessary decision, will come with some degree of pain. We know. It's just that, like, he was trying to use an analogy. Sometimes when the reality attacks us, there's something in it, we want to bump. We know it's going to come. About the communication, I think I will use what we have been through ash. And this government is just 60 days, and there is no government in place in quote because there is no cabinet in place yet. But yet, in spite of that, there has been some earth-shattering decisions that have been taken. That if people that had ruled us before had the courage to do this 10 years ago, we would not be where we are today. It would have had some very positive impact on, you know, on our standard, on our living. And we'll have been able to adjust, and there will be a lot of shock absorber. Now, I did say something that the gentleman that spoke before portrayed, that all these things we're talking about importing, there are just a few things that we don't have local substitutes for. When the chiefs are down, honestly speaking, a lot of the things that will spend money on importing, we will get substitute, local substitute for them. And that is the only way we can grow our economy to strengthen our currency and have a life that is better for everybody. We deserve better life. We know things are not where they should be, but we cannot just sit down and hold our arms and think El Dorado will just drop on our laps. No, it will come at a cost. And that has always been my own that has always been my own advocacy. That's always what I say, that look, it will come at a cost. We just should press up for it and face it squarely, take the right decision, let our leaders lead, you know, by taking the lead at the front, and we'll be there. It's just a matter of time.
All right. We'll be there. It's only a matter of time. So Mike, are you there? Mike.
Yeah, I'm here, man. Yeah.
All right. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. Thomas unavailable to Niger in bed, so you have the pleasure now of Mike running affairs from here on in. So Mike takes over from me. Prince Daddy, thank you. Prince Daddy again, thank you. Benjamin Olabode, he joins that space. Thank you. He's on. He was there. And Ayo, of course, you expect to hear that name, and you do. AB also in that company, and Ayo kicked it off. So the conversation carries on with Mike orchestrating matters. So Mike, over to you.
All right. All right, let's continue, guys.
Okay, Mike, how are you doing?
Oh, fine, man. I'm fine. Yeah.
Getting along. If one man is needed, I would have loved you to play us that vegetable soup what do I call it now? If you are hearing us, if it's possible for you, I would have loved you to play on that vegetable soup so that we can have a chat, a banter on this before we shut up.
All right. I'll say if I can get it on, but yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So, Mike, over back to you. Sorry.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think you had the floor, right?
Okay. Maybe we just touched on two things that might be different.
Okay, Bishop, can you hear me, Bishop? Yeah.
Yes, please.
So, what do you have to say? What's up, Mike? What do you have to say about the video that woman played about Tinubu saying that it was going to get the price of fuel down?
Now, okay. I think I wanted to. Yes, thank you. I wanted to respond to it when you played it. I don't know what I want to say that will not be taking a little bit as the plus. But me, I believe that it did not mean that we're going to reduce the price of oil, because that would be very illogical. He has said before that we must remove the subsidy, and we know the implication of removing the subsidy, because a few years ago I was involved in analyzing what it costs to produce 1 liter. Even if you are producing locally, if we were producing oil locally that few years ago, with some expert that did analysis, fuel would not even be selling for 200 naira. That's if we were producing locally. You know, that's okay from directly the cost of production. So it could not even be selling for 200 naira. So I don't know. I think it was in the euphoria of what he was saying. I don't think it was, but it would be difficult to argue that what he was saying, what he said was not that we are going to reduce the price of fuel, the pump price of fuel, because it does not support logic, or how that it doesn't stand logic at all. We know that there has been subsidy of fuel. We know that, and we know that when they try to manipulate it one way, they say, "Oh, let's call it under recovery." That is the landing cost versus the pump price, even without even adding the abridgment. What they call it, what they abridge, the abridged cost of abridgment to it. We know that it is. So saying that Amadewale, I don't believe, maybe what he meant, because there was fuel scarcity then. Maybe what he meant was that we will bring maybe available, but it's difficult to defend that. But if I think about it by myself, I don't think it is logical in any way to think we are going to, because he said a few weeks before then that look, we are going to remove the subsidy, and it doesn't matter for how long people protest, we are going to remove it. So it just works. They are not complementary. They don't go side by side. That's my thinking. So to your question, but I don't want to argue that, because he said it about Duale. I think it's just what he wants to say is that I'm going to make it available, but it's difficult to defend that. So is somebody hearing me?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
Bishop, we are hearing you.
Okay.
Bishop, let me add to what you're saying. Well, you have the right and the opinion to defend things didn't fit how what people mean by his speech. But again, that is your opinion, and we cannot speak for the man. We all had the man speaking on the podium. So when he says he's going to bring it down, it means he's going to bring it down. His fuel price, his kerosene price, whatever price, economic price. That's what he meant. That's how the layman understand it.
You meant that, by your own understanding, what he meant was that they are going to reduce the price of petrol, right?
Not only petrol, a price of a hardship. If it's petrol, kerosene, granite, gari, just put it that as.
Kerosene has been regulated for years.
No. I'm not saying kerosene. I'm not saying kerosene is high. I'm just saying that what he meant, like, it's going to reduce cost of living. Anything within that cost of living is going to bring it down.
Well, like you said, that's your opinion too. By my own understanding, I believe what he said was that he's going to make it available, even though he said, about Gowale. But what I believe was that it's going to be available, because then there was serious scarcity of petrol. If you remember, coupled with the Naira, from November, we had scarcity. we had scarcity of petrol since November or October, and I mean there was so much talk about it that when it was scarce, it went as much. People were buying as much as 400 naira per liter. 450 naira. I mean, in my hands in Port Harcourt, we're buying 450 naira for generation because we've not had light for years. You know, because of some people were having some community people were having some issues. So we've not had light. So we're buying for as much as that. So that's why I say I don't want to go down that vehicle of saying that what he meant was that it's going to pay it the price of fuel after he has said that subsidy has to go. And that no matter what, that subsidy has to go. But it's okay for anybody to interpret it the way they feel. But I don't think it. I don't think it makes any sense. But if you believe that what he meant was that it's going to be 100 naira, and you believe it, well, that's up to you.
Yeah, I see your point. I think that was just campaign rhetoric. I mean, it wasn't. But yeah, because if he did that, that'd be contradicting him trying to remove the subsidy, which we know, of course, the price is going to go up. So it was just campaign talk. Nothing to it, I would say.
Well, but when he campaigned, he meant it. That's what he was campaigning on, his policy. So we should not say just a campaign talk. He should own up to his words or to his words, you know.
Well, yeah, you know the government, the Buhari's government, just like Bishop said, the narrow scarcity was a big problem, coupled with the fuel. So what are you expecting to say? He had to, say something to calm his supporters and do the best to bring about a ray of light to the situation. We got to keep in mind, though, towards the end of the election, I mean, what happened to the Nigerian economy was horrendous. What they did was uncalled for, with Emefiele's shenanigan and Buhari supporting him. And those were terrible things. The people really suffered. I'm not even sure right now if the people are suffering more now than they were before the election.
No, you have to understand. You have to understand. People are suffering more now, pre-election and post-election. The effect is on everybody. You know, I will not just contribute everything on Tinubu. That's why I say pre and post-election. But now, yeah.
Are you saying that things are as terrible as it was during the Naira swap or Naira constitution? Are you saying things are worse now than then?
Yes, it's worse now because hold on, Bishop. Let me land. It's written in both sides. You understand? It's carrying the carryover from what's coming from the Naira design, plus the fuel subsidy removal and the arbitrage. It becomes double. He didn't really start everything, but it's written Tinubu carryover wahala to his own to now make it look more bigger. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
No, sorry. For clarity, what I'm saying is this. I won't be the one that will argue that things are not working in Nigeria. I definitely will not be there with that person. I mean, this at all. But the problem, the difference I have is that I have every faith that this phase will come. And I swear to you all, this is something I have had for years. I thought Buhari would be able to implement 3 things. Number 1, that fuel subsidy. Number 2, civil service reform. Because civil service reform was going to lead to a lot of job loss. But we need it. Because less than 30% or 40% of our civil servants are animals. People know it. People in the private sector, they know it. And maybe with the exception of education sector, secondary school, teachers and the rest. Apart from that, because I would still say we don't have enough teachers. But even at that, we have seen states that discovered that the whole schools are just ghost schools. Schools with teachers, with cleaners, with students, with everything that were getting subvention from the state. And the school were not in existence at all. So people just cook up the days. Then we have civil servants, the whole department that people, So these things are there. So if we are going to clean it up, it's going to have multiplying effects on people. So whichever way we choose, or we are choosing, I know it's going to bring some degree of pain. So for me, but what happened that we saw people going naked in banks, people losing their mind, old people crying profusely in banks that look, they have money, but they won't allow them to collect it. We have people that POS were collecting as much as if you want to collect 10,000 in POS, you were paying as much as 3,000 or 2,000 naira. I can't remember. Because I can send money to someone, 20,000, and eventually what they gave out was 16,000, or the 16 or 50,000. So that is for a whole 4,000 as commission out of. I mean, that was crazy. So if you are saying that things are worse now than it was then, then maybe I need to reevaluate my source of information and the rest. I don't think that tough. I'm not taking that away. But that compared to that period of the Naira swap period or Naira constitution, and I keep telling people, thank God for the intervention of, and that's why the Ministerial does not have my sympathy. I mean, I don't have any sympathy for him. Even when the Supreme Court said, look, these people are suffering, reverse this policy. He went on a vacation. He was away for 1 month in the period of time where you were supposed to be at your desk, making sure that, this will resolve this issue. He just went away on vacation at that crucial time, and people were languishing, people were suffering. One day I was talking to one of my sister. My sister works in a hospital in Nigeria, and she asked someone to go to a government hospital, to go to the pay point to help her to get some money so that she can transport her bags and they refused her, and it was so deep, and I was wondering, because she won 5,000 naira, that she did not want to go and exchange at the POS people. So I don't think we're tough there, but if you are saying things are tougher now, I don't have whatever to say to defend that.
Yeah, I'm here with you, Bishop.
Yeah, I just submitted that. I know that things are tough, but I don't think it's worse than it was during the Naira swap. That's what I just said.
Yeah, I understand that, but there's a but in it, because that Naira swap did not go away, did he?
So it went away when the Supreme Court said that. The Supreme Court said, and the government have emphasized it, that the Supreme Court said that the both Naira should go pari passu, they should go side by side until December 31st. That was the Supreme Court ruling. That both Naira, both the old and the new Naira remains valid legal tender.
Yeah, but the hardship and the economic hardship it caused did not go away, even though the Supreme Court reversed the Naira policy.
It eased up a little now. Come on, it eased up a little. It wasn't as bad as that time was. It was a critical. That was going to derail the election. That thing almost derailed our democracy. Because if we were this close to chaos, to anarchy, there were about 8 cities or 9 cities that there were spontaneous riots already. If that thing had just catch Lagos, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, Benin, and 2 or 3 other states in the south, there would have been a terrible tsunami. People were already saying NSTAR 2.0, and you forgot it. Some people were seriously advocating for NSTAR 2.0. And there were riots. People died. A lot of people died. In Akure, in Osogbo. There was riots in Osogbo that they killed 2 people. There was riots in Ibadan. There was riots in, I think, is it the body of Shagamu? I think it's a Shagamu. So if that thing had, it was just gone. I don't know if you remember, if there's anybody on the remaining platform that remember that things were almost getting out of hand. It was the intervention of the northern governors, the 3 first governors that went to court. When those 3 governors went to court, Bayelsa and Edo went to counter them that they must not reverse that thing. And even Peter Obi said, they must not reverse it, that people should endure temporary pain because they thought they were making gain. That the opposition was making gain because it was portraying have the party in power as, being wicked and being bad. So it was not 3 governors. I remember it was Padaru, Kogi governor, and Kaduna governor that first went to court before some other people now joined them. Before they got that Supreme Court interpretation and ruling. That was the thing that doused it a little bit. Maybe Bayelsa and Edo joined that no, they must not reverse it, that they must stick to it. And people were suffering. We saw people going attacking banks. Do you know how many banks there were bonds? Do you know how many? There was this old man that in a bank that went naked.
Yes, I knew Edo and Bayelsa. I think other people went to court to challenge the process the El-Rufai was challenging in Arab.
Yes, to defend the federal government because El-Rufai and the two federal government to court. Eventually, Wike and some other governors joined them, and Zamfara and about 4 or 5 governors joined them. But at least it was El-Rufai, Kogi governor, I can't remember his name now. Kogi governor and Badaru that first went to court.
Yaya Bello.
Before Yaya Bello, exactly. Thank you. Yaya Bello. Before Edo and Bayelsa governor went against them to join the federal government. And it was
you know that's what affects Zamfara State governor. That's why he's not re-elected. He came out and said that the Kaba said he's not gonna win the second time election.
No. I think Zamfara State made a mistake. It was more than that. See, when Zamfara State came, when he won, Zamfara was a PDP. The guy was a PDP that defeated the previous APC guy. When they removed them, they did not even defeat. APC won.
APC won, but they defeat all the House of Rep, everybody from government.
Exactly. So they put it. So when he came, instead of aligning with APC people on ground, he dominated them. Okay. So it was the APC guy that pulled out to the other party that not defeated him. Instead of aligning and getting, even if they are not going to allow you to do the second time, because you know that it's an APC thing, but because he was not the governor, he thought he could rough right over them. And that was the mistake he did. He did not play that politics well.
Yeah, yes.
So that was why it was easy to ease him out. And that's why I keep telling people, even the guy there now will come back to APC. It's a matter of time. That's why APC said to that the guy will come back. Because they were originally in the APC. And it was obvious that this guy was going to defeat him.
Okay, but Bishop, I still stand my ground that the hardship of the pre-election and the post-election are all on Tinubu's desk and is weighing on the people massively, including the present dollar increase right now. So he should find a way, at least, to de-escalate one of them first.
Okay. Now, your position is different from what we were discussing before. What we were discussing before was that things are worse now than it was during that Naira exchange. If you say it was on Tinubu, absolutely, I agree with you. If the commander-in-chief, he begs for it. So all the problems, whether he inherited post before or during or after, it's his own. So he has to do something, and I believe he's doing something. But the only thing is that I don't believe that the response, the relief is going to be magical. It's not like you just you have to take and you take something they need to come for jailer. Like touch and go. You remember touch and go in those days, and immediately you feel the relief. No, there's a process. It's going to be painful, but you just have to go through the process. Yeah, you want to deliver a child either through direct child birth or CS, it's still going to bring some form of pain and discomfort. So we are going through that process now. But the fact that yes, he's the man in charge and he should take responsibility on, if it's responsibility, I don't debate that at all. I agree with you on that. 100%.
Okay.
And I believe
I
believe they are working on it.
But don't you see the process is kind of a bit slow or slower?
It's just 60 days. 60 days. 60 days. 2 months. I mean, I know we are in a hurry. Hey, but it's good to make ways slowly. It's just in 60 days. And there's even no cabinet in place yet. Now we've had some very earth-shattering decisions that reverberates. But we should always remind ourselves. I was cancer that has eaten that beef, not step 1, not stage 1, not stage 2. It takes a process of healing. And meanwhile, I mean, we're not just talking of therapeutic something. No, we're talking of deep policy changes, decisions. Deep one. And remember, there are forces that want the status quo to remain. So they are fueling the negative information and the rest about it. Do you know? I was reading somebody's report a few days ago. Do you know? This let's just say this on the lighter note. Do you know party and parking has not reduced? Do you know?
Reduced?
And party.
Okay.
Party. Owambe, especially in the Southwest. Owambe has not reduced. Everywhere in the Ikorodu, everywhere in the every weekend. All those our musicians, some of them have been booked till December, January, February next year. If you go and meet Wasiu now that you want him to come and play for you, he will ask you what is the date. If you tell him any date this year, he will tell you it's not possible. Because every weekend he has been booked. Actually, event centers, you are looking for event centers. I have somebody that wanted to do something in Lagos a few weeks ago. They were looking for event centers to book. Every event center book. Some of these event centers go for as much as 2 million, 2.5 million. They were going everywhere before eventually they had to go and look for one that they wouldn't have considered before. All the event centers booked. I'm not saying use it to generalize. I've gone to enjoyment spots everywhere in Lagos. Go to the house there, they just started in Lagos now. Three rows of people that want to give buffet are already waiting outside. So I'm not using it to generalize. So I'm being very careful with that place. So yeah, this should get better. But quite honestly, and it's everywhere. And that's the one fact we must face. It's everywhere. And the people in the UK will tell you. But I know it's going to get better. We're going to get there. Yeah, they will tell you. And then they are being very diplomatic. They will tell you, they want to tell you the truth. They will tell you. I mean, nobody was just saying it a few minutes ago. A lot of things have gone haywire in the UK. Cost of living, electricity, gas, grocery. Even in the US, they keep telling us inflation is under 9% or 8.5% or something. But it's not true. Ordinary water that you used to buy for $2 something, $3, $3.74, is now $5.94, $5.95. Just pack of water, 24 bottles.
$5.95 for what?
You say what?
$5.95 for what now? You said $3 for something. What was that?
No. Pack of water, pack of table water. The small bottle, 24 of it. Yeah, it used to be like $2 something, $2.99. It's got almost 100%. Just with table water. And you know that more than 80% of drinking water in America is bottled water.
You see, you guys know that inflation actually makes some people richer, you know, because those that increase their price, I mean, that means that's more money for them. You know, for example, when inflation hit America, this inflation that just came. I'm a businessman too. You know, it's oil price that went up, so everybody started increasing their prices. I increased my price, but guess what? I don't really do too much driving and traveling, so the increase in price of fuel didn't really affect me. You understand? But my income grew higher because I had to increase my price just like everybody else. So as people are saying everyone is suffering, actually entrepreneurs, you know, they'll be making more money, you know. So and the thing is, no matter how rich or poor a country is, there's always going to be rich people and poor people. And the poor will always complain, you know. The poor will always complain. They always want more, and someone to take care.
Even when they are getting more, even mentality-wise, so people are just that mentality of they must be complaining about something. I mean, if I open up to you now, I would say I run a business now. I did a business a few days ago. I went to Michigan, and from Michigan I went to North Carolina. I was supposed to go to Utah, and that business did not come. So I was about 700 miles away to Georgia, but I'm going empty to go. So I'm going to fuel 3 times before I get to Georgia. and this time is $75. So that means I'm already running at $225 loss. So my book will not balance this week. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. I got you, Bishop.
So people, sometimes you just adjust. It will not always be the way you want it. But if you go to places, I've been telling people, I keep using Las Vegas because that's the least place I expect that much of poor people to be. Go to Las Vegas, go to Fresno in California, go to Los Angeles. The number of the homeless, the very, very poor homeless that are living in place that is worse than Makoko. Or is it Makoko or Makoko? Do you see them there? In Fresno,
yeah, there's definitely absolute poverty in the United States, man. You see poverty here, like homelessness.
But they don't show those pictures to you. They don't. They will never. Go to Fresno, go to Grady in Atlanta, Georgia, under the bridge, Grady. You will be shocked the kind of thing that you see where people that are homeless are living.
You know what's funny? Sometimes I won't even say there are more homeless people in America than in Nigeria. Because
there are more. There are more.
There are
more homeless.
My brother, they show those pictures. Our people just choose to not to see it. I saw a documentary on California. See people. They don't have open space like people sleeping. They pack their cars into those places and make bed in their cars. Then they go. They go.
Is that Patoski?
Yeah.
Is that Patoski?
It's Patoski.
Documentary. They
It's been a while.
up themselves somewhere, and then they are
those that even have cars. Those that even have cars.
It's been a while.
Yes, so.
Hold on.
Yeah, my brother.
How far?
No, Ogbeni.
It's Ogbeni now. I know it's Ogbeni now.
Yes, you know they see Fatai now. What's happening?
I don't know.
He's busy now. Fatai is busy now. This period. It will come. Yeah, right. But I want to answer this question. I want Bishop to second it. I know Afeni is not speaking for the Yoruba, that is just speaking for Nigeria. But in this statement they made yesterday, I tend to support them, telling the Tinubu government to reduce cost of governance. And Senator Shehu saying that everyone on that list will backstab Tinubu. Of course, we know everyone at president. What's your take on that, Ogbeni? I want Patoski to support it, and Bishop, because I really want to come for three of you now.
Okay. For me, let me start with Afenifere. You see, first and foremost, Afenifere don't speak with the entire Yoruba nation. People should know that. They have more even enemy even within the association, let alone to talk about people outside, people like me and others. So yes, to cut down cost of governance, I think every Nigerian will agree that there is a need for us to cut down our cost of governance. And I think when you say cost of governance, an area I think Tinubu is trying to achieve that is by cutting out. He's going to merge a lot of ministries. We can see that in the list of ministers that came out. Many ministries will go. I'm so sure of that. And possibly Minister of State will go. And then you now have substantive ministers. Or he's going to condense those ministries. Then there will be substantive minister and Minister of State in order to go around to all 36 states in Nigeria, and including Federal Capital Territory.
But they said they want to create more ministries.
And they may create more, and they will collapse some. So if you see the numbers of the numbers of lists is sent to the National Assembly, you know that it's sure some ministry will not have ministers, so they have to subsume them under. For me, let me give you an instance. I don't see any reason why we should separate EFCC from ICPC, from Attorney General Office, from all those space. I don't see any reason. For me, EFCC should just be one office and a desk in under Attorney General Office. ICPC also should just be one office and a desk there, because what exactly are they doing? They're just duplicating duties. You're having leader here and there, you know. So if he's going to, if by the time he's going to apportion ministries to those ministers, if he does that, I think it's the beginning of cutting down costs. But if what people is thinking is that, oh, you will just rise up, which, you know, I call it Indomie mentality. Some emergency political analysts who have never been in the space before and think for the first time they're just finding themselves in the space. Many of them think the meaning of cutting down cost or cost of governance is when you don't have 10 cars going with you around you, or when you don't have DSS people carrying gun around you as the president, then you just go, you are flying economy, then you only pick one bag and then one pouch, and then that's the meaning of cost of governance. They're just making mistakes. They don't understand what exactly it means to cut down cost of governance, because all those ones are not what actually weigh on the cost by which you're using to run the public office. There are major things that weigh on that, and one of these is when you are duplicating departments. If you duplicate departments, you're going to employ more people. You're going to have more special officials supporting all those ones that you have. You're going to have more security for that man. You're going to have more vehicular movement. You will run recurrent expedition and others. So if you cut down your departments, then you are cutting down cost of governance. And then some people believe that, oh, it's just going to reduce the salaries of the one in the National Assembly. That is not going to happen. Even if Tinubu sponsored that
But
bill,
why is that not going to happen, Ogbeni?
let me tell you.
Is anything wrong if he make a bold statement? Though we know it does not have the power to control the, is it not legislative? But if he make a bold statement to the public, okay, popular opinion will sway in that aspect.
Oh, so let's start by this. Who determines their salary first? It's not the presidency. That's where we should start from. The president can just express his opinion, but you have a government department that determines their salary, that determines their remuneration. So the way I see it is that in one breath, we want true federalism and then true governance. In another breath, we want our president to be all-knowing and most powerful in the world as president. If you want to allow all these departments to run on their own, then allow them to run. Then just express your own opinion. Now, if today he picks up a bill and send a bill to the National Assembly, they will kill it the first day the bill gets there. That bill will be like a third term agenda, I'm telling you. So if you're going to cut down your cost of governance, my own is that it's not for you potting yourself against the National Assembly that you have not even started working with. You need them to pass a lot of laws for you. You're not going to irritate them or get them on aggression at the beginning of your tenure because you need them on your side. Then the one you can do, you must try as much as possible to do it. So that's the way I see cutting down cost of governance that Refineries is talking about. So for me,
you're not saying you're not saying that the National Assembly is holding the executive hostage because the executive need them for them to pass the law.
Yes, by law, they all check each other. That's what evidence is talking about. It's a separation of power, and then in the principle in the doctrine of separation of power, there are three of them are separated, but they serve as watchdog on each other. The National Assembly has their own roles to play, and the executive cannot run without National Assembly. So if you need a National Assembly, for me, wisdom behoves that you tread carefully and cautiously. We were all in Nigeria during the Saraki period and Buhari, the first Buhari tenure. Buhari couldn't really achieve much because of his National Assembly. So sometimes when people say, you shouldn't have National Assembly that will be passing your law anyhow, they should be scrutinized. I say, yeah, it's fine, but you have to play your politics. Trump with the Congress had serious issues, and a lot of things Trump could not achieve because of the Congress he had. So, and a lot of examples you can pick from countries. So there are politicians there, they all have interest. So your own is you must do the thing within the boundaries of the law. That's the way I see it. So cutting down governance, there are many ways you can cut down governance. Many ways. But do you know public service in Nigeria as a federal government? What state government do most time? We have not even done it. I've not seen us doing all this, trying to filter through the public service and filter out ghost workers. I don't see us doing it. Do we carry out because the amount public service is gulping from the Nigerian money is not a small amount at all. They are gulping serious money from federal government purse, you know. So are we looking at that side? So a lot of things I think we should look at now. So for me, what the call Apanic has made is a very fantastic one. Is what everybody has been talking about. Peter Obi talked about this also, like any other person. But my own is that they should come out more. They should be more specific. I don't like when a group just come out and just make bogus call or bogus claim for something and you don't come out specific. If you are saying they should cut governance, what are you talking about? Nigeria is a very big space. Governance in Nigeria is a very big space. What plan do you have? What exactly are you talking about? Let it be specific. And I think this is what our media, particularly mainstream media, should be spending their time on these days, and not some people are trekking from Ikeja Computer Village and the Rufai was saying now they are grinning and laughing, spending time on analytics and things that don't matter to Nigerians. Spend time more on all these policies. If you pick cutting down cost of governance, what exactly do you mean? What department do you think they should cut down? What ministry do you think they should collapse? All those things that will make.
Let me chip in something to support what you just said, if you don't mind. Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. We are waiting.
You know, okay, thank you. You see that cost of governance? I know it's going to be my turn. There are two reports that I have been waiting like forever for them to implement. Babatunde Jordan's report and Orosaye's report that say there are more than 3,000 parastatals and agencies that are not serving any function. Nothing whatsoever. I used to use Ibadan as an example. I went to run the research institutes in Oyo State. There were 6 of them. I keep asking, what value have they been adding to our life? And it is not only there, we have them across the country. Whether it is in the north, whether it is in the west, there are some agencies that they will mention, you will never know they ever existed. All manner of acronyms. AXYZC, all manner of acronyms. And you begin to wonder, what are their functions? Some of them are duplicating. One department and agency inside of another one, inside of another one, and you'll be wondering, and all these people draw budgets. Some of them, National Assembly don't even know they are in the system. So if anybody wants to do that, of course, you're going to be stepping on toes. If you can implement that Orosaye report. I remember Jonathan said, they want to implement it. He gave it to another one. They released white paper. There have been more than 10 white papers on that Orosaye report alone. Jordan preceded Orosaye. So if we can implement those reports, that cost of governance we are talking about will be reduced drastically. Now there is another catch somewhere that we kind of a little bit careless at. When people equate the capital expenditure to recurring, and I say, look, it's cheaper to build an hospital than to run it, to equip and run it. And some of the equipment and things you change, sometimes every 2 years, every 3 years. So when people bring budget of running a hospital, and people say, how much government like you cost me here that you want to use this amount to run it? It's much more same thing for schools, you know, especially some specialized schools. So if we are going to cut the cost of governance, apart from looking at the number or the size of our civil service, let's look at agencies and parastatals that are not adding value. The one of the National Assembly, I agree totally with Obedi, it is a sensitive issue that if you don't handle it carefully, you can topple the apple cart. That's as far as I'm saying. You can topple the apple cart. You can overturn the apple cart. You can cause a lot of trouble. We saw what happened during Saraki era. And the opposition within the state government, and that led us to nowhere. People keep saying, "Oh, collapse the National Assembly. Let's have just unicameral. Who is going to make that law? Except we have a military regime junta that collapsed that shall say, you know what, we are not going to have. But is it the same National Assembly that are going to legislate and decide? It's just like saying states should legislate and let's collapse of state. Let's go back to the way we had before. Let Oshu and Oyo come back together and have one thing. They're not going to do that. National Assembly is never going to legislate against itself. The only thing is that how can they give the best or better service to the people than they are now? But in the area of those duplicate agencies, like he was talking of ICPCR, I mean, like we were creating, and they keep creating more every day. But this government has said that NNAMDI and embargo on creation of more agencies. I don't know if anybody read that from what Kalak said. When the civil defense, Peace Corps, road safety, this, that, paramilitary, all manner of agencies. So if we can implement those two reports, it's going to take us far.
Okay, yeah, I have what you say. But Ebonyi, on the Socio-economic report on air refine, you're not spoken on that, Ebonyi. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. So
yeah, can you
you know, Senator Sonny has always been air refine's sworn enemy. So it's just like you having Fayose talking about Obasanjo. I don't. I take whatever Fayose say about Obasanjo with a pinch of salt. I say, well, I will take whatever Obasanjo will say about Fayose too with a pinch of salt, because they've been having issue, you know, at both political and personal level. I think Sani left APC because of El Rufai, and they've been fighting, arresting each other, and that over time. So, yes. So if he says, "Oh, El Rufai should not be in the list of ministers," you know, the first question I will ask is, pick all ministers we've been having in Nigeria since 1990 date. Tell me the best 5. And tell me if you won't find El Rufai there. Even the blind can tell you. The peak, just minister. Why am I even saying first 5? Best minister in Nigeria so far from 1990 date, with their record of performance that we could see. Not for the emergency political analyst.
I'm gonna tell us ministry that he held before, and the kind of performance that he did excellently, as you are putting it to us. Let us know.
Now, in 1999, Obasanjo took over power. In that 1999, Obasanjo appointed El Rufai as the FCT minister. No, sorry. He appointed him first as the Director General of this people that sold government assets. From there, he became the FCT BP.
The government assets sold.
No, it wasn't. I said as a minister. I would like to analyze him as a minister.
Public Bureau enterprise.
Enterprise, yes.
So how was his performance? How did he do? All the enterprise, the government enterprise.
I thought your question is a follow-up question to my assertion that if you pick Nigerian ministers, not director of public procurement, ministers from 1990 dates, if you pick the best 5,
including that probably the areas that he has.
That's a minister now. I said as a minister.
Okay.
Bobby Purell will be maybe on that day, but let me analyze him as a minister. As a minister of FCT, to date, his performance first as minister in FCT, his impact in FCT to date, you still feel El-Rufai impact. And to date, Abuja residents will always tell you he remains the best minister of FCT. And we have never had somebody like El-Rufai in Abuja. I stayed in Abuja during El-Rufai time, and I stayed in Abuja till 2019, and I still have properties in Abuja, and I still go to Abuja to date. So I spent almost 20 years in Abuja before traveling. So I understand what I'm saying when I said, you see all those places you get to in Abuja today, and you see grey areas. They were not so when Obasanjo got to Abuja in 1999. During the military era, they sold all those spaces to themselves, the military guys and the civilians that were hobnobbing with them. You see Beggar, when you go to Beggar today, and you see, if you're traveling, you're coming from Uyu and you are approaching Beggar today, and you see about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 4 lanes of each one having about 3 to 4 on its own, multiplied by 4, that's about 16 that you see today. That's the work of El-Rufai, not because he constructed. No, they didn't construct that road, but what he did was back then was that he pushed back and demolished all properties around that place that were not in the Abuja master plan. What El-Rufai did was that he took Abuja back to the original master plan of Abuja. That's the 1976 master plan of Abuja. Regardless of regardless of who is that person involved, he will demolish your property. You will only be compensated if your property were legally erected. If not, you are not getting any compensation. As at then, El-Rufai had the highest numbers of cases against government in court, and he won many of his cases in court. And so what do you call it? Success that he recorded in Abuja alone within that space. Then he created what you call Aegis in Abuja. So Aegis is more of like computerizing the land system in Abuja. Before he got to government, when you are doing search for land in Abuja, we used to do search manually. So you bring your paper, and there were so many double allocations. So he was the one who unified that thing and then computerize it, digitize it. Yes, they alleged him then of embezzling money for contracting it out to one company that relate to him, But to date, let me tell you, that is what we still use in Abuja. You just go there, you key your thing into the computer, whatever printout you get shows that you are the owner of the land. And if there's any encumbrance on that land, then it tells you there's an encumbrance on that land. And a whole lot of satellite towns that El-Rufai opened in Abuja to allow commoners to be able to stay. He had a lot of impact in Abuja. I don't even know where to start from, but those are the few ones I can just tell you.
Ebonyi, sorry to digress a little bit. It would be fair to say, because that was the area of specialty, because it's architectural, right? Yeah. So it was easy for him to read the blueprint and adjust things where it's supposed to be. Not that he did one super, he had a super brain or something special he did in Abuja.
Yes, I agree with you. Then
okay,
he has the guts. He has the guts. Yeah, he has the guts. You see, governance is not. It's just like Jonathan. Jonathan has the brain intelligence. Don't think Jonathan is not intelligent. I'm very intelligent man. Jonathan has but Jonathan doesn't have some guts to do some things, to take some action. These are the kind of things El-Rufai had. He has this kind of guts, and he has this kind of, he can challenge authority, and he has so even that gut alone, as a leader, you need it. So for me, is part of the things that helped him in the public service. You know, and he wrote a book after that. Now, how many ministers in Nigeria actually even wrote a book when they left office? How many of them have that boldness of writing a book? He wrote a book when he left office, and he gave account of what almost everything he did in office, and how they almost killed him. Where has lost some children based on all these issues and go around. And immediately he finished with Obasanjo, he had to leave the country because Yar'Adua was after his life. So for me, for Sonny, what was the Senator Sonny's contribution to Nigeria rather than we used to know him as an activist? Then after that, he was in Senate. Later, they kicked him out of the Senate. How many bills did he sponsor in the Senate? There is criticizing El-Rufai, who has served the nation.
If you are totally condemning Sonny and praising El-Rufai, I think we are not
not really. Sonny is good as an activist, so
no,
he has been part of NADECO in the NADECO days.
Forget about his activity. But
as a public servant, he didn't occupy any office really.
Well, as a senator that represented this senatorial.
So how many bills did he sponsor?
Sonny is from Kaduna State, just as if you listen to him, if you listen to his study, when if you listen to his interview and reason he will not be on the side.
Now you are breaking,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. I think it's better.
Okay, yeah. So if you have listened to his interview on why he will never be on the side of El-Rufai, I think you will see reason with him, because according to him, El-Rufai have not managed the resources of that state very well. He has put them in a long time there than ever before in the history of that country. Debt that in 50, 100 years, they will continue to pay. There are a lot of things that is said that El-Rufai have done wrong for that state. So he lives in that state. You could have, love El-Rufai for, that he did well. But as a governor of that state, there are a lot of things that he has done wrong. He did something right. I will not totally condemn that he didn't do anything in the state. But him, as a senator that oversees, carry out oversight, that knows what is going on about the state, finances and everything well, you cannot discountenance his opposition against El-Rufai. But what you are doing now, you are rubbishing him. And you are giving all this and all these praises why you are doing and everyone. So, no, it's not fair. It's not fair for you to rubbish the name like that.
Babaja, I agree with you, but I'm not actually rubbishing Sonny. I'm actually addressing what he said. I started by saying they are political enemies. So I won't expect him to give El-Rufai kudos at all, because making El-Rufai a minister is to empower him and for him to have that strength to continue their fight. So his enemy will never be happy with that. Don't forget how that started from.
I think taking the Shehu Sadi's assessment of El-Rufai serious is giving too much credit. I think that's a little bit expecting too much of him. He has made it very clear by his everyday utterances. El-Rufai has only spoken about it like twice in any of the interviews, because he just said that he will not be battling with Shehu Sadi for so many reasons. But at every opportunity, Shehu Sadi has always, at every given opportunity, why are cocks not crowing anymore? Sheikh Sani will surely tell you by one way or the other, you will link it to right? So asking, taking Sheikh Sani's assessment of right serious is like asking the chicken to come and pass the judgment on cockroaches, whether they dance well or they don't dance well. So it's going to be biased, it's subjective, he has an axe to cry, he's angry. Because he said he shaved his head with virtue, that he was going to remove him from the Senate, and he did. I was going to remove him. That time that everybody, they were processing a law for development. And for him to say that
against it, right? They rigged him out, right?
He did not rig him out, no. What do you mean he rigged him out? He lost.
He rigged him out. We saw
What do you mean he rigged him out? Let's leave that one for them. He lost an election because he did not even win the party. So he went to PRP, or which party did he go to? The PRP Kaduna. Obviously he lost. So let's leave the rigging out. But it was because of the opposition to Kaduna State. Immediately he got into the Senate, and Sheikh Sani was aligning with PDP folks in the Senate, and he was playing opposition party to his own state, to his own party that brought him to power. So there's no how we will judge Sheikh Sani will judge Rufai kindly.
Yeah. Can I?
But Bishop, sorry, Remy, but Bishop, when Oshomo is having problems with Obaseki, when Oshomo was being impeached, and Rufai was in support of Obaseki, but not officially, unofficially, Oshomo came out to say he unseated Sheikh Sani because of Rufai that bastarded now. That Rufai told him to unseat Sheikh Sani, and Sheikh Sani was his comrade in labor. You forgot that statement?
Hold on. Unseat him as how?
Huh?
Unseat him as how?
Because they didn't give him return ticket to it was APC. He was supposed to have the first refusal to contest second time on this thing.
No, there's nothing like contributor. There's nothing like contributor. Somebody contested against him and he lost.
No. The party has the right to give you, like you're a senator now, you are still a senator, then you have the right to continue. Continue. Remy, come in. Thank you.
First and foremost, if Sheikh Sani have stayed as an activist, somebody is talking. Okay. I think Sheikh Sani, if he has remained as an activist, not joining the political trend, all this criticism will have been we can see it has been objective. But you are APC senator during Saraki era, and you are aligned with Saraki and the rest. I was even shocked that somebody that has been criticizing a lot of people, telling him he's a Mr. Saint all over Nigeria. See what all this shenanigan that is going on in the Senate that time, he aligned with the opposition against the ruling party, against his own party. And that is a big crime in the party. And they waited for him for 4 years. He contested again. Let me tell you, there is no forced refusal rule in Nigeria. Everybody go to the same. We canvass for vote as other people, and they voted him out. And I know, and everybody knew that there is a big disharmony between or disagreement or whatever. They have an hatred for one another between Sheikh Sani and Rufai. But when we talk about holding public posts between both of them, Rufai is much more. We will put Rufai in much more higher position. And Sheikh Sani have not even had any public position in his life before, except going to the Senate. So sometimes, if you want to criticize, you just have to remain your own lane. When he joined the political trend, anything that man says after that one is nonsensical to me, because you have already joined them. You collected all this big allowance that you always say that you are criticizing them all about. They are collecting a huge amount of money. You are making some juicy position in the Senate. Who knows how many bribes you have also collected? If you're an activist, tell us where you made your money. We don't even know. And then you come out again, you say you want to contest for the governorship position.
Oh, hold on. You are not fair to Sonny. As a matter of fact, he was the one that revealed how much senator make publicly. No other senator in the history of Nigeria have ever said so. He publicly.
So he revealed how much he collected it for 4 years.
Hold on now.
He collected the money for 4 years.
Hold on.
I'm refusing it. I'm not collecting all this money again.
Why
I know where you are coming from.
Where am I coming from?
I think you are also coming from, to be frank, you are coming from the position that probably you tend towards Sonny against the Rufai in this situation. I don't think you are looking
that is not. Do you see? You got it wrong.
I didn't get it wrong.
Let him get on. Let him go on the way and then we respond to that.
Let me finish, Baba Jale Koko. You won't let me finish. Okay, could say I give you a chance to talk. Okay, go ahead, please.
Well, let him advising Benny to balance it and not be one-sided on this issue, because both of them are from the same state and they know the politics of their state better than everybody. And Sonny, whatever Sonny is saying, is not cooking up lies. They are all factual. Everything he has said, accuse El-Rufai have done in that state wrongly against the state, the finances of the state and everything. He based everything on fact. So, for you people, because you just love him because he's one of the leaders of your party and start trying to rubbish Sonny, I'm saying you guys should take it easy and yes, because you will always support everything about APC. If APC want to kill Nigeria today, if APC want to destroy Nigeria today, all of you people will back the leadership of APC to destroy Nigeria and kill Nigeria. That is what you people represent.
I think
to destroy and kill Nigeria. That's it.
Ajale Koko to also let me respond to Ajale Koko, please. I am not really looking at it from that party angle. If I have to sit down as a Nigeria, I do not belong to any party, and I want to see the contribution of both men to Nigerian state. You will agree with me that El-Rufai have performed much more better than Sonny. Even in the critical way he has been criticizing the previous government or previous leaders or something like that. But when he has the opportunity to become a senator, what did he do? Even if he said this is the amount of money we are collecting from the huge amount, he never for once say, oh, I don't like this money, I don't want this money, I'm not collecting again. He collected for 4 years, 4 solid years.
Why won't he collect the money? What
So
are you talking about?
when you rattle them out
What are you talking about?
No,
If he can summon the courage to reveal to the country that this is how much we are paying.
Let me land.
Let me land too. Let's see it this way. You call yourself, in quote, Mr. Saint. I am good. I am for the people. I am this. And you went outside and rattled them out. This is also amount of money they are collecting at the Senate. What about you, Mr. Saint? As a Nigerian that you are supporting the masses, the first thing you should have said, when you rattle them out, you should have said, I am not collecting this money. This must stop. You didn't mention that one. You went ahead and collected the money for 4 solid years. You are given juicy position. And you, who knows whether you also collect bribe, because there was a lot of people also accused you of collecting bribe. If you don't know, they accused you of collecting bribe during that time. I think at the end of the day, just like I always said,
whoever accused him of taking bribe? Who?
Several people. There's a scandal with him during
you are making that up. You are making that up.
But he's standing trial for collecting $20,000 for somebody now.
You are making that up.
No, but that case is in court. Hold on now. That case is in court now. The case is in court now. He was arrested by EFCC. The case is in court.
So what we are trying to say here is that if you want to say, oh, my hand is clean, show us entirely your hand is clean. But when you get to political threat and you collected all those money and you are trying to criticize your colleagues, what you are also partaking, I don't see you as a clean man that way. I'm not saying cannot criticize Rufai. Rufai have his SSAs, but in terms of performance, in public performance, he is one of the best in Nigeria. And whatever you can say, he is not going to be the president of Nigeria. He is going to work for Nigeria under the presidency of Tinubu. If he's not doing the right thing, Tinubu has a right to boot him out. Tinubu is also not a soft person like that. You can just do whatever you want as a minister. He's not so docile. If he's not performing to the expectation, they can boot him out. So to me, I did not see any big deal. But I think I share it and I appreciate that they pick him up as one of the ministers. I hope they give him, because this guy likes challenges, I hope they give him a ministerial portfolio that will make that he will contribute his quota. Fine, everybody have their SSs, but let's give him a break. He has tried a lot as a minister, as a director of public bureau, and also as a governor of Kaduna State. If truth must be told, a lot of people who live in Kaduna can see that what he has done in 8 years. This is not a lie. So, but for this guy to continue to criticize him, they are not in the same thing pedestrian. You've done nothing for the people. That's funny. What has he done? Even as a critic, I'm helping the masses. Who has you helped? What position have you held before? It's just for criticizing sake, and nobody listened to the Sonia again. He has lost his relevance. Since you joined the political fray, you lost your relevance.
It's those of you that are pro Tinubu and pro Rufai that will not.
This is not about pro Tinubu and pro Rufai. This is the truth. I am. If Tinubu is not performing well, if he's not doing the right thing, I will also criticize him. I'm not somebody that follow people dogmatically. If in the next 6 months, I will criticize him.
Please, can I ask Babaja one question? Babaja,
I'm listening.
I know you are an elderly person. From 1990 date, sir. Please, can you name 5 ministers that you think outperformed El-Rufai? From all the ministers we've been having in Nigeria from 1990 date, 5 that you think outperformed El-Rufai?
It is very impossible to name somebody that did best than the other, because we never have one party govern Nigeria for the past 23 years, and we never had one minister that been in power or be in position for the past 23 years.
Okay.
You know. So
okay. Let me narrow my question.
No,
maybe I should narrow my questions to Obasanjo era. Name 5 that you think that perform El-Rufai in Obasanjo era.
Oh, okay. Let me acknowledge one thing about Rufai. I will not totally condemn him. You see what you said earlier about his management of Abuja.
Yeah.
He did excellently well as FTC manager. I acknowledge that, and I will always acknowledge that. I will give kudos to him till tomorrow on that. But on another appointment that he held at the chairman of public bureau, he stole money. They sold the coup. Him and the coup carried out shady deal. We all knew that. I mean, what are you talking about? You want to say, oh, he's the best and nobody outperformed him in the position of minister. In that position, he failed the country. We all saw the way they crooked everything for their own pocket, for their own friend.
Yeah.
And
when was he prosecuted?
I agree with that.
Property of government that worth 200 billion, they will sell it for 1 million.
Yeah.
So we saw that. So I don't know any other ministerial position that he held after Abuja and that public borough enterprise.
No, I think it's only Abuja.
It's only Abuja, and he did well in Abuja. We all saw it. We saw what he did in Abuja. All the generals and billionaires that took land build structure and deform that original structure of Abuja. He bulldozed anything. And the president then was behind him.
Yeah.
The president gave him free hand. I want you to structure Abuja the way Abuja is supposed to be, according to the master plan. And he went ahead with his God without looking at anybody's face or whatsoever. He did it, and the president stand with him. So I stand with you, Ogbeni, on that. But the public bureau enterprises, he failed.
Yeah.
Let me quickly address. I'll just kindly disagree with you. And let me give you my point. I have a little bit of access in Abuja to some people and powers that be. When Erufai helps with first as the DPE, Director General, and also as the Minister of the FCT. You see, when Erufai helps with as DPE, he stepped on toes. Seriously. Eventually, when he became the minister, he stepped on 4 toes. If, for any reason, at least I know Etienne, my little cousin, used to live on Etienne. This man was this general. This general that was close to Abacha, then what's his name? That was Minister of NCT. What's his name? He's a middle bench man. I still can remember his name. He's a popular general like this. Doing Ekpa man.
Jeremiah Husseini.
Jenny Boy. Jenny Boy owns a whole crescent. A whole crescent. You know, the street from beginning to the end. Jenny Boy, and then he has some corner piece. That is in Asokoro. He has some corner piece at this road where the AYA junction. Very big place that Erufai demolished. If Erufai had so much skeleton in his cupboard, that time it was DPE. Time to blow the whistle on him and deal with him was that time he was stepping on people's toes. Because I have access to how much his life was at. So somebody said it, it closed something. How much people were after him because he dared where agents, how do they call it? Where agents they fear that he stepped on serious toes with the demolitions. You just said the demolished general's house. Some of them are so powerful, they still remain powerful till today. But Erufai took them on. And I know very well that if actually he has so much skeleton in his cupboard, under the DPE, unfortunately, it was Atiku that was actually his boss at the DPE. So the talk stopped before Atiku and Obasanjo that appointed him. But if he had so much skeleton, I don't think he would survive the onslaught of those generals that he was able to play. And of course, all of us, there is consensus on the fact that Erufai did a human's job. Their master plan. I mean, when you
Bishop, it's like we are losing you. Can you hear us, Bishop? Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Yeah, go ahead, One Piece. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we are losing Bishop. But again, Benny, there's a reason I ask you those questions. Because you cannot just say that everything Sani said is completely rubbish. Because in that interview, they had on that there's another interview that he spoke about the ministerial list. I know that is pure political or politics, but there's something that really got my attention when he analyzed that Atiku and Obasanjo, their feud, Erufai hand was in it. Jonathan feud, Erufai hand was in it. Now,
Buhari now, his hand was in it. 3 strikes. We cannot say that was a mistake, Ogbeni. So, is it going to be good to make El-Rufai a minister? Mostly when he said that the guy has blood in his hand, what he did in South Kaduna, that part does not strike a concern, Ogbeni, as from the law angle.
Okay, let me understand the question. That El-Rufai was part of the Obasanjo failure.
No, the feud that Obasanjo had with Atiku, they say his hand was in it.
Okay, the issue he has with Atiku. Okay, that his hand is in it. Well, what I know first and foremost is that Atiku brought El-Rufai to that government. It was El-Rufai was an Atiku boy, right? That's what they told us, and Atiku also testified that in his book that he brought him to that government, and that so initially, even as at when he was in Bureau of Public Enterprise, that time rumor had it that he was working for Atiku. That all those everything every they gather from that place were actually for Atiku. Yes. So if he has issue, and he has always been the common denominator in them having this issue, I don't see how it would affect if that. Obasanjo never affected his performance. You see, for me, what matters to Nigerians should be the performance of whoever we are appointing and nothing else. I think our primary focus should be on performance and not whatever will be the political buhaha that the man is going to cause if he gets to government. Will he perform? What is his antecedent? What's his record in political history? If we've given him this before and he has performed, then let him come on board. The stage we have now in Nigeria is not the stage where we start talking politics. Oh, somebody is causing somebody to fight. For me, personally, that's the way I analyze Nigerian politics now. Can he work? Please bring him on board to come and work. And he has done it before. Why not? Even if it's the same office you are sending him back to, fine. Why not?
Yeah, let's switch topic a little bit, man. I mean, we're stuck on this Rufai thing for a while. One of the things Omar was saying.
That's actually a good conversation, Sha.
Yeah, it is.
We kind of, yes, because sorry, Mike. We are going
to the question of is it one piece or who just?
Yes, me what is yes. Because I want to know Ogbeni and Remy because Ogbeni have built the question, this explanation to the point I will name him now, and Remy join. Please, but Mike, just give us a little minute. So let me name both of them.
Okay. Don't nail
us to the cross.
Don't nail us too much. You said blood on his hand. As a sitting governor of a state, and there is insecurity in that state, what do you expect the governor to do to fold his hand and let degenerate to the extent? They call in the army do their job. Of course, some people will die when there is a lot of crisis between opposing angle. And this crisis is not because El-Rufai was the governor of the state. It has been there for so many years. There is this infighting among them in the southern Kaduna. He tried his best. So if you are saying that there's a blood on his hand, that means all previous governors of Kaduna State also have blood on their hands. So that all of them will be prosecuted together. But I don't see this one as it's not a big deal. This one should not affect his being cleared by the Senate. Because we are not looking at, we are looking at your performance, what you have done in public service, and what you intend to do for the government. Everybody will have opportunity to ask him questions that are germane to them. But actually, when you see to the performance of this guy, nobody in this platform can say that this guy will not work well. Anywhere you put him, he has been excelled. So comparing him with other governors, I think we have some governors in Southwest, in Southeast, and every part of Nigeria. They didn't do nothing for 8 years for their people. And if you look at states like Taraba, some state like Abia, some state like what do I call it? Maybe Zamfara or something like that. And even in the so-called Oshun after Aregbeshola or Oyetola, there is nothing to write home about. So we Yoruba, we also complain a lot about our state, especially in Oyo, Oshun, Ondo, Ekiti, and even Ogun State. They are not doing something that we are proud of. So, but comparing this, our governor in the Southwest to El-Rufai had performed all of them. So what are we talking about? If you are trying to talk about, okay, blood on his hand, you are just looking at it from Mr. Governor, fold your hand and let the people kill themselves. And then blood will not be on your hand. That's my submission.
Okay, thank you, Remy. The blood on his hand is not, according to Sani, not from me. I'm quoting Sani. But now, Benny, let me take you back. You know, a few minutes ago, you and I have a conversation on El-Rufai, the marvelous job he did in Abuja. True of us. Ben, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Daniel Koko. Yes, true.
Yes, and we agreed that not like he was a rocket science or was a super brain, just because he happens to be in his area of specialties. True of us.
Yeah, and he has the guts.
Yes, he had the guts. Let me add that too. He had the guts to push it through. Without that guts, whatever he knows will not succeed if he didn't push it through with the guts he has. Now, Rutai, now we cannot agree. Sorry, can you hear me?
One piece. One piece. Number 3 is that one piece. Can you listen? Are you listening?
I'm listening.
Number 3. So your 2 points you mentioned. Number 3. So that is that he had a president.
Thank you.
That gave him that mandate.
Yes.
Turn this place to the original master plan.
Yeah.
So
yes.
So he didn't do it solely by his own discretion or position or capacity, but by the mandate of the president.
You're right.
Yes, Ajalokoko, you just answered my question, but let me see push it through so that when you know that I'll nail his hand, remain the leg. Now, if Judge Obasanjo gave him a marching order, no Obasanjo is authoritarian, he needed to clear Abuja up. He needed somebody that does not have any ties with anything, somebody that can use, and he brought El-Rufai, and that was El-Rufai's space. Is architectural, so he know where to adjust and where not to adjust, and he did that. So now this cannot buttress Sani's statement. There's nothing exceptional he has done in Kaduna. Ojaliko, you can correct me if I'm wrong. He has not done anything spectacular. One that guy came here yesterday, one Mohammed guy, and some other few people that El-Rufai only did perform well in just few places, like the capital and some area that is Islamic area. Other than that, he did woefully in some other in other aspects. So now, why are we now rating him so high if he has nothing exceptional in his portfolio apart from what Obasanjo gave to him? So we can contribute that that achievement to Obasanjo. True of us, Ebonyi?
Yes, you can see. You can ascribe all achievements of all ministers to their head, because in any political space, it's the head that will still get whether the blame or the glory. All right? But at the same time, you ascribe success of each ministries to the ministers. Despite the mandate they got from Obasanjo, they didn't perform as much as El-Rufai. El-Rufai performed wonderfully. Don't take his glory off from him. Secondly, if you are comparing that to what El-Rufai did in Kaduna, you and I are not experts on Kaduna. Both you and I, we don't stay in Kaduna. I stay in FCT, and that's why I can give you first-hand information about what he did in FCT. But you and I, I won't analyze El-Rufai hate here in Kaduna.
Ogbeni, 1 minute. Ogbeni, 1 minute. But Shehu Sani that live in Kaduna that is telling you about what this guy has done in Kaduna that are not as good for the people of that state. But you people doesn't want to accept his
assessment.
Which party does which party is Shehu Sani? Which party?
Shehu Sani is his political enemy. We told about Dale Kokoani.
Hold on.
He is trying PDP.
They used to be in the same party, and they were fighting all the way when they are in the same party because of the wrong things that Rufai was doing in terms of mismanagement of the resources of the state.
Oh, we don't know that now.
So they've been in the same party, in the same APC. They've been fighting all the way. And that is why Rufai said, Rufai promised him that I will kick you out from the Senate, which he eventually did. So Shehu Sani never let him.
Shehu Sani is a sole loser, man.
Listen, just listen, man. So Shehu Sani, being a senator, does not like the way this guy was mismanaging the resources and misplacement of priority of the state at the detriment of the people of the state and at the detriment of the people and that state a future in particular. So Rufai never liked him for standing up against him, for trying to correct him, for trying to put him on the right track to do well for the state. So that was the problem between them.
I don't know where I dropped off. I asked the question. The Senate that Shehu Sani was elected to, how many bills of recording did he sponsor? You are a senator. You are a senator. You are not senating well where you are elected to. You are putting your eyes. So out of all the senators in even the PDP senator in Kaduna State was supporting El-Rufai. Out of the three senators, it was Shehu Sani. Out of all the other House members, out of all the commissioners, it was just Shehu Sani because they aligned with PDP, with Saraki. How many bills, with all this experience, did he sponsor at the National Assembly? How many? I'm putting that question out because he wants to come and be a co-governor in the state. But the Senate that you are appointed, you are elected to.
Hold on. Saraki was a member of APC. So whether you are Saraki in the national politics, that has nothing to do with the politics.
So we all know what happened.
So
we all know what played out there.
They are all members of APC. So it wasn't an opposition party. So
don't let us go that route now. We all knew what happened. We all knew what played out there now. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
When Saraki negotiated the way, we all know what happened. Now don't let us go that route. We know. Saying that they were all in APC, it's just like they are just what they are calling. We all knew what happened. They are aligned with PDP. They are aligned with PDP. That was why they were able to take the president.
It wasn't because they aligned with PDP that was responsible for his opposition against El-Rufai in the management of the resources of the state.
It was because of what?
He was, trying to suggest and advise the state governor to manage the resources of the state well. He didn't want to do it.
Forget this management of state resources. It is not his function as a senator. And the problem started immediately. Issue of the state resources has not even come to play. The issue of state trustee came when he wanted to take a loan. The Kaduna State wanted to take a loan that Sheikh Sani objected to it in the National Assembly.
Oh yes,
Before it
that
was
is
kicked
right.
out.
So
So that was when it started. So the issue of state trustee, you were not elected a governor. You were elected a senator.
Yes, hold
Before
on.
you were elected to do, what bill did you succeed? Did you sponsor?
Yes, we are saying the same thing, but we are saying it in a different way. He wanted to take a loan that was not beneficial for the state.
How do you know who decided if the loan was beneficial? State Executive Council had approved a loan.
Well, when the Senate have to, look into that loan, carry out oversight.
They did not look into it objectively. He got the support of the PDP senators to oppose it.
It wasn't, because look, you need to go and listen. You need to go and listen to Sonny interview.
I've listened to Sonny so many times.
No.
And you are biased, yeah. You are biased. I am biased. So maybe we cannot have a middle ground.
Let's go and listen to his interview on that loan issue, and then you can understand from where Sonny is coming from.
Baba Jale Koko, you kept on talking about this loan. I want to ask a question. In most of the states in Nigeria, they did source for loan for development, and even in the so-called America,
don't go America.
We have to go. Because
development
most country they source for loan for development.
Which development have you seen in Nigeria? Which development did you see?
There's so
with all the loan they took. Which development?
In Lagos State, in Akwa Ibom, in some other states in Nigeria, there is a development. Maybe it's slow, but there's development. You can't tell me Nigeria.
Okay, in which area? Which Akwa Ibom? Akwa Ibom that. Hold on.
Akwa Ibom improvement in Nigeria.
Hold on. Akwa
Ibom. You cannot tell me Nigeria is the same 20 years ago with present day Nigeria. You yourself that went to Lagos recently, you can say a lot of visible improvement unless you are not being objective. There is infrastructure in the ways, even in governance.
You are right, bro. You are right.
So
let us just come here and be telling the world that Nigeria does not improve. It just is static like that.
Nigeria. So Nigeria is better off than we were. We are better off today than we were 20 years ago.
We are better off now.
Oh, really?
Yes,
really?
We are better off now.
We
may not be better in this case.
We are better
hold on.
But to say we are not better off.
Hold on. We are better off economically.
Yes, Nigerian economic has grown.
Yeah.
Come on, man. I mean, you know what they were saying? Economy is growing by 7% per year. I mean,
so we are better off. We are better off.
Infrastructure.
I mean, come on. Nigeria was a shit 20 years ago, man. I mean, you couldn't go to many of these places. Everywhere is dusty. I mean, today you see things that are built. Come on now.
We are better off when you have more people in poverty today than 20 years ago. You are better off.
Which more people?
We are not.
In fact, there were more people in poverty 20 years ago, sir. So you hardly find a Nigeria as looking good 20 years ago. Everybody were malnourished. Today, people are better fed. There's always going to be poverty. So don't tell me there were less people in poverty 20 years ago. Nigeria
people are better fed in Nigeria.
Does the entertainment industry look like that 20 years ago?
People are
flourishing today. You see a lot of middle class, I mean, come on, 20 years ago, man, everybody look around you was just hungry.
We just like to generalize about Nigeria. That is the issue. If you go more specific, you understand that what Babajale is saying is not correct. Nigeria was just barely 130 million population or so 20 years ago.
When all your professionals across all, field of life are running out of your country, you are better.
How many?
You've always been running out. You've been running out.
I don't get.
Baba Jale, what's population?
You saying back then they were not running out?
So, you are better off today with high inflation. You are better off today with You know,
Babaja, there is inflation in the country and
insecurity.
There's no
Insecurity
country
you have.
Yeah,
there, there is serious inflation in the country.
Prices don't stay the same forever. They
People are
increase.
selling their properties now.
As economic grows,
I'm saying
inflation also comes with it.
For me, the issue is that to say that Nigeria has not moved from where it was 20 years ago, better off, it's not to say the truth about Nigeria and then to generalize too much about Nigeria and then vilify our own space. You know, we like a lot to castigate our space and we don't really see the better side.
Are we poorer today? Hold on.
That's the way I see it. Infrastructurally,
hold on.
Better off.
Are we richer today? Hold on, Ogbeni. Are we richer today as a country?
What do you mean? Narrow it.
Yes, we are richer today. Yes.
No, financially.
Yes.
As
individual, as a country.
No, as a country. No, forget about the individual. We are talking about the country.
So what indices are you looking at? Is it our?
Are we richer?
We are richer if you calculate. If we are richer, if you check our infrastructure, the value of our infrastructure has increased. If that is what you want to check. If what you want to check is our external
revenue has increased by how much? By at least
reserve. I can tell you
probably
that no, because we have depleted our external reserve, right? But when you compare it to what Obasanjo met there, we're better off. But Obasanjo built it, we've depleted it. But when you look at the value of our infrastructure, we're better off. When you look at the digital economy, we are better off. Technologically, we are better off. 20 years ago, GSM just came. 20 years ago, you are talking about 2003. GSM just came, internet just came, cyber cafe, one or two places and co. Today, we've been able to network the entire country. There's hardly anywhere you won't pick phone and call in Nigeria. So why are you comparing it to 20 years ago when we're just about creeping and trying to crawl? Are
you saying the standard of living 20 years ago is better than today?
Yeah, so I don't understand when
standard of living,
just generalize about this.
Living 20 years ago is better than today.
Really? Are you saying?
Let me give you one personal
standard of living is better rough in Nigeria 20 years ago than today. Nigerians,
20 years ago, how many Nigerians had a cell phone?
Nigerians can.
What are you talking about?
Eat 3 square meals a day.
Nigerians eat 3 square meals a day
20 years ago.
20 years ago, we should talk about
Nigeria can travel around their country without fear.
Yes.
20 years ago than today.
I agree with that, yes. Yeah. That's why I said narrow it down. What exactly which space are you talking about?
Nigerian purchasing power was high 20 years ago.
That's bloody.
Oh, okay. Emma Toraije.
20 years ago. 20 years ago, how much was cement?
1999.
How much was cement 20 years ago?
Sorry, Bishop. In 1999, when we started this GSM something, how many people can afford 10,000 naira SIM card? I remember that time. That was the industry I was into. We sell SIM package, including Nokia 3310, on credit. We collected the money for it was 33,000. We collected the money for 1 year. We have to split it to people for 12 months. What are you talking about? How many people can afford? How much is SIM card today? SIM card as cheap as 500 naira in Nigeria today, compared to 20 years ago or 20-something years ago in year 2000 or something like that. So when we talk about insecurity, I can totally agree with you that in that time you can travel everywhere in Nigeria, but not because of insecurity. Everybody knows the truth. We are talking about the economic base of it has expanded a lot, and so many things have come into it. The entertainment industry, where are the people who that time? They were just dancing like in the NTH channel, that NTH Lagos studio. They are now billionaires today. So many things are happening in the space of 20 years.
In 2001, I bought some piece of land somewhere around Ibadan. I just leave it there and just forget about it. So like a new development area. A few years ago, just recently, you won't believe People are saying the economy is bad, but more people are building houses. Teachers, civil servants, no matter how small it is, they are building houses and they are moving in. Whether it is 2-bedroom flat, whether it is 2-bedroom face to face, more people are building houses.
Thank you so much. I think that was the reason I came in. Sorry, good evening, everyone. Baba Ajale Koko.
Ajale Koko. One Ajale Koko is this: you focus on people that are failing and not succeeding in life. You don't focus on people that are succeeding in life. There are so many Nigerians that are making it on a, they are making it.
Baba Ajale Koko.
Wait. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, please. There are so many Nigerians that are taking advantage of the technology that came into the space, the social media, everything, and they've used it to enrich them, make wealth, amass wealth. And they are, if you go to many, there's no way go in Nigeria, new development area where you don't see mansions being built every day, development going on, people building and people progressing. This is back before it used to be just Lagos and all this Abuja. Now, even if you go to all these other states, you go to Oshogbo, these places, you see new areas where it's just mansions being built every day. People are progressing. There are people that have brain. They are progressing. There are many people that are progressing. But what we like to do is like to focus on the worst of the worst and the most what's the word? Failed Nigerians, people that are failing and not progressing. We'll focus on them and begin to use that to paint what Nigeria is, the condition of Nigeria.
To me, I think it's too partiality or bias from Ajaleku most of the time. Fine, you don't like Tinubu, fine. I agree. I'm a supporter of it.
So when your Bureau of Statistics, came out with a report that 133 million Nigerians are living in multidimensional poverty.
The population is growing too.
No. When they say two-thirds of your population.
Hold on, Ajale. That's one area that we have. Hold on, that's one area that we have distorted.
It is government agency. It is government agency.
Hold on, the multidimensional poverty. Unfortunately, the government is not doing well by explaining exactly what they do. People just take it as, people are in poverty. Out of those 133 million people, many of them have children in private schools, private universities. Many of them have children abroad. Out of that 133 million that you are talking about, that they are paying fees. Many of them are home owners.
What are you talking about? What are you?
Yes.
What are you doing, Bishop? What are you doing? Are you the one to interpret to? That report.
Ajalico, sorry. Bishop, hold on. Bishop, hold on. Sorry. Bishop, hold on. Sorry. There's a guy that wanted to interject. I think the new voice. He was wanting to interject Ajalico just now. Please, can you let that guy speak?
Yeah. Sorry, I just a quick one, because most of the things I was going to say, I think majority of the guys have already said it. Like about Janle Koko, you might think it's like right now it's worse than how it used to be like 20 years ago. I don't believe that, because in those days, as an adult, like for us to buy a single trouser, a jeans trouser, you might have saved the money for it for like months. But now all these adults, they can just get the money for jeans like within a week. And the kind of buildings that people are building in Nigeria, there was not, like in those days, that 20 years ago that we're talking about, people they couldn't even afford it. The teachers, they couldn't afford to build a house. Majority of them were living on a rented house, or even living with their families, like their extended families. So I think when you look about the money, like in terms of time value, they call it time value of money. We might be saying, oh, it's a lot of money now, like thousands that we didn't used to have that amount, that huge amount there. But those things were not affordable. But right now, people can do all those things that were not even possible in those days, like so easily. They just have to push more effort, work harder, then they will get the money to do things. to me, economy is better. The way people live is better too, because in those days people were actually suffering, like all those austerity times and some other things like that. So I believe it's better. It's not where we want it to be. It's comparing to some advanced country, but to me, it's progressing, and our infrastructure is very, very it's improving.
With about 40% unemployment rate, so the economy is better. With 133 million living in multidimensional poverty, the economy is better.
Just like what somebody said about Janet Coco.
What was the employment rate that time?
I mean, with high indebtedness that the country is locked in, so the economy is better. I mean, we have to look at all the indices. All the indices does not justify.
But
all
still,
the economic indices does not justify what you guys are saying at all.
In Nigeria,
critically want to look at it. All the economic indices does not justify that we are a country that our country is doing better. We are not doing better, but
we are doing better than 20 years ago. We are not doing as bad as you are
our economy is very bad at the moment. We are very, very bad.
It's not very bad. Look, let's look at the indices.
20 years ago.
I disagree with you. You are talking of debt. What is our debt to GDP ratio in Nigeria? What is that of America, the country that you live in? What is the debt to GDP ratio in America?
Are you talking about GDP? Come on. You want to talk your country that is unproductive? We are talking of GDP. You got to be talking about your revenue. Hold on.
Forget revenue.
No, you can't forget.
They are two different things.
If you don't make,
we are talking. You said we are indebted. No, you said we are indebted.
How will you pay your debt when you don't make enough revenue? So forget about GDP. Your GDP will not pay your debt. Your GDP will not pay your debt.
The fact that we are credit worthy, people are still willing to give us credit, shows that they have confidence that we can pay. That's a major boost. Because some countries cannot, when they close their bonds now, nobody touches with the longest pool. When Nigeria close their bonds today, it's oversubscribed.
What IMF did to them recently. Go and ask Ghana. Nigeria
is oversubscribed
to service our debt. Nobody is holding us that we are not servicing our debt. So,
Ghana is technically insolvent. Ghana is technically bankrupt. That's a fact. Go and check their debt to GDP ratio. Nigeria today wants to borrow. People rush our bonds like hot cake. I know we have challenges. I know we can do better, but it's not as bad as sometimes we want to make it to do. And the national policy that I was talking about the other time, they are getting it all mixed up.
In addition, I have an experience. My sister is a vice principal in a secondary school, and she's building a house, and she sought a loan from the bank, and they are giving her loan. And some of these teachers are in cooperative society, and they borrow money from the cooperative society, and they are building house. Some of them have even forgotten. If they want to buy a car, it's through that source also. This kind of facilities are there for most of the teachers. I don't know in other parts of Nigeria, but in most Southwest states, that's how most of them build their house. And they also buy car or send their children abroad or something like that. And these people are not even, some of them are not even to meet income earners. But you can see some of their kids in America or Canada or whatever. They put resources together. The country have changed over the last 20 years in terms of everything. Fine, we can say we have this insecurity problem.
You know, another thing we don't consider.
We're telling us that Nigeria is terribly bad, that Nigeria is so bad that we are just like Somalia or all the rest of. I don't agree with that. You can't portray that one here. If Nigeria is so bad, how come Nigeria is having money traveling all over the world, of going to America, going to Canada, going to sending their children all over the world to school, and the country is so bad? How are they getting the money?
Okay, what is the percentage of those Nigerians that are doing what you just mentioned?
They're more than
what's the mass percentage?
Let me say this real quick. You know, one thing we don't one problem we have in Nigeria is this. You see, you have people that live in the rural areas, right? They have good standard, like living their lives, farming, growing crops, things, selling their crops. All of a sudden, they all want to be rich. They abandon their farmland, abandon everything, and start flooding into the cities. It's almost like Nigerian cities are just growing, and then when they get into those cities, there's nothing there. You don't have any skills. You don't have, you don't have you're not coming there on money to come and invest. You have no clue what you're going there to do. You abandon your farm, abandon your village, and just walk straight into the city. And then we see things like that. We see numbers like that growing.
You don't want to consider the factors. You don't want to consider the factors.
This bad government. This bad government. What can government do for you when you abandon your village where you already have the skills of farming? You already have something going. All of a sudden, you want to be rich overnight. You walk straight into Lagos. Walk straight into Osogbo.
So you don't want to consider the factors that led them out from that rural area to the city. What are the
There's nothing stopping from farming, man. Nothing. What is it? Government that came there, they abandoned their pollution farm.
Look at your argument. So they just like to abandon their farmland and everything and just go to the city. So nothing was responsible.
What is the excuse for that? What's responsible for that?
So you don't know.
They couldn't sell their agricultural goods. They couldn't sell it. There was no market. What was it?
So you don't know.
What's the excuse of a man living in his farm with no money in his pocket?
So what you don't know. You just don't
straight to a city.
Say they just left their rural area and just went to the city.
Explain to me why. Explain to me now.
A lot of factors. Government already abandoned them. They don't have any government presence. The roads are bad. Roads are bad. Yes.
So the cities where the government presence is.
Okay. Forget about it, man. All this kind of argument to make anything. So,
but Mike, don't you see the point that Coco is pushing through? In the rural area, let's say the village, the roads are bad. It's double bad, even too bad than the cities. Their muddy area. Hold on, Mike. Sorry. Their muddy area. That when it rains, those people can even carry their bicycle to a farm yard.
Even their farm produce.
So what is your excuse for somebody walking straight to a city?
Everything we rotting in the farm like that. Vehicle cannot get access to their farm.
So that's the problem of federal government.
Yes, it's a federal government problem. Because our food insecurity, the major food insecurity we have, we don't have logistics to bring this food out from the farm yard, our farm produce. There's no road.
There's nowhere there's not an opportunity for a private sector to come in and
private sector don't build roads. Private sector do they build roads? They don't build roads.
Honestly, I'm honest with you, there have been no roads built. You can so all these years have been wait. You're telling me that all these years have been surviving in their rural areas. So all of a sudden, now is that there's no road. So whenever there was no road before, and they were surviving, so all of a sudden now, is it like the road disappeared, or was there a road?
Yes, the road disappeared. The road dilapidated or how? They're going back.
There are roads being fixed. Most of the roads are even being built today, to be honest.
So all the roads became bad at the same time. We just make it excuses.
No, Bishop. No, Mike and Bishop. I'll take you guys on this. Listen, we know Nigeria have this poor culture of maintenance. The road you see that are being maintained are the one that is visible to everybody see, the one in the city, like the express, the more common one you see in the capital city. But if you go to the rural areas, contractors have never been to some areas, some local government for like 8 years or 12 years.
Can you let me respond to that?
Yes, sure. Respond.
Now, we have a problem. I agree. I will always acknowledge that. But we said here that of all the roads in Nigeria, federal government only owns, I think 50% or 16% of the whole roads in Nigeria that are federal roads. The state has, I think, 32%, and local government has the rest. Now, most of the roads we're talking about that link rural areas, what we call Trunk C roads, belongs to the local government. Look, it small, petty food, which is an area I have operated before. Road is not their major problem. It contributes to it, but road is not like the major problem. And we saw it recently when they mobilized rice. Until they take those rice now, and rice are moving. Yeah, it might ask for a little bit more money to eat. In those days, when we used to have a lot of destruction from Boronu, I used to live in Boronu, and I know during the season of carrots, during the season of onions, during the season of tomato, we used to experience wastages because they produce so much that people will come and take what they want to take and they will sell the rest anyhow. And that was why some people were advocating that if we can have processing factories located in those places, it will add value to life in those places. So attributing people living down now or living their rural urban migration to the fact that because there are no roads or infrastructure, there were no telephone, there were no lines in most of those places before. But there are now. Some villages have light, it might not be enough. They have telephone, they have some, but people are still living because everybody wants to go for white collar jobs in the city. And the white collar jobs are not there. But the local government, the state government, and even the federal government, but most especially, the local government has bigger role to play in making people stay in their localities. We have small villages in Nigeria that are not thriving because everybody immediately secondary school, everybody wants to go to city. Whether it's, and that's why Lagos is breaking like six. Everybody from the north wants to come and ride Okada in Lagos. Everybody from the east wants to come and do one thing or the other in Lagos. People in the southwest. So everybody is heading towards Lagos. And I mean, the many ones that cannot make it to Lagos are staying in their area. I know Abakaliki very well. When I used to do some work in construction work in Cross River, I used to pass Abakaliki in around 2000, 2005, 2000 thereabout. And I know how their rice, their local rice factory used to put there because that was what I was eating. But at some point, you just see that those guys keep disappearing. Those places you used to buy the rice on the roadside, you don't see them there anymore. Because two things I don't miss when I go there is rice and palm oil. Anytime I go to that place, but they are not there. All of them are started riding Okada. They are in city. They are in Port Harcourt, they are in Lagos, they are everywhere. But they are not in those places again. So local government has a lot of jobs to do. They have a lot to do in keeping people there. Yes, federal government can support them, but we cannot say it's the entire responsibility of the federal government to do. That's why we are missing it, or we're getting it wrong. But the quality of life keeps increasing because everybody wants to better his or our lot. It's not where we want it to be, but we cannot say it's advanced. Somebody used to say, do you know the year that what's this man's name? What's this man? Ilule Osowolode. Was it not the sang that song? That song is as old as anything I just today. Late in your early 70s. Now Ilule Osowolode. The era of austerity measure. Now yeah, we were all there now in 1983. Where austerity measure, Igalola, or was it when Kobe sang that there is no food, there is no rice, there is no this? We know, so it has also been like that. It will continue. But hey, even in the midst of that, some people are making it big, and they are hitting it.
Bishop drop, or you finished?
No, I just paused. I just ended my thoughts.
Okay, but I want to ask you one question before you continue. When was the last time since 1999 did local government constructed roads on their own, from their own budget?
There are states that are constructing roads on their own budget. Unfortunately, not many of them. Very few. Unfortunately.
So, are you going to use the field? Those few? Let's assume those few have farm produce. Are you going to use the field? Those few to feed Nigerians?
No.
So, what I'm not talking about now? What was your point? That is not the road. The road is not.
But hold on. I don't know whether you heard me well. I said local government have failed in their responsibility. That they should play their role, states should play their own, and federal government should support them. What did I say? Maybe you did not hear me well. That local their responsibility and their functions of bringing governance to the grassroots, to the real, they have failed. Most local government chairmen now don't even resign. They don't even go to their local government headquarters. Now, Buhari said, look, let local government be functional. Let them have financial autonomy. All the state assembly voted, the majority of them voted against it. They needed just 24 to concur so that bill can be made into law. But they only got 11, or was it 16, that agreed that local government should have financial autonomy. So we are not ruling by decree now. Buhari signed, what do they call it, executive order. They did not, they took it to court. They subjected it to referendum at the local, at the state assembly. State did not pass it. So whose fault? That means you don't even want local government to function. That's the truth. I think I'm sure we discussed this, we debated this here on this platform. When they passed those bills for concurrence at the state, they needed 24 for it to be able to pass to talk. For those 24, they did not get it because mostly voted against local government autonomy. I don't know whether you are aware of that. So whose fault? The white local government that the state governor just have picked them. And some of them don't even go to their local government headquarters until the end of the month when it's time to share allocation. That's the only time you see them. After that, they disappear again. So we need local government reform so that we can bring governance close to the people.
I got what you're saying. I knew about the people that voted that local government reform, that people voted, most states, they voted against the local government autonomy. But I got Ajalico point. He just came back from Nigeria. And if he said I should take somebody's opinion, I will take that of Ajalico. I know Simba is there, but Simba is a rich man, so he's not feeling the effect. But we have to we have to put this into this thing. We have to put it close to heart. That most of these things that we said the people fail to improvise, but government should be held accountable and responsible for most of them. True or false, Mr. Bishop?
That's what I'm saying. That government at what level? Number one, Trump C Road is even a violation of the law. If federal government begins to come and fix Trump C Road, that's number one. If the federal government comes and take over primary school or primary health care, that's unconstitutional. That's number two. If federal government starts to come and say, okay, you know what, because this local government, you don't do what you're supposed to do for your people, I will not give you your money, that's unconstitutional. So we're going to have a constitutional crisis. The problem is that at the local government level, when we are very concerned about the national policy, let people be very interested at their local government. Let people employ people that will be answerable to them. What's their pedigree? What's their antecedent? So look at the project that the local government in Lagos are undertaking. Some states are not undertaking it. Whether it is in the health area, we were debating here sometimes ago that there are no primary health care in Lagos. I laughed because I thought that's a lie. But I know people that work in that sector. So unfortunately, until then, even though we have a problem, not us. We have a problem of population explosion that has not helped us in the real of the world. But hey, we have to manage it. There is no way that we're going to kill people. No, we are going to manage it. We are going to educate people on how. But at the same time, every arm, every level of government must take their responsibility. Local government must play their function. State government must do more than enough. Yes, some states are not as buoyant as the others. But let's even look at the ones that are very rich. What are they doing? Let's take 3 of the richest states in Nigeria. Delta, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa. Unfortunately, all of them are in the Niger Delta area. But let's look at the quality of life in Bayelsa. Let's look at the quality of life in Delta compared to going to Uheli or Asaba. There is nowhere that stands out. Even the Asaba we are talking about. Go to Apanic and see a very small rain. Or if you are traversing between that Ibuso and New Busa, you to Kwale, to Ozoro, to what do you call it now? To go to take you to Eli. Whether you are going to Patani, where would you say this has to become part of the Delta state that gets that humongous amount? Delta has enough money to have built 3 new cities, brand new city from ground. Say, okay, we are going to build a city for 20,000 people, a city for 50,000 people here. They can't. But what are they doing? People Akwa Ibom has invested more in infrastructure than Delta. Or see what Delta is like. Where do you want to point at in Delta today that you want to call the pride of that state? Or is it Bayelsa with only 8 local governments? That nothing is working except for individual personal houses, and they are creating some multi-millionaires among themselves that are not even living there. They will build big mansions, but they are living in Lagos, they are living in Abuja. So if those states that are any that big are not doing anything in their state, go and check them. It's not like one is just talking. I mean, these are states that are very familiar with our people. Go and check them out. What can they point out at their local government level? Go to what is this local government? Puruju, Etiop West, local government. Go and see the kind of land that people are living there. I got a dredging contract there many years ago that they did not even allow us to do because everybody wanted to collect money. Go and see the quality of life. That's state, one of the highest earners in Nigeria. Go to River State. Forget what is happening in those 3 local governments. Port Harcourt City, Obiako, and what's the other one? The Kwele local government. Immediately you step out of those 3 local governments, whether you go towards Eleme, Onega, or you go towards Afua Odua, or you go to Eche, the other half, or you go to this waterside area, what do you call it? There is nowhere you want to point that this is a city. Not. Immediately you leave the Port Harcourt metropolis. Every other thing is 0. 0. In fact, -0. That's River State. Forget what what's his name, built 12 flyover inside Port Harcourt City alone. All the flyover he built were just there. So which city, which state can we point at that is standing out? Which state? And these are the big earners. Yeah, the federal government has a role to play. But
Mr. Bishop,
there are different levels of government. Yes, please.
If I can hear you correctly, and let me ask you directly, at what percentage are you blaming the government, and at what percentage are you blaming the private sector, and at what percentage are you blaming the people? So we can balance this argument.
No. I'm not blaming the private sector. I'm not blaming the people. That's one. The people's responsibility is to elect government that work for them. Unfortunately, that is not working. But that's a different thing. I'm blaming the government that gets the people's money on their behalf and they are not investing it, whether it's at the federal level, at the state level, or at the local government level. The only problem with us is that we are focused more on the federal government. They are not paying attention at all to what the local government and the state government are doing. Go and see. Sometimes Delta State gets as much as 10 times from other states like Ekiti, like Kebbi, like Ondo. Go and check it. When some people get 6 billion per month, Delta State gets 35-40 billion. These are facts. But go and look at the quality of life. How many cities have they been able to build? Go and look the kind of monumental corruption that's going on there.
I think Bishop.
So
okay, I can hear you. Continue.
Yeah. So I would say the people or the private sector. No, the people that are representing the people, the government at every level, local, state, federal. What have they been able to apply? How are they doing it? If everybody is doing their bit, we will be concentrating a little bit less on the federal government. We look at our state government, the ones that can do better. How are they faring? I'm choosing 3 states. We can ask some other states too. At least the ones that I'm familiar with are the ones I've said. I know everywhere in Delta State. I'm not posting. And I know everywhere in Rivers. Look at Bayelsa. Bayelsa. Bayelsa has got 10 local government. What's the population of Bayelsa? No, I see the place. I've never been able to build any. Even if Bayelsa wants to build a city on the sea, on water, they can do it. We have other places in the world, and it's a project that anybody can do. But if the ones that are getting big money like that are not affecting people's lives, you see people still living in squalor, extreme squalor, in Bayelsa, in Delta. Go to those places I mentioned, they are next to you. People in Asaba, that is the capital city, go to Apanic. One small rail like this, everything on Pasa, flood everywhere, that to the right Kanu, and that is the capital. That is very close to Niger Delta. That any underground drainage will evacuate every water there and empty them in the river Niger. But that is not happening.
Bishop,
yes, please.
Bishop, you know, this thing you are saying, if we learn to criticize all these governors, the way we criticize Buhari,
that's what I'm saying.
When Buhari was in power, you see, let's even they say Buhari is a failure. Let the governors do 20% of what Buhari did in the federal.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Everybody should play their role.
Buhari is this one. Assuming all the governors did 1/3 of what Buhari did at the federal level in the state, what you are saying today will be different.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
But we like to criticize Buhari as a failure. This one now, look at that state. Look at this. They like to say bad things about the people they don't like.
Everybody has a role to play, but they're not government that not doing their own. State government are not doing their own.
So Bishop, as I rightly said, the major problem of Nigeria are in the state. Look at what Umari was able to do in 8 years in Ebonyi State. What are NNAMDI, the richest state in Southeast? What did they do?
God bless you.
I tell people every day. I don't know whether I can see here. I tell people every day. I remember I was arguing with you when I told you.
Akpabio did in Akwa Ibom for 8 years. What did they do in Delta? Delta is the richest. In fact, the allocation that state is gulping, they are receiving nothing to show. Like today, I also continue to criticize the Southwest because what are they doing in Ogun or Shun, or the rest?
Meanwhile, when we talk of this poverty index, it's actually the function of the state at state level. That people don't have access. That people don't have access. That people don't eat multidimensional something. That people don't have access to primary health care. That is not the function of federal government. That people don't have primary.
Bishop,
it's not the function of federal government. Yes, please.
Bishop, even food, because the major problem of food is access to market. The rural roads that are access to market for farmers. That's local government and states now. This one is federal government. Food is expensive in Nigeria. Then Buhari go plant food for you. When your states are the ones that are supposed to make rural roads, local government are supposed to make rural roads so that the food can get to the cities.
Sorry, Bishop. See the hypocrisy of Nigeria. Look at Kebbi State, for example. They are planting rice in huge quantity, and they are taking it down to Lagos to be milled in one of the biggest milling factories in Africa. And Nigerians are criticizing Kebbi for bringing the rice to. They don't have the mill to mill there, and the people there are farmers. In fact, they have a state that can take out their harvest and mill it for them. Is that a good advantage? I don't understand.
No, they even don't get it.
And the South, sorry, let me just. And the Southwest, everybody will be complaining the South, no food. Where the northern people, they are the one doing all the farming for Nigeria. It's a simple tomato you don't want to plant.
Our people are so lazy.
Everything, beans, everything is from there. You have to wait for them. People are so lazy.
Let me tell you one thing I discovered. I'm currently trying to do a program in agri-tech now. And it opened my eyes to a lot of things. The land in the southeast and southwest, they are not easy to farm because of the topography. In the north, you will notice that the land in the north are like the ones we have in North America. They are plain land that they don't have rain, only snow. You can see like almost 50 kilometers ahead of you. Plain. So it's easy to put a sprinkler there. It's easy to put a harvester that has extensions because the land is plain. When they are preparing their land, then when they prepare the land for farming, they do the kind of landscaping. So the places that are high, they try to level them. So the land becomes so plain and you see a plain field. So the machines can run on them. Can you do that in any land in Southeast? With all the gully erosion. So it's not easy for them to do mechanized farming in Southeast. Except it's not very expensive. And then they'll be shouting Fulani.
Well, I agree with you to some extent that farming is a little bit more easier in the north. But in 2003, Obasanjo did a program, Fadama project, and they discovered that every part of Nigeria, you can plant one variety of rice or the other. Every part, from the north to the south, to the plateau, to the swampland in Bayelsa, in Enugu, in Ilesha, in Abeokuta, in everywhere you can plant rice. I don't know if anybody remember the Fadama project.
I remember Fadama.
They can plant rice. How many states have taken into that project? And say, okay, we buy into it. Then on the Kebbi that you spoke about, Kebbi and Lagos actually had an agreement. Lagos is sponsoring the planting of those rice to be able to feed their immortalized needs. So it's not like entirely they just plant the rice and want to take it. No, it's a partnership between both states because they needed to feed Lagos and Kebbi because they needed stock paddy to feed the rice mills. And we have a lot of rice mills now. So what we require is an increase in the planting of the rice. There are more than 10 real rice mills. What is like more than 20 now that are functional. Some of them are federal government owned, some of them are private owned that are very functional. So if people invest, that government can invest, and let people produce. Boko Haram had affected farming in Boronu and the northeast and some parts of the northwest. But things are taking shape. Things are getting together. People are going back to their farm. I used to go to Mongolu in those days to go and buy fish. Damasak, Gamboru Gala, Bama. That are the places that you will be shocked that how do we have more fish in the north
than people in the south? I used to be surprised though.
Now, you need to go to that river, Mongolu. You need to see their fish market. Or is it the skin market, hide market that you see there? If you go, you'll be shocked the number of dry fish they were moving from the north to the south. And my first something there was that how come we have more fish in the north than the south? And people will tell you that it's there that they don't do anything there. Because people that have never been there, they will want to tell you everything about the north. But they've never crossed to the Niger.
They'll tell you the north are useless. They can't do this one. They are so useless. Oh my God.
So if we improve on the food production area, if we do the needful, and local government are effective and efficient, honestly speaking, we have no problem with poverty. And that's where we are going. That's the direction.
The South needs to wake up and commit themselves to diligence. I'm not saying we are lazy, but we are not as diligent as the northern youths.
And we are not getting our priorities right.
The average northern youth is more diligent. Our own is to go and shake bomb in front of camera. Our own is to, the boys are doing yahoo. The girls are doing big girl. I saw one video. You know those videos they go around to interview people. So one guy went to inter-house sport and was interviewing small children. They interview one girl, small girl, say, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" Say, "I want to be a big girl." That was what the girl said. I'm telling you. The guy said, they said, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" Some of them say, I want to be a lawyer. I want to be this. So they interviewed this small girl and said, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" He said, "I want to be a big girl."
big girl.
I want to be a big girl.
Can you imagine?
Over the slave queen.
Over the big girl.
Because the mindset they've given that girl.
I understand. I agree with you.
Yeah, so the southern youth need to reassess themselves.
They all want to be big boys and big girls, you know.
And now, we think we are so lazy now. Yahoo, this and that, and then the girls will be shaking bum in front of phone and putting it in TikTok. They are not thinking about to make their own TikTok.
They all want to keep up with the black Americans, you know. They see them on TV.
They want to rank well. They want
Patrick, o ṣe jẹ́ pé bọ́m̀bọ̀m yẹn ló ṣàn tẹnu mọ́. O ṣe jẹ́ pé bọ́m̀bọ̀m ló ń tẹnu mọ́.
Now when you go to your Facebook now.
Ìwọ náà sádánà, ìwọ náà láìkì bọ́m̀bọ̀m púpọ̀. Lólè ló ṣe ń tẹnu mọ́.
The videos, you just see that the videos just keep popping up like that. What kind of
Actually,
is that?
I know that you love Nigeria. I know that you are very passionate about Nigeria, like some of us, or the rest of us too. But Amani, that's the truth. We want everything, if it's possible, to have it sharp. Hey, get governments right, get everything right, but hey, man, it has to come slowly. It also decay. I used to quote Odifos. What's this guy's name? It's Sophocles. What's the guy that wrote? This guy that translated it in Nigeria. That wrote. This professor of this river. Olaro TV. The gods are not to blame. The gods are not to blame. You know, say the gods are not to blame. Yeah, the gods are not to blame. The road that he said we had left. He said we have left our pots unwashed, our soup now burns. The rocks that is affecting us today are things that we have left unattended to over the years. We cannot just take this shit away overnight. It's going to take some time and some process. It's going to take some time and some process before we can actually get it right. If we think we can just get it right,
Bishop, you know, one of the problems that we have is that I think because we are coming from the military, you know, the military has command and control system, and the president under the military has so much power. So that's the same thing that they are thinking. Nigerians are thinking that it's the president, the buck stop at his table. Which buck? You understand? The president cannot, for example, take decision on land matters now. This land belongs to the state. Begging them. So people say the buck. Which buck? The buck that already has to buck stop at the table now.
You know what? Sorry to budge in. I think the idea that in Yoruba land or Southwest is that you can be prosperous with education alone. Just get your bachelor degree, your master's degree, and then set around it for you. It's over. It's not like that anymore. There is no that particular job anywhere anymore. You put your hand in the ground, and if you are good in some IT savvy or some of because that
then you don't even need the school again.
Yes, so what are we talking about? Look at some people are smiling to the bank. I had a friend in Ibadan that he just into fish. What do you call it? He has a pond, and he also has some cows, and he also have some.
And he's smiling to the bank.
Yeah. This guy is a millionaire, and he never left Nigeria.
He doesn't even need a degree. He doesn't even need a degree to do that.
No degree at all. Nothing.
He doesn't even need the degree to do that.
You know what shocked me? I went to his farm and he slaughtered before he slaughtered 270. Is it 270 kilograms of a pig? Before he even slaughtered it, people already order for it. And he told me 1 kilogram is 2,700 naira. Just 1 kg, 2,700 naira. And he slaughtered 200, and he has about 20 pigs there, big ones, and they continue to have babies. This guy is. What do you want him to come and do in abroad? For God's sake, he's making his.
Do you know that one of them can have 24 babies?
Yes, they have baby. Sometimes there is a lot of work.
In fact, the funny thing is that pig can eat anything. Pig can eat anything,
Yes,
and
anything.
their growth
Anything.
is so rapid, and they don't die. They don't die anyhow. They don't die anyhow. They are very, yes.
Simba, you know, pigs are the only
I
animal
don't
you can.
venture into piggery because of my own faith. If not, I will have ventured into piggery.
Simba,
yes,
you know,
one piece.
You know, pig farming is the only farm you can start. You can decide not to vaccinate your pigs, and they will grow. They will grow to full size.
Exactly.
You say full size.
Well, some people that could have been doing that, they all left their villages.
I don't know what we can do to actually push our youth to produce, to be more productive. Most of them these days, they don't do anything. The only thing that they do is to complain.
It's our school system. Our school system lack practical. Sorry, our school system lack practical. We have to bring practical into our school system, not only theory. We are supposed to have like 80% practical, 20% theory. Like that, we cannot refocus and redirect our new generation into all these craftsmanship and position again. If not so,
why is agriculture not a big part of the curriculums? They don't teach agricultural science in school anymore. Why?
They teach. It's only they teach it from GSS to SS3. In the first 3 years in secondary school, it's compulsory for everybody to do agric science from GSS1 to GSS3.
So but
mostly theory.
But the issue, let me tell you, the issue here, the advent of private school in Nigeria bring a lot of things. Private school, what they are doing is that they are just doing business. Yes. I remember when we were in secondary school, we have what we call school farm, and we have what we call experimental farm. That each student, you have your home portion of the farm that you plant, and they will award mark to you at the end of the harvest. But did they even have the land to do that? No. They don't even have the land for sports. They don't have land for anything. The only thing is just one building.
In fact, Simba, you have just crossed what I wanted to interject. I discussed somewhere, and I told people that every school that does not have up to at least minimum of 3 acres of land, that they have enough grant for playground and enough grant for experimental farming, should be closed down. People started they want to throw people out of business. People are not. I said, look, what we are raising now, we are not raising productive kids. I went to primary school. In my primary school in those days, Army Children's School in Ibadan, we have farmland in the early 70s. I still remember very well in my primary school in 1972 that you will learn how to farm. We have schools now that don't even have playground. I'm not talking of farm now. I'm talking of ordinary playground where they can play table tennis or
do sports. Most of them, if they want to do entire sports, they will go and rent a field or go to stadium. And I wonder, where did you do the practice? If you want to do entire sports, where will you do the practice? Where will you do the practice? Then one day you just go to stadium.
Is that thing they are doing in entire sport? Is it entire sport they are doing? That is not entire sport now. So that's the issue. So
you see an adult, Bishop, you see an adult, a graduate in a year that I've never seen yam growing in his life. Imagine. And you ask him, why did they harvest yam? He will say maybe from the tree.
Let me shock you. There was an interview I was involved in for people that read chemistry. And we have graduates that apply. They've never seen one machine that we used to call GC, gas chromatography, or Lego analyzer. They've never seen it, and they graduate.
Those are GSS now. Those are GSS practicals now. Yeah. That is integrated science. That's not chemistry. That is integrated science.
No, gas chromatography is gas chromatography is not it's geochemistry. It's for analyzer. For what you call it.
I know now. We did the experiment in primary and secondary school now.
Okay. So people
that
have
we use chlorophyll of the leaf.
Some of them have not even seen it before, and they are graduates of chemistry. It's not in a GC, gas chromatograph, or Leco analyzer. So what kind of education? So apart from the education aspect, we need a complete ethical reorientation.
So Bishop,
complete one.
Sorry, Bishop. So do you now subscribe to the idea of our university being semi-autonomous? Because if you continue to say government,
we said that before now.
But some people say no, everything should be free.
No, you cannot. I've always said. I mean, they will say that because
look at how much they are paying. Look at the university system. You are paying less than 65 or at worst less than $100 as tuition fee for 1 year. And then you want quality education. It's not.
We've said that before. That's the populist. That's the populist ideology.
Because most of the university charge tuition fee, let them just say $200 to $300 a year.
Remy, do you know the danger of that?
Yes.
Both the student can now remain in school. The one that's supposed to spend 4 years, we used to call them. They have one name. We have one name. We used to call those ones that used to stay in school now. Some of them, they have a 4 years course. They will spend 6 years, 7 years. I've forgotten the name we used to call them now. Because they are not paying anything. They can afford not to be serious. The lecturers can afford to go on strike for 1 year. At the end of the day, they will still try and get their salary.
Let my people go. Let my people go. That was to call the university those days. Let the people go. They get carry over.
NFA, no future ambition.
NFA, exactly.
NFA, let my people go. Carry over.
That most of the lecturers will go and woo for 2 or 3 months, and when they come back, they want to rush you under 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and then the examination comes. What kind of education is that? So
what are you taking? Some of them might not go to class for 2-3 years. What are you telling me?
And they will set your exam, and then you have to pass, and they will even fail you.
Let me tell you. You remember what happened in Unilori? Maybe when they said they sacked some lecturers that time.
Yeah.
Some lecturers who go on sabbatical. That's supposed to be 1 year, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years down the line. You just see their name. In fact, you do a 4 years course. They will say they have one lecturer in your department. You will never see him from the beginning to the end of your course. 4 years. They say, and he will collect salary now. Yes, they be collecting salary. So what they did that time is that the VC that time wrote all those people, all those lecturers that went to sabbatical and did not come back. If you still need your job,
were you in the Lorry in the days of Bishop?
No, I've left the Lorry before.
Okay.
No,
so
I've left the Lorry.
I was hoping to see his name in the ministerial list as the Minister of Education.
That guy will be ruthless, so he will be ruthless with them.
Where is he from?
He's from Ogun State. He's not from Kwara.
It's possible. I would like Tinubu to even give him that.
I really want
Oleyede is from Ogun State. He's not from Kwara.
Are you sure?
Yes, now I know Oleyede very well. Now, when I was in the university, he was just a lecturer, a doctor in the Department of Religious Studies. And people know that was what you read when people will be talking about technocrat. This guy read religious study. Look at what he's doing. Everywhere he touches, he changes things. And we'll be talking about
all the people that went to school under him. I had one person. There was no extra 1 year, no extra 1 month because there was not stable strike.
Bishop, how come JAM is now making profit all over the years? They never return any money back to the federal cover. This guy been returning money every year.
Let me tell you, it was one that exposed JAM. The JAM has been there for how many decades now? It was, and people were still getting money from government.
Do you know even reduce the farm money from?
Yes, now it reduced it. Exactly, it reduced the money, and at the end of the day, they will still make billions profit at the end of the year.
Look at 1,500.
So why is that not happening in WAEC? Why is that not happening in NECO? No, those are the issues now.
Why is NECO not returning money? At least they're still collecting money from the federal government. The same thing.
What about WAEC? That has been there for only God knows the number of years.
Sack all of them there. They are just making.
It's not only, they are not the only parastatals that are doing that. There are so many of them. So
So that's why I like JAM. They already, this. Oh my God! So many institutions or parastatals that so what the monumental corruption that is taking place is just too huge. That country is the land of opportunity. If you can, I know it's not easy because people say, why don't you stay back? You are in abroad. I've come to abroad, sir. I've seen the whole thing by myself. I had a very good question. I said, what is the end game for everybody? If you think this abroad, you just like stay in like a triangle kind of lifestyle. You go to work, shopping, and you go back home. Everything is work, shopping, go back home. But in Nigeria, you can even access to a lot of things without. I don't want to even talk about it because at the end of the day, you just have to. People like you, Simba, you've taken the right decision because at the end of the day, this type of stuff now, everything you do ask to promote the majority of the money. Light is when you come in initially, you will say, everything is out there. But when you start repetition, you do the same thing now and then, you are already tired. The improvement that is there, you might have money, but what about other aspects of life? So when in your country, you have a lot of room to maneuver. The country is so huge now that you don't even need to stay in your state. If you like, you can go up north and do your farming. You can go anywhere in Nigeria that if you think it's right for you and do your business there. For our youth, I think the government, just like what Bishop said before, the local government autonomy, most of them, they refuse it. They voted against it. So that is why most of our local government are not developing.
Remy, even if they granted them autonomy, who will be monitoring them? They will just be squandering the money. Believe me.
What is the state doing? They should monitor them.
Then the people themselves should hold their leaders accountable.
Thank you.
But Bishop, the people themselves, you make perfect examples. What people wanted in Nigeria, they don't want infrastructure. People don't want this school. What they want is to share the money.
Infrastructure.
Exactly. That's what the people, Nigerians, wanted. Just to share the money.
You can see Oyo State, for example, when the guy that died, Jimobi was there, because that guy was very tough on Oyo State. He was able to achieve a lot of success, expand and reduce so many things. But the current governor now is stomach infrastructure. Just share the money. Go to Ibadan, it's an eyesore. No visible development. Everywhere you see, it's like all the quarter all over Southwest. Everyone just come to Ibadan. You are driving against Okada, they are in front of you, they are behind you, they are on your left, they are on your right. The roads are so narrow, and there's a lot of people pumping into that state from different parts of the world, from the north, anywhere. Everybody is just coming to Ibadan. It's life. There's so many people, and the infrastructure is not enough. So you can see the eyesore. And when you start down from Lagos State and you see what Lagos State is, and then
Remy, if you now go to interlands, you go to all those places like Shaki, Erua, all those small towns, you will see that they have already become ghost town. You know what? Everybody has migrated to Ibadan, everybody has migrated to Lagos, they are now in the cities. And you see the kind of life that they are living. Somebody that will live a whole big house in their town, they will go and be squatting in the city, doing nothing, waiting for that opportunity that will never come.
Miracle.
You know, also notice like most of the ways money is exchanged in Nigeria are usually not through productive means. You understand? Productive way. Like in the West, for example, like before that money touch your pockets, the kind of activity you must have engaged yourself in is something that produce something. You understand?
Yes, of course.
Nigeria, You know, Mike, in Nigeria, you can survive without work in Nigeria. You will still be eating, you will be producing children without work.
Producing children, your family will be supporting you. And
Exactly. You will be just be calling one family member or the other. You'll be calling one family member or the other.
The honest is that if you have you don't have one or two, you also have one or two kids, before you know your mother-in-law will call you. Are you not going to have the third one? Are you not going to be thinking of having a son or having another one daughter? It's like they would just encourage you to have.
You know, yesterday Friday, I was driving and I look at the beggars along the street in Ilorin. If you see one female beggar, the number of kids that you see around her, she will have like 4 or 5 kids. These are the kids that they don't invest anything in them. Because I don't know why a beggar should be producing kids. And those kids will not go to school. Nobody is taking responsibility on them. The female one, I don't know what will become of them. The male ones are the one that they will use for, they will become the Fulani S-men, become the bandits, become all this. Because they will not learn anything. Because they're not even producing them to be productive. And at the age of maybe 5, 6, the male ones, they will just walk away like that. And nobody will ask of them again. That's their culture. They will just disappear and go and be exactly.
They don't care.
They don't care.
Just to connect to.
And then that kind of a child, what kind of emotion did you expect such a child to have? What kind of empathy? That one can see anybody, can kill anybody because he has never enjoyed in his life.
And he has been a lot of trouble. He will sleep in the cold, in the sun.
Exactly.
It's no good food. They will pick food from the trash can. His life is quite miserable from childhood. Of course, when he grew up, he would think the society that make him to be like that. Without not knowing, it's the parent that put him into that kind of problem. And he will vent his anger on the society. He can
exactly.
He can do whatever he like. He doesn't care anymore. So that is just the problem. And Nigerian people,
you know, such people can die. They can afford to die because there is no investment. They don't have anything to lose.
And that is the major reason. Another reason is that because Nigerian people are so religious, you must give alms to the poor. I like it, it's good, but at the same time, you are also encouraging.
Let me tell you, some of these beggars are richer than the people that are working.
Of course,
because as you said, religion encourages. You see, some of them they give them live chicken that even people that are working cannot afford. So rich men will go and give them this in the name of they want to do one prayer or the other. That you have to go and give this to.
Assume that you have 5 children and they are on hams every day. And in Nigeria now, you cannot drop 1 naira like before. At least maybe they'll drop them 5 naira, 20 naira, 50 naira, 100 naira. So let's assume that each of them is coming with at least minimum of 1,000 naira. Times 5, that's 5,000 a day. Times 5, that times 7, 5,000, that is at 5,000 in 1 week. Times 1 month, that's at over 100,000 naira. What are you talking about? Just an average, and they can make more than that. And then also
no, they can make more than that. They can make more than that.
Material things they will get from it. So you can see, and until you know. Some people, I just don't understand.
In fact, you know, Remy, sometimes when I look at the whole situation, I give up. Believe me, I just give up. Because I just look at how can you solve this myriad of problems? Yes.
You know the problem.
Myriad of problems.
As another thing, as some government is trying to provide solution, some people deliberately they want it to be bad. It is from
and that is the kind of politics that we practice now. Like some people are already here now, or praying that Tinubu should not succeed, so that they can use that one to
see this subsidy remover, and the government is trying to come up with palliative, and people are not exercising patience. They want it as quickly as possible, and they will run it that people are suffering. A lot of people are dying. How many people are dying like that on the street?
No, it's very, let me tell you, is it these 2 months that plunged Nigerians into poverty?
And look at what, is it One Piece or something I just talked that Simba is a rich man? Is he trying to say Adeleko is a poor man? that he will believe Angelico that just went in there and chew it. Anybody that can buy a ticket to go abroad, it's not a poor man anymore. No matter how you get the money, because it's not a chicken cage for you to buy a return ticket now. It's so expensive. And
you know, like when they were interviewing some of those people that were trafficking themselves to Libya, you know, and some of them, the amount of money they pay the trafficker to help them get across, I'm like, wow.
No, Mikey. The last time I was traveling back, I met one at Murtala Mohammed Airport in Lagos. A lady, she was sitting beside me when we want to actually board. And I saw her ticket. I think I mentioned it before. And I saw Baghdad. I said, wow, Baghdad?
Baghdad?
Believe me, Iraq. I now engage her. I said, as a Yoruba lady, even the graduates for that matter. So I asked her, I said, do you know where you are going? She said that she doesn't even know. Believe me. I said, this is Baghdad. I said, this is Baghdad. This is Iraq. Have you ever heard Iraq in your life? And I asked her, I said, how much did you pay? What are you going to do in that place? She doesn't even know.
Oh my God!
She paid. That was September last year. She said she paid almost 1 million naira to get that visa.
So
and I asked her, I said, if you invested that 1 million naira in your business, or you just choose a line of business and invest that 1 million naira in Nigeria, I asked her, I said, what did they promise you? How much did they say you'll be earning in a month? He said, after converting the money to be like 150,000. And I said, as a graduate, you think you cannot make 150,000 naira monthly if you are very serious in Nigeria? Do you understand? But you know, everybody is just looking for maybe just to earn. We cannot think outside the box. You understand? Exactly. So they just, and I just look at the lady, and she was busy just taking selfie, taking picture, calling people. I'm in the airport now. We're about to check to board. I just look at her and say, what kind of life is this one? And you know, the funny thing, when I was now coming back this time around, the same airport, I was in one of these Bureau de Change shop. A lady just came, and fortunately, she was also coming from Baghdad. She now wanted to change the money. She came with some euro. She wanted to change it because she was traveling to Akure, and she knew that by the time she get to Akure, she might not get the Bureau de Change to change the money. So she wanted to change all the hard currency that she had with her. And the problem was that the POS they want to use to transfer the naira was having problem. And she started shouting, no, these are all the money that I make in 1 year. And at the end of the day, I look at her and said, how much is this money that she's talking about? 900K. 900K. Very beautiful lady, very beautiful lady. She was shouting that for the past 1 year, I never see son, that she's always indoor. I don't know what they are doing to her. I don't know the kind of work she's doing inside the house, they kept her in that place. You know, so those are the issues. You see Nigerians, ladies, especially, all those countries that you'll be wondering, Iraq, Egypt, imagine Egypt, Nigerians and Egypt working as maid.
And the kind of work they will do in Egypt,
what kind of work are they doing?
They won't take it.
And you know these Arabs, they are very discriminating.
What? You didn't hear about what happened to Nigerians in Tunisia recently?
They are even worse than white folks. Really, they are terrible human beings. I'm sorry to say this.
Now, for you to now put yourself in a position where you are under them, oh my God.
The husband of their boss, we also try to sleep with them, force them to sleep.
If you talk, let me tell you, if you talk, it will waste you, and nothing will happen.
They always waste them. That's what they do in Libya to most of them. They waste them.
They waste you, and you can never. You don't talk. Yes, you don't talk. When you see them especially the Nigerians they are not even as many as the East Africans, the Kenyans, the Ugandans, and all those ones. If you see them, they have lost their self-esteem, and most of the time, before they will travel.
Also, you
yes.
know, the way we're conditioned in Africa, we have inferiority complex.
No, that's East African people.
No, I'm not saying East Africa. I'm saying like in Africa generally, the way our grooming is like we develop this. We see these Arabs wild, we automatically think they're better than us. You understand? The moment we see them, you know, no me, what I'm saying, like it's average African. Already see them as people that are above them. So now these people already don't even like you. So now when you go to their society, the fact that you're already buying to them, they will not. It's like you're not giving them that room to now say, "Hey, you can treat me the way you like," you know. So,
Mike, you know the slave trade actually starts with the Arabs.
Yeah, but
they were the first. Yeah, they were the first to come to Africa for slavery before even the Europeans started. And that was why when you go to especially in the East African axis, all these Zanzibar, Tanganyika, Kenya, all those places, and that is why they speak Swahili. I think I've mentioned it on this platform. Swahili is just like speaking pidgin English. It's a pidgin Arab. You understand? And that yes, it's a mixture of Arab. It's a pidgin Arab. Swahili is a pidgin Arabic. It's not.
That's why I used to wonder, like, what is Swahili tribe? Is he?
And that is why you see that majority of those East African, Southern African countries, they speak it. It's because of slave trade. It's a pidgin Arabic. And that's why that is why most of them even love to go to the Middle East, because when you get there, it's very easy for them to learn the language, because it's like somebody who has already understood pidgin English now traveling. It's very easy for you to understand English, to speak English, and that's what you see. So they have that background, and you know, it's something that you can transfer from generation to generation. Even our own generation that has not witnessed the slave trade, we have it at the back of our mind that these are our masters. Do you understand? And they also, the people there, they know that they have the history that their forefathers have used these people as slaves before. And now economic situation is also pushing us to them now. So they just continue. So that's the situation. It's a very damning, serious situation. Believe me. Africans, and you know, the funny thing about this is Africans is that before they would travel, they will have had like 2 or 3 children back home. So what they will be doing is that they will keep their children with their maybe grandma, with their mothers at home, and these children because they don't even stay in marriage. So these children will grow with the grandma without any male or whatever contribution to their upbringing. They will also go like that. So it's just like a transgenerational cycle of. So by the time they get married, the same thing will happen, and that's why you see that 80 or 90% of the marriages in the East Africa doesn't succeed. So it's to me, I don't know, Africa generally, I don't know what we can do to actually save that continent. It's a rotten and dysfunctional continent. And everything we do is that instead of us to sit down and provide solutions to our problem, the only thing is that, hey, this one has not, don't give us, we know the problems are there. What we need is the solution. Let us provide solutions, not you on your own, that you are shouting. Hey, if you go to Nigeria, you see poverty everywhere. How many people have you liberated? How many Nigerians have you invested? You have spent 20, 30 years in America. How many investments do you have in Nigeria? How many people have you employed? You know, sometimes they don't know we that are in Nigeria and that we have investment in Nigeria, what we are facing with Nigerians. They don't know that it also contributes to the way we see things. But they don't have. The only thing they have is that, I know it's government should provide everything. Government should do this, government should do your own.
They are not providing.
Some of us, yes, some of us can boldly say that we have contributed to Nigerian economy. I know families that are depending on me, that are feeding on me, it's not even by giving them free money. They work and they are taking care of their family. I can proudly say that. But how many people have you done that to? And you will not claim that you love Nigerians more than the people that have invested in Nigeria, that are even employed Nigerian. And we suffer from them. Just about at least I've been in Nigeria now for more than almost 2 months now. When I arrived in Nigeria, about 2 or 3 weeks after, the manager of my farm just came and said they stole some things in the farm. I asked him, I said, how come? We have security, you are there and everything. He said he didn't know how it happened. And that thing cost me almost 1 million naira. I just decided, I said, okay, no problem. When next it happens, this is what I'm going to, because if I say I want to sack all of them, the people that want to employ again, do I even know what they will do?
You have to do
so they made me to incur an expenses of almost 1 million naira. And somebody will come on this platform and be telling me that, why am I saying this? Do you even have that right to say that? What have you done? What have you invested in Nigeria? The only thing you do is to shout, if you walk on the street of Nigeria, you see dead body, you see poverty on the streets, you see them written it as if they are writing poverty on the faces.
People I think it's a generational thing. Like that generation, like my mom see all of that. When they sit around and talk, that's all they just talk. They do. People are so poor, people are suffering, this conflict. I'm like, can you guys discuss something else? I mean, that conversation became exhausting to me. Like, they just sit around and just point finger at everything that's wrong. But
let me tell you, Mike, I have a guy that I picked up at the age of 17. A guy, I never knew any of his family. This guy used to cut flower in my hospital. I saw him, I look at him, he's a very charming guy. The guy is from Benue State. He said his father was a retired policeman. The guy did not take any responsibility. How can you, a 17-year-old, migrated alone from Benue State to come to Kwara State? I just picked up this guy. When I started with him, I said, okay, every weekend on Saturday, just come to my house. Come and help me to tidy up some things, cut flowers and all those things. And as I did, that was around 2017, 2016. I would give him 5,000 naira every month, in addition to what he was earning in the hospital as a gardener. So we started like that. Then when they started having problems, they don't pay them salary and everything. And I said, come and work with me. Then they were giving him 10,000 naira in the hospital. I said, I'll be giving you 20,000 naira. Come and work with me. And that was when, and I said, okay, did you even have a whole level? He said he had a level. I said, you have a whole level? I said, okay. I enrolled him in the Kwara State Polytechnic. The guy is now in NNAMDI. Just yesterday, he was asking me that they want to pay school fees. I should borrow him 50,000. I said, no, I'm not going to borrow you. I said, I will give you. And I gave him the 50,000 naira. If it is something, I can screenshot the WhatsApp conversation. You know what the guy wrote? He said, you are my life. Believe me, that was what he sent to me. He said, you are my life. You are my life. You understand? He sees me like his father. So, because if you are talking on this, they will think that maybe we are mean and all those. Those people are just talking. What have they contributed? I'm just giving you this because you are talking like this. The guy, I sponsored the guy from OND1. He's now going to HND2. He's studying SLT, Science Laboratory Technology. I never knew any of his family. So am I not like that one? I'm trying my best to take that one out of poverty. I've taken him out of the street, because he will have become maybe somebody else on the street. But now he's working with me. He can afford to feed himself. He has an Okada that I bought for him to make his transportation very easy to go to school.
And he can also use that Okada to make more money.
Yes, now after for when they close in the farm, he will go and do Okada.
It's good to go.
I paid every year, Remy. I paid for his accommodation every year outside the salary. Accommodation.
You tried.
Believe me.
I think at the end of the day, I hope he can also turn things around by himself after graduating. And you've given him everything he really wanted, an education, a job, and also to make another money from using his bike. I think he's a lucky guy out of so many people. If you count his stats, for him telling you his life, I think what he really meant it. Because how many people, even the so-called rich, even the so-called Mr. Sonny that is criticizing Rufai, what has he done? Everything is in their life to criticize, and you ask them, where did you make your own money?
Exactly. Well, if all of us can do that and take one person like that, and then
also make money.
Simba, do you know how many Nigerians? How many Nigerians here in the diaspora that have earning like high income? You know the income here is very high. Some of them they graduate, they are lawyers, doctors, and I know so many of them. All their money, all they are doing is just.
You know how much people are spending monthly to their parents, to their brothers, to their sisters.
Yeah, that's what they do. Just send money to them.
Whether you're the little brother or the little sister, you have to help the senior one. You have to help them a lot. And if you say you are not doing, then you know Yoruba people now, they are good with their mouth. And when they start talking with their mouth, the next day you send the money, whether by force or by name. People are trying. So everybody coming here telling you don't know about Nigeria because if you said Nigeria, I don't think so. Everybody here, you have one relative or one person or one people or some people in Nigeria that if they ask something from you, have, even if you cannot give everything, you have to give out something. Unless you are just that kind of people that too tight-fisted.
You know what games, Remy? You see, this mentality of just sending money to somebody, just take, without following what to me, I'm against it. What we need to start doing is
I know you are against it, but at the same time, even if
let me learn. I'm not saying I'm against any money. What I'm saying is I'm against just giving it without any kind of it being some type of investment. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, what we need to be doing is that money we have saying, okay, set up something. The money we're going towards that thing. Whatever business or whatever it is, but this just sending.
Okay,
it's not,
Mike,
lazy, and that's what's forcing people to be so lazy and buying.
Simple question. Let's say your sister or your brother will just call you. I'm sorry, my kid. We have unfortunate things are not good in Nigeria. We want to pay school fees for their son in the university or for their daughter in the secondary school or in the primary school or whatever. They will just give you that word. How would you feel? And
now, Remy.
Let me finish. You try to give them the amount of money to set up a business. I've given somebody $500,000 to set up a business. What did you use with the money? Today is zero.
They will eat it now. It will give, at the end of the day, it will give you an excuse.
So,
and that's what I'm saying, and that's part of what I'm saying, Remy.
So what can you do?
Wait.
What are you going to do? Are you going
to? Wait, Remy. What I'm saying is that we all know that when they call you, they're not telling you that, hey, just give me. They'll say, I want to do this, I want to do that, give me this money, and we will just give them, and they don't do it. We all know what they use the money to do. They go and use it to enjoy, buy their new jeans or whatever it is, chain, whatever, jewelry. That's what they do with the money, or they use it to do one bit. But what I'm saying is, what we need to be cautious of is, wherever we're putting that money, you mentioned, they say school fees, you will pay that money directly to that school fees. You understand? To that school. You will make...
They will tell you, I'm going somewhere. You don't trust me anymore.
You have to let me talk now.
They will blackmail you now.
Wait now. This one say wants to set up business. You will set that business up for him yourself. Make sure that money you are not giving directly to that person. We need to bring that money directly to that thing. That it's an investment. You understand? Because we are the one causing the problem more. Most of these Nigerians, they are creating this high life culture.
Okay, Mike, I want to
their relatives are abroad, sending them free money to them. So now they get all this free money. They start buying flashy things, flashing it in the eyes of those ones they don't have, and those ones they don't have to want to keep up with them. Everybody want to keep up with this high life when they are not really productive. They are not working for it. We are the one contributing to that problem. I'm sorry.
The point now is there. You said you want to monitor, you are going to give them the money to the business. You are in America. You are not in Nigeria. They can set you up easily.
No.
If they want to do out of trading or have a shop or something like that, and they already have their shop.
They will go and collaborate with somebody. That one will say, okay, how much are you going to give me? They will share it. They will share it. The guy will say, you give me 20% if I do this thing for you. It will tell you that it will be the one that will supply the goods or whatever. And it's a lie.
Simba, let me tell you another way. Somebody say he wants to set up a business, right? I will tell you that, okay, we have to partner in it. Right? I will say first thing first, send me a business plan, how business will run from the top to bottom on a daily, business plan. You send me the business plan, look at the business plan. Now I understand the business, how it's going to be run. And I will tell you that, okay, we are partnering in this business 50-50 or however I want to do it. You can even, if you are greedy enough, you can even say 70-30, meaning I own 70%, you're 30%. But what I will do is I will come up with the money, right? And this is your part. You do the operation. And wait, you have to engage. You have to be involved.
I'm listening to you.
Now, listen, now you tell them like, okay, the process of hiring, the process of everything, we're both going to be part of it hand to hand. The day-to-day operation, we're both going to be hand to hand. Now, whenever I send money, whatever we have to buy, whatever we have to, everything, right? You make sure money are sent for this part of the business to purchase this, purchase that. If you lose it, if you lost, you owe it to me. You owe me that money. You are responsible for it, right? So you go from there. So now every part of step of the way, there's an accountability. Now, of course, we're going to lie to you that somebody robbed me or something.
Can I ask you some question, Mike?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
The first question is, who are you partnering this business with? Is it with your family member or an entirely private person?
Whoever it is that you want to help, that's it wants to help you.
So if it's your family member and you said, okay, if you guys are not making profit or whatever, you have to pay me back down. I can guarantee you are getting no sissy like Obi, no shishi.
If it's what?
If the business fail or if things do not go out right, guarantee you he or she will not give you any money back. Because
if the business succeed or fail.
If it's family member, first thing, you won't get any shishi back. If it's private person, the worst you can do is take a police to go and arrest it.
No. Remy, you're not understanding the ultimate.
I understand you. I understand you. But the bone of contention about your business plan is that you are not on grant. You are still abroad.
Remy, you're not getting it. You're not in the beginning. I'm not interested in the business money in the first place. What I'm saying is,
I know, but you are trying to say
the reason why I'm putting it like that, Remy, you're not. Let me make myself clear. The reason why I'm putting it like that is that way that person, you give him that impression that you are not in full control of this thing. It's a partnership, but in the first place, all I wanted to do was give him the money to do it himself.
I understand. So
but now you give him a degree of responsibility. So now, wait, this is one strategy, another strategy of eliminating people or putting people in a position where they can't come back to you for money. You understand? It's a strategy. Listen. In the first place, I wanted to set it up for him 100% or give him the money to go and do everything by himself 100%. That's what I wanted to do in the first place. But now I put him in a position where he doesn't see what I'm doing for him as just him alone. It's a partnership. Now, if that money disappears or something go wrong, he owes me money. But so now, if you put him in that position, at the end of the day, if you run away with the money or the money disappear and something's supposed to, now he knows that this thing that died, I owe this guy part of his the money that that's gone. Next time he comes back to you for anything, he can say, guy, you still owe me money. You owe me money. So now he owes you money. So you put him in a position where he'll be ashamed to come back to you for anything else.
Okay, don't worry. This kind of people, they are not ashamed of anything. But at the same time, I know what you are trying to do. You are trying to set him up. You don't even care whether if you use the money very well, you'll be happy. If the other way around, it won't come.
And what Mike is trying to do so that next time it will not come back.
Even if he come back, you can rub it in his face like, oh no, that money, yeah.
Unless you just decide in your mind that this guy, I zero my mind. No dime again coming, and they will blackmail you. Be ready to be blackmailed to the core.
And you too can use that story to blackmail him back now. You can call other people like this guy. I gave him 3 million to set up to partner with him, and he disappeared with the money. You blackmail me partner. How can you explain that to people? So by the time you say we tell people the story of the business you and him partner to set up and he hate the money, how can he explain himself?
Hey, you know, Mike, can you hear me?
Money, dashing the money. They didn't dash him any money.
Hello, Mike.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
I think one of the problems is in Nigeria, we have this sense of entitlement. That when somebody maybe is abroad or somebody is a little bit maybe rich, and the people will see it as his responsibility to take care of others. In fact, what they will do is that once they requested for money from you, they will report you to everybody that knows you, that you are not responsible. He's a very useless man. Is it not God that has done it for him? Is it not did he think that it is by his power? Is it not God that has given somebody money? You understand? They don't know that you are struggling to make the money. But some of them, they will just be slipping away, you know, and I don't want that. So, and by the time you don't give them, that's what they do. And most people fear this. That's what Remy is talking about. And the one you talk about is also, I think, is a better way of just getting rid of some of these lazy ones that we're talking about. Because if you have given them money and they failed, you can also have that. You just hold on to that and say, no, what did you do with the last money that I gave to you? I don't have any money because there are some other people. You are not the only person.
Because Simba, if you look at it now, if you just give somebody money for take this one, take that one, that's solve your problem. By the time next time they come and say, what happened to me when you get them? They say, movies Johnny, movie Jai, it's not an invest, it's not money that's supposed to bring make money. You understand? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're supposed to use money to make money. So the money I want to give you is money you want to use to make money. So that way, if you don't use it to make money, you come back and say, you didn't use, where's the money you're supposed to be making from that money I gave you? But if you just give them money not to make money, for them to go and spend, not talk to my father, and there's not, you can't tell them don't come back to me. What happened to that one? They will say, we pay this one, pay that one, pay that one. What's it on? So you have to keep giving and giving and giving. For me, I design a principle. Like, you come to me, I'll say, I don't give free money. I can help. I invest in people. I don't give free money. I can help you. And this is where I can help you. What can you do to make money for you and I? Me, I'm not in business of free money.
Exactly. In fact, let me. You see few of them. Let me give you an example. You know, in the farm, you can have these crack. We call them crack egg. The one that is already cracked. You know, you can't sell them. People will not buy them at the same price. So, I employ one guy, and what this guy used to do is that you look at the price that they are selling the crack. It's usually less than half of the original price for the normal one. And the guy, you know what the guy did? You look at what those Hausa people used to do. They used to sell indomies and make tea for people at night. So he started it in the village where he's living. So in the morning, he will come and work on the farm. Then by the time they are going in the evening, he will buy one crate of this crack, probably at 700 naira or 800 naira. And the guy now started this indomie of 18. And when I got to know, I asked him, I said, how much are you making from this thing? Believe me, what this guy is making from this indomie, that he will just do it for like 3 or 4 hours. We start like 8 p.m. and then by 10 p.m. they were already round up. He's making more than what I was even paying him on the farm. And I said, okay, if you are making this kind of thing, why are you still coming to farm? He says the farm that gave him that opportunity. That if he's not working on the farm, where will he be getting the crack to buy? It's the crack that is making him to make a lot of profit. So those are the people that seize opportunities. Do you understand what I'm saying? When some other people will just sit down there, we say, hey, your salary is not enough. They don't know that some people also work extra to get whatever they are getting to make the money at least a little bit more useful. So it's and you know, even the funny thing that I used to see is that whenever I'm traveling, I will still see some white people coming to Nigeria. There was a day I engaged one person. I said, Nigerians are leaving Nigeria, but you are going back, or you are going to Nigeria. What did you do in Nigeria? He said he's doing business. You see these Arabs, you see these Lebanese, the Indians, the Chinese. They are setting up businesses in Nigeria, but Nigerians don't see those opportunities. They see those opportunities in our country, but we don't see any opportunity in our country. The only thing, you see some people even doing well in Nigeria, they will sell everything to go to Japan.
Yeah.
They will sell everything to Japan.
They were doing well, though. They're supposed to be the ones to be expanding their business.
Exactly.
They will collapse it and Japan. I'm like, come on, man.
One of my cousins called me. He's into transport business. I think he will be around 56 or 57 years old now. And he was talking to me about Japan. I said, at this age, what do you want to go and do? At the age of 56.
They are in their 70s, they're going to Japan. I'm like, where will you start from? There's one of my uncles that just retired from the force, from the police force. It's like in his 50s now, he wants to Japan. I said, oh God, just start something. You're already doing good there, trust me. Where will you start in America now? Where will you start? You know, you just come here and be walking. Come on, bros. You're already good in Nigeria. Just start or something. You already developed a lot of experience.
My friend's sister that is in US, this woman, I think she's about 57 years old now. The husband is about 59. In fact, the husband had already told her that by the time he's 60, he's relocating back to Nigeria, that he cannot continue staying in America. So about
I say even me go say, man, I'm beginning to, because this America my bills I pay thousands.
No, I've seen several. Let me tell you, Mike, I've seen several people that have done that too, especially males.
Me, I don't want to be like that.
So, in fact, one of my brother's friend, when I saw him, in fact, this one has relocated when we used to even think that Nigeria was good. He relocated to UK around 1982, 83. The man is back in Nigeria now. He left all his family. He said he cannot continue that. The kind of thing that he enjoy in Nigeria, that I can see him now, he's moving around with his friend. They are eating all those things. Are moving around.
Simba, I will come to Midwest in a minute. Midwest in a second. Simba, in this Western world, there's no fun. To be honest, there's really no fun.
No life now. It's boring. It's boring.
It's boring. All you do, and no one have time for you anyway. Everybody else is busy. So all you do is every month you just pay these thousands of dollars of bills. That's all you do, and it doesn't make sense when you're in your middle age or old age and you're still doing that. That's what I was telling my mom. She's like in her she's in her 60s now, and she's still working, paying bills, thousands a month. I'm like, she just instead of a house she had to sell it and buy a bigger one. I'm like, I said, what are you doing? You know, you're just working. You're not enjoying your life. Yeah, you be in Nigeria now. Our children, everybody on work, our grandchildren. So you're supposed to be in Nigeria now, hanging out, just enjoying the beautiful weather. The country, you don't have to pay no bills. You can be one mansion and just. Or some of them are just
exactly, because which bills do we even have that we are paying in Nigeria apart from paying school fees? Yeah. Which bills do we have? No, everything depends on you. You have control. You don't have control over your bills.
Good morning, Abi. Good afternoon. I go talk.
Hey, Midwest, how are you?
Good afternoon. I'm fine. Oh, nice day, my brothers.
Long time now. Where you go now? You don't
well like that.
Midwest, you don't tell where we see you.
Time not married night for my side, so it's a day difficult for me. You know, to affect my program for the day. Now they hear me at all?
Yeah,
they hear you well.
Now they hear?
Yes.
Sometimes this network is and so, my brother, you know, I don't even know which topic when I even do. I talk about how we go to retire. The thing they say that is why we say make Nigeria at least make them improve. We don't even need to hold before we go back. If we don't hold, to go back is difficult. If person young, at least you see they young small. You go, they try some few things. They employ person, they try them. You go, you come back, spend like 1 month. You see reliable place, sleep and small. Come spend 1 month here. Go back again, do small time you come back, come meet them. But I pray say our government made them improve something small. So that if we go back, people go still benefit. If we come back home, you say like what?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, they hear you.
Where government go for improve?
Yeah.
Yeah, make government improve. One, security, and they should be serious to control corruption. Those two things are not good for investment because.
No, well, we are saying, like you say, when older people have made something here, you understand? Yeah, I'm not talking about someone that's broke in America. If you are broke, you just stay. I'm talking about those people that have maybe made money here. Some people have even retired. They're collecting retirement money in America here, right? Which is maybe in America when you are retired, something from even the poorest person you see get like maybe 1,000 something. That money you can use it to live a better life in Nigeria.
See that
as an older person.
Yeah,
so you are saying government
see the problem
there
are a lot of factors. There are a lot of factors.
And when people keep saying security,
if I go home now, if I'm looking for
give me a second now. Give me 1 second. This security thing that people shout. It's really been overblown on the internet, to be honest. Because I go to Nigeria all the time. It's not like bandits is coming in the middle of neighborhoods to come and be, banditry. This is something more like people making it like just all over Nigeria, you're banditry, kidnapping, everything. It's not really like that. If you live in neighborhood of people of your status, there are so many neighborhoods in Nigeria where it's even way more safer than in America here. Most neighborhoods in America here, it's like you have to worry about getting shot, gunshot, So it's not that crazy. Like people just say security. It will put fear in the minds of people abroad a lot, to be honest. Like maybe consume all these news and they begin to have too much fear of Nigeria. I go to Nigeria all the time. There are neighborhoods where people that are even doing better than you in America live.
Okay, wait.
And nothing is
the area I'm talking about. Look at the area. Look at the area I'm talking about, my brother. You see, during 2008, I say 2007, 8, 9, a lot of people left Europe, left America, they went to Nigeria. Go and find out. The intention of going back is to go and contribute. Traveling is a blessing to a land. Because when those people come back, they will come back with different ideas. I'm just talking about my country now, and generally, not only say, let me just go and enjoy myself alone. You come there, everywhere is dirty. Tomorrow, person come to your house. They don't have money to pay the school fees of their children. That brother is from America. Let me go and ask. Sometimes you don't even have that money. All those kind of things. But if you are able to have something, ideas.
Why would you come live west? Your economic status is a little bit maybe like a middle class of Nigeria, right? And you are going to live around people that are like living extremely poor people. It doesn't make sense. Do you do that in Europe or in America where you have elevated to the middle class and you are still living around the poorest of the poorest? You don't do that. That's a mistake people make. They go back and start living among the poorest people. They'll be coming to you now. Go and live around people that are on your level, on your status.
Mike, look at the area I'm talking to. I don't want to talk about rich, middle, or anything. I just talk about generally, not like I don't know any class people belong. You see, let's just talk about our country. All this abroad here, we understand. We work every day. We work. The Oyibo themselves, they are used to it. They don't complain. It's part of their life. But we are seeing huge opportunity back home. Once you leave the country, it's like you are into a new world. You cannot see a lot of opportunity. Is it agriculture? Is it doing business? Like you said the other day that you run business in America. Look at the idea you are getting every day. Those things help a country to grow. That is one. On individual as well. If you have worked for many years, you want to go back home, there are many things you have to put into consideration. You are still going to be taking care for yourself. A lot of expenses is definitely going to be there. Nothing is free in any place, in any part of the world. At least you must also set up some little business for yourself. And doing business at some certain age, you can't do it alone. You must employ people. And when the people are not honest, they just steal your something, you complain to police, they come back, they bribe the police said, my brother, they need to improve things. because I refer to 2000. I know many people that left Europe. They went back up to set up things. Although some of them are already coming back stranded,
So
some are coming back.
Midwest, how do you think government can solve the problem of stealing that is already in the blood of Nigeria?
No, it is not. It is not in our blood at all. It's not in our blood. The day the government
you just said it now. So you want them to if somebody let me finish. If you have a business now,
you ask me a question. I wanted to put it before you because you put something. You ask me a question. Let me just put it before you. The way we don't have criminality in our blood. What we have in our society that there is impunity to wrongdoing. Nobody punish you, and we are learning it from our leaders. We I can say in open broad day, you see them looting, you see them stealing, and the government don't punish them for it. So that is how the OT spread. But once we have a government that is tough, people now understand that there is a consequences for doing those things. They will be forced to repent. Let me give you an example. The whole of Europe here.
No, Midwest. Somebody will steal my money. No, somebody will steal my money, will not take responsibility. It will say because they learn it from the leader. Is that what you are saying? That you learn stealing from leaders?
Yes. At one point we have to stop blaming leaders for everything.
Why are we doing this to ourselves?
Somebody
I will employ you. You waste my money. You will say because our leaders are stealing. That's why you are stealing my own money also. Abi, is that not what you are rationalizing?
You didn't get what I'm saying. You put everything on.
Simba, even there are people that are even blaming leader for Emefiele's arrest. They are blaming president for Emefiele's. I'm like, come on, man.
That guy, whatever happened to that guy, I don't care.
Can you leave? I don't want to go to that one, Mike. Wait, let me learn. If I employ somebody and the person is a thief, is stealing from my business and is caught, I call the police, they took him to court, they charge him and sentence him. Will another person do it? But if you call the police and they bribe the police, they set him free on your behalf, and you will even be the one that will shut up vehicle to go and arrest the person. You will be the one that will pay for paper to write the statement. If you arrest the person, then they will not be weighing which side money will come. Do you think people will stop stealing in that kind of environment? Look at Dangote going to India to pack India to Nigeria to come and work for him.
Because he doesn't believe in Nigerians. I cannot blame him. He owns the business. He owns the money. You cannot blame him for doing that if Nigerians are not responsible. He's not one of the people he employ in his company that started saying, come and see you, we are not ready. Is that what an employee is supposed to be doing? We all saw the video. You understand? What I discover is that Midwest, just wait. If you work in the Chinese company in Nigeria, you understand? The way our people behave, working for Chinese, working for Lebanese, working for Indians, is different from the way they behave working for a fellow Nigerian. If they are working for the Chinese, you see them, they behave where they will not steal because they know what those guys will do to them. But let an average Nigerian employ them, they have a different mentality. Even in Nigeria, and that's the same mentality that will carry abroad. What is the reason? I don't think there's any reason for somebody to be stealing and to be. Why are we rational? Somebody will so I don't know. At what point do you want people to even take responsibility for their action? Why are you always blaming somebody else for somebody's misbehavior? I don't understand.
So, excuse me. Why we are talking sometimes to educate people? Look, why do you think Nigerians are stealing? It's because there's no punishment for wrongdoing. It's not more than that. No punishment for wrongdoing. We see it as normal. Here in Europe, somebody employ you. Somebody is having a business in America. Is having a company in Sweden. Is having a company in Germany. He's not living in those countries, and his company is functioning. Why do you think it's happening? There are a lot of things that are not on ground. Why business is so open like that in Nigeria? You have to be with it because you yourself, you don't even report report your transaction to the government. These are the things I always put before you. If you have a business you are running in abroad here, everything you do monthly, your transaction, the government must know what you are buying, what you are selling, what your expenditure. You must report to the Ministry of Finance and Tax. That is why people can live far away and be doing business in another country. Like in Nigeria, so okay, somebody stole your something. What will you do? Do you have right to kill the person? The answer is no. But what you have to do is to contact the authority. When the authority is not serious to punish that person, it is the authority that is encouraging such wrongdoings. And Nigeria is not working yet. The ones that want to steal, they know there's consequences. When they catch them, they punish them. Even Oyibo themselves here are not honest. They are still stealing. Sometimes they catch them, they punish them. It is because of the punishment, the people are running away from it. If you want to do some certain, the white man will tell you, no, there's a law that said don't do it. It's because of the law, the punishment that follow that law. Try to discuss things with them. Anything you say, you see them try to tell you law forbid this. It is in their heart. But in our place, you do whatever you like. If you are a influencer, the police is there to protect you no matter what you do. So we need to talk about it. The society need to be healed from the leaders. Anybody that say, why is Nigeria? You that is talking, you are in Nigeria. If they test you now, maybe you will do something that is even worse to that person you are talking about. Because you have impunity to do the wrong thing. The society is designed easily for people to steal, to embezzle, not for people to do anything good. Even those that are working, like the one you say you employ somebody. Do you have law that bind you to take good care of that person in Nigeria? What is the future of that person? What are you paying? The government don't care. So you can exploit the person. You can do whatever you like with the person's life. That is why we have crime everywhere. Both the one that said is having business. You are making millions in your business. You don't pay good salary to people. So all these things is what I'm talking about. People that want to help Nigeria should start putting structures in place to help business to have accountability. So when this is there, somebody that is stealing, we find it difficult. And if you steal the cash, you will be punished. But if you don't, nobody punish you, there is a way you can bypass it. My brother, we were not like that before. Our country was once a honest country. It was a country with culture of when you steal, you bring shame to your family. What went wrong? So this is my own submission. It's not like there's no way you can solve the problem by taking the government away. Preach. Even pastors are preaching. Look at the pastor of today. Is it like the one of the past? The government must come in and change the way we do business. Nigeria business is black market. The government is totally separated from it, which is not helping the country. That is just the truth. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Midwest. Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, are you the moderator?
Yes, Abi.
Because I just joined. I don't know what was actually happening before.
Yeah, they were talking about the things they were talking about. So even I came late. I think they were saying most of it was about Southeast, you know. Is there something about Kanu order Samuel Ekpa to stop the quit notice? I'm sorry, the sit at home. And then they were talking about that chief, or whatever his name is, that IPOP chief that threatening to bring IPOP to Lagos that is still in custody. You know, and then some people were arguing that if they arrest that man, why didn't they arrest Said Okubo and things like that?
I have a question for Mike. I have a question for Mike.
For me?
Yes, for you. You know, your people now. I think you're from the Southeast. The way you talk about them, your obsession with that part of the country. So
me, I'm from the Southeast.
So now is Southeasterner.
Yeah, I think his name is Emeka. The way he talks about it.
Emeka.
But Michael, on a more serious note, this is where I'm thinking. Since I don't know what the law says about extradition from Finland, since the Finnish government has been reluctant to ship this guy back to Nigeria, where he's supposed to be, I mean, Samuel Ekpa, should the federal government now pursue this in an international court, since technically is a Finnish citizen, then that means a Finnish citizen is inciting violence in Nigeria. Can they go through that route if the Finnish government is not cooperating with them? Because at some point, this guy has to be prosecuted.
First of all, let me be honest with you. I don't look at somebody and see somebody committing a crime. Now, if you can show me where he directly orders someone to kill someone or order someone to attack, all those ones, yeah, that part I can say maybe that's a crime. But the guy is just sitting down there in Finland saying sit at home, and the entire population is sitting at home. I don't see that as a crime.
I think, okay, it's in two folds. I think my own opinion is that perhaps the Finnish government, they are amused about the level of stupidity of like
of
how can
Africa,
they
exactly. Like,
I think they're amused. Like, this is, how can you fall for somebody in our own country telling you what? I think it's an amusement to them. Like, they're shocked.
It is now. They're probably laughing. Like, okay, what's going on here? Like they're probably thinking of ways to use Samuel Ekpa to even rob Nigeria because they're like, if this guy can sit here and he can have that much, just his voice alone, I mean, can have that much weight to control an entire part of a country, then this guy must be a valuable asset to us. I mean, in the future, if we need him to help us control the market.
Can they use the video evidence? Can they use the video evidence against him that he was using his platform to incite violence in Nigeria?
Yeah. I ask you, there's a level of incitement that constitutes criminality. Like, if you are using a platform to cause somebody to go and do something, you understand? That is crime. That's criminal. That's criminal. You understand? But if you are using your platform just to express an opinion that, okay, I want you guys to sit at home. I don't like this guy. This guy is stupid. This guy is this. This guy is that. Or just talking is a freedom of expression. That's all it is. You can't say, because whatever that person is not saying is causing some people to be, or is creating some madness. You can't say because of that, now that person is warranted to be arrested. You can't say that. Just like we come here on this platform now, we give our.
Let me rephrase that, Mike. If you maybe you know where I'm coming from. Even in America here, when you make some posts online, they will send people to you to talk to you like agents, like they will even make you sign maybe like a 66 to disease, whatever they make them sign to make you calm down for some things you put online. I'm saying that what can the Nigerian government do in Finland to kind of at least control whatever is putting out there, maybe social media wise?
It's stupidity when Nigerian government will be doing that. It's stupid. Why would you be?
No. Okay, Mike. When I say Nigerian government, I really mean the Southeast, to be honest with you.
The Southeast.
I'm not using I mean the people like the governors of that place, the political leaders of that place. They have to find a way. If
let me. Can I tip something there?
Yes, sir.
The governor don't have power. There's no bilateral agreement between the Southeast as a government with any Finland government, and you can't compare American system of controlling crimes or dealing with people with that of Scandinavia. Here, there is no death penalty. And when they have agents in Nigeria, they have police attaché, they have everything. They know what is going on in our country. But however, they are also monitoring him. If they see any loophole, they might decide to return him. But he's going to pass through a very terrible process that the judge will block it. Our judiciary system, they know what is going on. They don't like
I don't see your name.
The way they handle things.
Yeah. I don't see your name. What's your name? Because I can't see your name.
Midwest.
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 How come that that part of the country that their so-called leaders or elders cannot contain? In other part of Nigeria, you have your people who move in. They will kind of control the situation. How come what is going on?
Yeah, the reason why it escalated to this level is that I think there was a vacuum. The guy exploited. He has been preaching to them. He has been talking to them, and those youth, it's like, what will I call this one? A kind of an ideology. You understand me? It's already there. So along the line, it's like it now overshadowed the power of the leaders of that region, and no one believed this would be the outcome of those rhetoric that he was making for years. So that's just the problem. There is a distrust and disconnection between the youth and the leader. That's just the actual truth. A big disconnection. You understand me? But they are trying their best. Not that they are silent. It's a very complex issue that.
How did you know they are trying their best? Oh, you are just talking. You are just saying. How did you know that? Which best are they trying?
They try their best. Listen, if you talk to
Mr. Midwest, I think what I'm trying to say, this is the problem that I'm trying to clarify with you, sir. You know that when they speak, sometimes they sound like they're like apologies for that belief that you talk about. Even the so-called they like apologies for that Biafra. If you can tell that even they are kind of, you know, in their darkest moment, behind the scenes, they support what these youths are doing. Like, no, I mean, they believe the ideology itself, they support it. So when they speak in public, you can hear that they kind of sympathize with that movement.
Okay, let them put it fully to their...
The issue is that they cannot control the movement anymore. It cannot get out of hand.
They can't. The only way to control it, the federal government of Nigeria should be serious the way they handle things. That's just the fact. They are not serious to help this issue.
How?
I will tell you number one.
How?
Yeah. Number one is this. When somebody commits a crime and you want to deal with that person in a democratic system and the judiciary want to handle it. Take, for example, they grant him a bail and this guy left the country. Does that stop the judiciary not to judge that person? If, for example, his case has been settled and they pick him, they put him in prison, it's a game over. But the way they were trying it, at a point, the judge said, free him. That's where the whole confusion, another conflict came in again. Free him and they pick him again. Maybe they have other charges against him. You see, the whole thing is so complex.
Midwest, I see you as somebody who always doesn't want to take responsibility. I'm very sorry to say this. Every time you talk, you always shift responsibility and say it's government, everything is government. What the injustice that they are doing to themselves,
all my life,
the
injustice, I live in a Western world, my life is under the government.
Wait.
Everything is under government, so I don't take government away.
What we are saying, yes, just yesterday, that the Freeze ran a live program, and he said this same issue, the topic that we are talking about, and he said he wanted the Igbos to come and make contribution. You know, nobody came out. If he's talking about one other topic, let's say how maybe somebody divorced, you see all of them trooping in, say they want to make contribution. But just yesterday, he said the Igbos, he wanted the Igbos, the elites, those ones on this platform, to come out and discuss this issue. They were unable to come out because, as Babati said, they were sympathizers for this cause that they are talking about. How can you relate the killing that they are doing is going on in Southeast with the imprisonment of NNAMDI Kanu?
Waiting, what? Listen, there is no way you can.
How can you relate it? How can you relate it to the sit-at?
I don't know how you're going to separate what is going on in Southeast from Kanu. I don't know how somebody is going to do that.
Okay, can I ask you a question, Midwest? Can I, if you're president of a country, would you, if you're told that I'm killing my people and the only way I'm going to stop killing if you release one person, will you budge as a president?
I don't understand. I'm killing my people.
As a president, you cannot succumb to that kind of threat.
Well, if I'm a president of a country, not president of a tribe,
of a country,
any single person that died in my country, I will show that I have value for human life. I have seen a country in the world when they lost one of their soldiers, they will free hundreds of prisoners that's supposed to be useful for them just to get the skeleton of a dead soldier, dead citizen. So my dear, Nigeria government is not serious. If they are serious with the number of security they have in Southeast, wait. Let me land, my brother. You said we should not put anything to government.
What do you want them to do? What do you want them to do?
What they have to do, personally, I'm not in Southeast. I think they have deployed enough security agents to that place. How come this thing is still happening like this?
There was a time, but Buhari, just listen, Midwest. There was a time Buhari deployed soldiers to the place. And what they were crying, they said no, they were killing their people. That every 2 kilometers you see soldiers. That they want the soldiers out of Southeast, and that was what happened. If you want to ensure security in a place,
Let us be honest. As we speak today, there are enough security agents. Yeah.
Continue. I'm not sure because they've not deployed soldiers specifically to tackle this issue in the Southeast. See, because they are still looking at the political
everybody
situation.
That go to Southeast, anybody that go to Southeast today, the number of roadblock you will see, you don't supposed to see this kind of something so rampant. They have enough men. Police are there, mobile police are there, and they are doing their best, but the best is not producing enough results. That one is government fault.
You want security, if the people themselves, Midwest.
What is Midwest trying to say? Are you saying the Nigerian government, you send their security forces to go and solve the problem? Is that what you're saying?
The purpose of government, he asked me a question if I'm a president. If I'm sending my security agent, is to go and protect life. So that is what I see my government is doing. Nigeria government is doing.
No, before you continue, can I tell you something? Maybe you don't know. If there is any operation going on in the locality in Nigeria, you oftentimes have to inform the government of that place. Like remember Sunday, they will inform the king of that area. Some people will know what's about to happen. So Nigeria is the way Nigeria is. You cannot just move in without the support of the leaders of that community or that region. That's the reason why I was asking about how influential those people are in their own region.
I don't think so. It's only.
Let me finish.
I don't think so. Anything that involves human life in Nigeria. Anything that involves human life in Nigeria.
You know when Boko Haram started, they were having problem with Boko Haram. They could not control them because the people were still sympathizing with them. But immediately the people realized the danger of what they are doing to themselves, and the civilians joins hand with the military. They record a lot of success.
You can't move.
So without the cooperation of the people, these people that are causing the problem, they are still getting the sympathy for the people that they are killing. They harbor them, they know where they are in the community. As a security agent, you know you need the cooperation of the people that you are going to protect. If you don't have the cooperation of the people that you are going to protect, what can you achieve?
See, my brother, see this issue we are into today. Just put your own region. Yeah, I'm here. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Are you hearing me at all?
Yes.
Okay, let's look at it from this angle. My brother, you see why I always say government. For example, I know many people here in Europe. They commit a crime, they escape the border, like what Kanu did. That will not stop the judiciary not to judge their case because there is already a case against them. On their behalf, they will sentence them. It can be 3, 4, 5 years. I was with somebody here in Sweden. He committed a crime, a human trafficking crime involving in Italy, and he was in Sweden. He got the Swedish document already. I don't know, somehow, maybe before they put in the European system. When he want to renew, in the place of thumb printing, that was where they pick him. The next day, Italy, that as he arrived Italy, straight to prison because they have judged his case. He ran away. They granted him a bail. So if this was what was waiting for Kanu, I don't think that blunder of a judge now proclaiming you are free and they are still holding him. This is what is. I don't understand how they operate in my country because I'm not.
They are not answering my question. I know if you call 5 or 10 lawyers, they will come here, they will argue. Midwest. What I'm saying is that we have insecurity now.
Yeah.
And you want the government to move in soldiers or security men to go and stop the killing. But the people that they were being killed, are sympathizing with their killers. They still abort them
Don't see it
in
that
their
way.
community.
That's where we made mistake. Let's put ourselves. No, don't see it like that. Don't see it like
why
that.
are they not celebrating?
That's what's going on.
This something we all we all have something. We have something to learn from it. Eh? Wait, my brother, don't say they are harboring them. Are you hearing me at all?
I'm hearing you.
Hello.
Right. Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. See, these guys are already a harmed people. When you are living in a community, take for example, they tell you cultists are clashing somewhere in Nigeria. Do you know the grip of fear in that territory? Because this is armed conflict already. Those people you call sympathizers are not people that are helpless. They have no choice than to obey the force that is upon them. So we can't say they are sympathizing. Even some of their leaders, if they talk, they by mistakenly come back to that side. They are gone. So I think let them even free him. I keep on making that suggestion. Why are we holding him there? Let them just free him. Let him relax. Then call him and call his people. Because this is now already a headache to the country. We pray for it not to spread to another region.
Headache to which country?
It's okay. If it is something they can dialogue, let them dialogue. If he have a criminal case, please let those who are in the law do it straightforward and do whatever they want to do. Not a judge set someone free. I hate this one in my country. That is why people like Finland will go and carry somebody when judge talk.
No, Midwest, relax. The judge is not setting free. What is judge? What they're claiming is that they can't go to trial because the way it was rendition to Nigeria, the process, the Nigerian government didn't follow due process, things like that. So now the Nigerian government and also put another motion in that, okay, this guy cannot be let loose because of the risk that he posed to the society. And the same court has approved that. You understand? So it's not being held against the court's this thing. So you need to, first of all, you need to establish that. So that's a fact. Two, you are saying that the people in the entire Southeast, they have no choice but to sit at home because some few bad guys are telling them to sit at home.
I didn't say they should sit at home. I didn't say they should sit at home. Please, I didn't say they should sit at home. I didn't say
you said they should sit at home. I said you're saying they don't have choice.
There is wait, we didn't talk about sit at home. He said they are being sympathizing. And I said
they are sympathizing. Exactly, but you are saying
those who wait now. Please look at the sentence I made there.
But you're saying they don't have a choice.
Who put something? No, look at what I said. He said people back home there are still sympathizing. I said no, because they have no choice. Someone put something where they take a back by for person head and he says sit down. Will you not sit down? That's the situation they find themselves in that area.
And that's what I'm saying.
That's the way I'm talking to. Please, I did not say they should sit at home. I'm against sit at home. What is sit at home?
I didn't say that you.
Yeah,
bros, relax, chill out now. What you just said is what I said too. Now, what you say is what I say. You said. Cool down. Now, my question to you is: in Edo State, if a group of some armed men is telling all of you to sit at home, will you all sit at home? In your millions. You know that's not possible. The only reason you guys sit at home is if you are really in cahoots.
If you share the same belief as that person,
that's the only way. There's no way. Wait, relax.
They all
my brother, chill out, man. There's no way a group of armed robbers will tell a whole state, a whole region to sit at home, and they will say because those group of armed robbers, how many are they? That will tell all of you to sit at home in your millions, or you sit at home in your millions. It's a lie.
No,
they all are in cahoots with this.
I want to tell you the reason. One reason. Let me tell you why it will not be possible to step people in my place to sit at home. My place is not controlled by one person. We have elders. We have leaders. When you are telling my people sit at home, how are you going to feed them? And if you now become, there's no way you can. Who are you going to give back to? My people say start buying people. So it's not going to work. But this is a long term. It has been there for a very long time. Remember, we fought a civil war. There is a kind of people feel that The pain is still there, not properly healed. This thing need dialogue, my brother. We all know where we are coming from. It's not like
the same party that
I
we
know
are
that
talking
if
about.
they
You are
put
now
it in dialogue, they can solve this problem.
Midwest, you now agree with us what we are talking
on both
about
sides,
now.
the government, their people. I agree. You need dialogue. I agree with you.
No.
Their headers, the government.
You know. Sorry. You know, when you see dialogue, pretty much you want them to appease them. Is what you're really saying. It's not really dialogue, is it? You want Nigeria to appease.
Wait. I don't know. Let's talk on a national issue.
That is the way. No. Excuse me. When you talk about dialogue with some people in Nigeria, they want to be appeased. They want to be begged. They want to be lobbied. It's not really like a mutual. We're actually discussing issues.
Wait.
That's
okay, my brother. Wait. You see the problem we have in Nigeria? Let me quickly put this one before you. We saw people going to where Fulani bandit is in the forest. They know where they are, and they were dialoguing in the same country. So please, this country we are into, I keep on saying the government is not serious.
That was wrong, man.
In terms of solving problem. Okay, if they did that, why not try dialogue on this one also? And let's see whether we need. I'm talking for the innocent people.
No. How did
wait, my brother? I'm only talking about.
How did that work out?
I don't know. You asked the government who did it.
That was a mistake.
He's still working for the government. I think they are still crying for it.
Sir, it never worked.
Huh?
It never worked. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. So what that dialogue with terrorists in the north, that did not work. That was a wrong approach. So why would I want to do the same thing in the southeast? No.
Okay. Wait.
Midwest.
Wait. Is that dialogue? Yeah. Okay. See, my brother. I talk because of humanity. I have seen young children who are now victims. Children of 5 years, 7 years. And I think Finland government is watching the way they are handling those things because they have agents there.
Midwest. You cannot claim that you are fighting for the same people, and it's that same people you will be killing, and the same people you are harming your people, and you are claiming you are protecting them at the same time. Does that make sense?
Well, Simba,
if you are fighting for a cause, you are fighting for a cause. Does it really make sense? What you are talking about, what is happening in South, does it really make sense?
Simba, give me 1 second. Let me say this to Midwest.
It's very sad. It's very hard.
Wait, now, Midwest, can you hear me at all? It's like, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you, Mike. Continue.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
I'm hearing it's like maybe something is echoing. I'm hearing you.
I think you have a delay, but just listen, Sha. Now, Midwest, you are saying they had civil war, they had this, and the government should dialogue. Now, I'm sure you are aware, because you already know to know, that after the civil war, about 12 years or so after the civil war, the elders of the Southeast met with the government and discussed this issue. In fact, they got to a point where they discussed to the point where they needed to put it behind them. And to a point where they even forgave Ojukwu and now need to come back. And they had dialogue about what happened between them. Ojukwu came back to Nigeria. They dialogue everything. They put everything behind them. So now you are telling us to still go and dialogue the same dialogue they've already done in the past? How many dialogue are they going to have over this?
Okay, Michael. Mike, I want to ask you a question. You also asked me a question. What do you think would be the solution to this stuff?
The solution is to make example out of
as a Nigerian.
Wait. The solution is this. What's causing this problem is nothing but propaganda that people are putting out, brainwashing their people. Kanu came out, propaganda. What the solution to this? The solution to this Southeastern issue, as far as that Biafran thing is, first of all, you have to make a law that anybody that bring out a movement or anything that associated with the thing Biafra, because that Biafra was an act of treason, act of war against the nation. Anybody that, because the war go on declare no victor, no vanquish, meaning it was not it was a ceasefire. So the war is not really like technically done. So if you raise a hand or even even in Germany today, if you say any Nazism sign or anything like that, they can be arrested. The government should make a strict law regarding Biafra. Anyone that dare bring it up again or even come out with that thing, you get a capital punishment. So when they make an example out of one of those, who's causing these guys like Kanu, for example, if they make an example, because one mistake they make was Ojukwu did it, they put it behind, they forgive him. Uwazurike came out, they pay him off, they forgive him. Now Kanu is out. If we make an example out of one of them, the next guy will think twice. Put Kanu through a military tribunal and give him a capital punishment through a military tribunal and give him a firing squad. The next guy will think twice because you don't want to end up like that. But once you keep on doing this, oh, let's dialogue, this guy come and create all the problem. You see with him, dialogue, pay him off. He become a rich guy. He move on with his life. The next guy will say, let me come out do the same thing because they paid Ojukwu off. He became a rich guy in Nigeria, marry Supermadu, celebrated after killing 3 million people.
Married Miss Nigeria.
They did the same thing. They paid him off. The guy is rich today. The federal government paid him off. The dialogue with him. Now Kanu is out doing the same thing. Now Ekpa is out. No, you have to stop that approach. You need to. We all know how the Southeast and what they respect. They respect force. That's one language they respect. They don't respect weakness. They respect armor. That's what they respect. Take Kanu, give him a firing squad. The next guy will think twice. Nobody want to go that route. Say want to make, because all know Kanu is all about making money. So that's the solution, my brother.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with you. Nearly everything you said. Because I'm not going to take anything away. But I am speaking to this. I'm talking into this current situation. How to save Nigerians that are dying. I will not say Igbos are dying. We are all one under umbrella. We are all connected. It's our country. That's why it's completely related to one region. And I think the government should come out with a kind of a plan to make sure people's life and security is safe. And they have to dialogue together on what to do, because when I mean dialogue,
you know what, you are making effort just as now. You said, you are talking, and everybody. Have you ever seen somebody from Southeast talking the way you are talking, passionately? That is the problem. They will never discuss the problem.
I see some. I have some friends.
But is this some that is supposed to be
disappointed? I have friends who talk.
But it's not a collective thing. It's supposed to be a collective thing. Very few, exactly. You agree?
You see, Midwest, you have to understand something.
It's very sad, my brother. It's very painful.
Midwest, when you keep saying, you have to understand the mentality of Southeasterners. They really all about themselves. Even when they're discussing this old Biafran thing, the victimhood, they're not going to talk about Benin people that died, or they're not going to talk about Ojukwu when they carry massacre in already, Yoruba people they killed. Even when I went to Dr. Damage, I was telling about one of my uncle, my auntie that's married to my uncle, right? The woman married to my uncle. Both of her parents were executed by Biafran soldiers when the Biafran soldier invaded already. The woman told me the story. She lost both of her parents. Her father was shot in front of her. They dismiss me. They don't care about your own victimhood. They don't care. They don't, when they're talking about the old Biafran thing, it's all about themselves. They are the victim, they suffer. So see, when you're dealing with
Mike,
like that,
Mike, let's see it this way. Okay, let me put it this way, Mike, please. The issue of Southeast is an ideology, and that is why I say ideology is very complex to settle. It needs dialogue. You can't use force. Okay. Let me tell you, the first thing that is spreading this thing, one, there is no history. Wait now, there is no history for these young children growing up in Nigeria. So whatever people cook for them, once they swallow it as the history, it becomes a problem for them. I think the government should learn from what is going on in Southeast and start teaching people at least basic history about the suffering of that crisis that Nigeria went through. And that thing is still hurting this country today. I mean, the way we do. I don't want to talk about
Can I chime in real quick? Okay, so if we're going to talk about history, you know it's going to be an issue, because the kind of history they want to be told is the one that favors them, because there are part of history that will not favor the Southeast. because they also committed crimes too during the war.
It's
it was
true.
on both sides. So, but the kind of history that they want, once you bring those issues up, they will rebel against it. But this is my bigger point to you here. As investment starts to pour into Nigeria, because based on projection, we'll be number 3 or number 4 in the next 10 to 15 years, I believe, right? The big in terms of economic size. As you have these companies bringing investment into Nigeria, the Southeast is doing themselves a whole lot of disservice because they're going to be losing a lot of opportunities. So these companies are not going to move into those places where you don't want to open up on Mondays, where you have hostilities to other people from all part of the country. I think what they need to do mostly, I know I've told my friends from the Southeast, open up the Southeast to different group of Nigerians. I want to see Nigerians actually move into your own space. Open up your own space to other people. If you cannot do that, then don't complain what will happen in the next 20 years. Because right now, you're complaining of somebody being not having opportunities. If the money is coming from abroad, you can't tell them where to put their money. It won't come to your own side of the country. So that's my own worry, because they're not really looking ahead for 10, 20, 40 years from now. If you keep doing this nonsense, it's not going to work for you in the long term. So open up your own space, solve this problem amongst yourself. You have to solve that problem on your own. But when you have this Biafran ideology that is not dead yet, it's still dormant in most of the people.
Okay,
they say
this is where we are. Okay, let me throw this one to you. If like Igboho issue those days, let me use example. The Yoruba elders, leaders, they did not hold gun in their hand. They went to dialogue. They reason. They talk. Now, if that thing involves security, security officials, it is not the federal government, the way country is being structured. And I think what is going on in Southeast need that security. The federal government have to do their part. It has also went to a point where things have to go to court. The federal government have to do their part.
Brother,
someone that have offended the state, I don't know how they handle the state.
You are missing the point.
But their elders have no other choice than to dialogue.
Oh no, hold on.
Yeah.
We discuss federal government's responsibility. Why do we always shy away from the responsibility of their leaders in there? Why don't you talk about that more? That is the issue. Of course, as a country.
No, the truth of the matter, there's a leadership error. I agree with you. There's a leadership error. Yes, there is a leadership error. Both the governors, the traditional leaders, there was an error. At the time, they did not pay attention to society things, and now everything went beyond what they were even expecting. You understand me? So it's a catastrophe. The way I'm saying it, those who created this group cannot even control it. Even if you free Kanu today, I don't think he can control this group, because what he told them, if he cannot give it to them, they will turn against him.
Midwest.
That one is another thing. But I feel,
Midwest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at this picture, right?
Is it? Yeah.
You have Kanu. You and I know from the beginning when Kanu started. When Kanu started, he was doing propaganda, brainwashing the young ones, mixing truths and lies, and just we have to see it. We educated people can see it. Now, the elders and the socio-cultural leaders at the Ohanese and the governors, you can't see and tell me that they didn't know the guy was doing propaganda. And you can't tell me that they didn't see that he was brainwashing those uneducated ones, those literate and the military, I don't know left from their right.
And
they all saw it.
They did nothing.
No, they did absolutely nothing to even tell the people, warn the people like, these guys lying or counter it or do something. They did nothing. They are in charge of their tribe, their ethnic region, ethnic enclave. They did nothing.
Yeah.
That means they support the propaganda. Now you are telling me that it's somebody, a leader from another ethnic group, different region, that will now sit down and what? I mean, come on. Whose responsibility it is to, if their own main leader who are responsible?
I didn't say so. I didn't say another elder. I didn't say another regional elders. I just share it to different area where people can contribute. The elders in those regions are the one that have to talk to their children. My elders cannot go and talk to them. We don't know how they handle their things. Even my elders cannot.
They don't value their elders as much as we need them to. That's the. I know it's online. but that's the truth. The value that the elders have in the community is not that high
Yeah.
compared to others. That's just the honest truth. The value they have is not as high.
It's true. That is true.
I don't necessarily think so. Because if that's the case, then there's
It's
no
true.
reason
I
for
agree
them to
with you.
exist.
No. Mike, tell me one or give me 5 names in that area that they respect. Not you, that they respect. Give me names that they respect in that place that are elders that they respect. They don't respect them. They don't respect them.
No, the thing has grown. It has grown to a point when their elder talk and it's not in line with what they are expecting. They turn against that elder and start insulting him.
No, because these elders, first of all, they themselves, they don't act like elders. They speak be politically correct. You understand? They only speak to be politically correct. They don't speak like actual leaders. Because a real leader, if you're leading the people, you don't communicate with people by sugarcoating words and sugarcoating what you're trying to say. A real leader, you're leading the people. You understand? You're not. If you're talking about elected leader, I can give those one a break. I can give like the governors a little break because you don't want to lose votes. So you have to speak to be politically correct. But we are talking about their socio-cultural leaders, like the Ohaneze, their technocrats, those kind of people that are leading figures. Those guys are the problem. When this whole thing started, when Kanu started the whole brainwashing, they will invite Ohaneze to TV to ask them a question, to put them in a position to debunk what Kanu is doing or saying or the issues. They will just, the way they will speak, they will shift, they will ask them a question. The next thing they will do is start addressing something different.
But I will tell you the foundational problem.
They will start talking about marginalization. That's what it is.
Yes. Let me tell you the genesis, the way I feel where the problem started. You see, after the Civil War, people were not quiet. Everybody has side of the story to tell. And the kind of story these children grew up with was a story of victim. Complete victim in all aspects of life. You understand me? So that history or story affected the way they see the entire country and people of that country, other tribes. And that is the foundational problem. Because there is no way you, like Mike just said, indeed, if you narrate that Biafra history, you did not talk about how Igbos die, only their own, then automatically you turn to their enemy immediately. They will not listen to you. They will not see you like someone who is there to help. You get what I'm saying now? That is another big problem because that is where the genesis of this thing is coming from. When someone feels completely he was a victim, for example, if you ask them, they said they want to leave the country and the Nigeria government said no and the war break. It's just in a summary. But a lot of events were playing out before the whole thing degenerated into that big crisis. You understand me? And during that crisis, both sides were victims. And we in Benin, we know many families that lost their loved ones because of that thing. I think every tribe, but we know that in that side, they pay higher than the rest of Nigeria. That is why they gave up. We cannot deny that fact as well. But if we put it to learn and reconcile and start loving ourselves as one, we can move forward. I will tell you what is going on there. We cannot, if we see it as one regional something, that means the government is making a big mistake. I'm just telling you the truth. We can see it's a national issue.
Sorry. I know.
It's a Nigeria government issue. The government must look for a way to solve it.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. You said we need to reconcile. But by the way, for that has to be the willingness from both sides, right? That means Nigerian side and the Biafra, they must be willing to reconcile. Tell me any indication that they want to reconcile with Nigeria. You told me one. What they say? Okay, we are willing.
But you have to even define the Nigeria. Who is the Nigeria?
They don't want to. That's what I'm telling you. So
I'm like, when they say the Nigeria, who are they calling the Nigeria?
See, my dear brother, you see why I say dialogue, eh? You see why I say dialogue. You see some country now, they have law. They will take this region, like Mike said, this thing, we don't want to see this symbol. We don't want to see this flag. We don't want to see this word. There are countries like that. There are things you can never say. If you say you're going for it, it's the law of that country. Nigeria don't have that law. They lose everything open.
Brother,
now the whole thing is disappearing.
I'm reading online today. Hold on. I'm gonna lie today. Oh, they have a coup in Niger Republic. Guess who's calling for coup, hoping for coup in Nigeria? You know, I won't mention names, but you know what I'm talking about. It's like you just want that country to burn for you to feel good about yourself. I don't get it. I don't know. So when you say we should dialogue with who?
For me, I think what is happening, yeah. But I think what is happening in Niger should not be something Nigeria should turn blind eyes for.
Let's just say some of these people are
they should be concerned.
They are enemy of the country. So let's just
put them. Bro. That's
the country passion. The country gave them everything. See, let me tell you something. We Nigerians, we have this mentality. Just because you don't put cash in our hand, they would think, okay, you didn't do anything for them. But if you look at the country, your education is as cheap as nothing. Your before now, the price of gas was nothing, like extremely too cheap. Education, the same thing. But you see, most Nigerians, they don't put this into consideration. Go to other countries, people are paying. People have been paying debt, student loan for the past 30-something years. They are in their 60s. They still hold debt. But a lot of Nigerians are debt free. They own nothing. That's why when they travel out, within 5 years, they become successful in those countries because they have no debt to pay. You understand me? Someone pay those debts for them, the country. We need to do better. We may say Nigeria have not done anything for us. It's a lie. It has. If you go to higher institution in Nigeria and you graduate, you get just your degree, this country have done something for you.
They say the school is bad, but the same MDs will come to America and be leading everybody, but yet the system is bad in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Hey, come on now. It's not the best, but at least
it's not. Yes, you can say that.
But let's not anti-Nigerian, whatever. I am pro Odua Republic.
Okay, listen. I want to ask you one. Sorry, I want to say this. If you go online and check the Ghanaian inflation and check the way the economy is right now, it is shambles. Nigeria is in a better place than Ghana. But if you go online, you won't see their citizens condemning the country.
Ghana is going online saying Ghana is a useless country. Ghana is
How can you wish coup on your own? How can you wish coup on your own country? Who does that? I mean, come on, man.
That one is one I even found very, very.
Then this
like, they're all online wishing coup d'etat.
These same people will be surprised when they are stopped at any airport to search them because you went online and say all manner of crazy stuff about your country. So those people, they take note. They will have to do thorough screening when you are traveling.
But no, listen, my brother. The thing is this. Let me also come in here. For me, and I think Nigeria government should be very careful. They have to watch out. Niger is close to us, and this thing is growing in West Africa, most especially now as we speak. Not one country, not two countries again, not three. So it doesn't mean Nigeria government should not see it as a threat. But however,
we cannot hear you well, Midwest. Your audio.
Oh, I'm very sorry. Now network had a concern. I think man, leave you now. Maybe now my network now concern. Waiting, I want to make the government, my dear brother. They need to be serious before we come this democracy.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, you can hear now.
Yes.
Okay. So the government, please, they need to wake up and look at the way the democracy is going, and Nigerians really enjoying it the way, or they are meeting up with the expectation. We do know that Rome was not built in one day. I think you can hear me now. I think so. Even now,
it's not
are you
clear,
hearing me?
very clear. It's coming on and off. Can go ahead.
Simba, I think it's you. Simba.
Okay. For me, I think the government, please, they have to analyze. Okay, maybe my network. I think I have to stop.
No, we are hearing you well. It's Simba that's not hearing you, man. I'm hearing you.
Okay, the government should help us. All these committing looting the country with impunity should stop. It is obvious that it is happening. and the government is not really serious in tackling it. This is a very big problem. They need to. We're talking about IPOB. Let them remember, our politicians, that 99 when we were entering this democracy, nothing like IPOB, nothing like Boko Haram, nothing like Fulani bandit. A lot is going on. We cannot just pretend that, oh, we are succeeding. A lot. This courtesan we are talking about that is killing people, it was only in campus. Now it's in our street. So please, they need to wake up. It's our country. We want peace. We want the country to progress. We know that Rome was not built a day. Please, impunity of stealing should stop. And that's the only way we can go forward. It's just the truth. Thank you.
Don't go. Still remain there. I think your point has been made. You know, it was good. Midwest. You know, you did well, very well.
Yeah.
So, Mike, what is the next thing now?
Let me see what else we got here.
Is Adewale here?
No, it's not here. It's not here.
Okay.
Simba.
Boyo ti memo, what memo to mamu ni?
I didn't know.
Wolo de di very America. Ogro.
So what's going on with most of the, I don't know, almost every topic woman gave me is about, is relating to that. I don't know if you just want me to be talking about hypo. He said, which other one? Okay, there's one that's different. He said refineries in Europe are collapse. No. He said,
yeah. I saw that story.
Okay, I read that also. That they are afraid that by the time Nigeria started working, they might actually collapse. That maybe because we are the one importing majority of our crude from their refinery. I mean, we are refined products.
Who's talking about that? That's what I was thinking. I was telling this guy, what's his name?
Mike. I think what happened was that they had their refineries, but they were adding more refineries to meet up the Nigerian demand or West African demand. So what will happen is that they will still be around, but they have to shrink back their size.
They will shrink down because Dangote is going to be supplying the entire West Africa. Probably Africa.
Everybody becomes
the largest refinery, one of the largest in the world, if not the largest. So that means he's going to kick millions of people in also that refinery out of work. And the guy,
Mike, but I heard that he's bringing in Indians to work in the refineries, not Nigerians. Is that true?
So he wanted to bring Nigerians so he can blow up the place. I heard Nigeria in that place, they will all bomb him. Nigerians, they will set the thing on fire. Exactly. They are very careless now. If you put Nigerians there, I want to put this sassy. They must start fire there now and burn the place down. You know, so you have to bring people that are diligent, ready to, and also you have to consider you have to bring the best people that are very experienced. So and with time, the Nigerians, you know, you can start shifting.
I think it's not even that news that he's employing 11,000. He's talking about the number of people, the Indians that work there so far. It's not as if he's just employing that 11,000 now that I want to start work. Those people have been working there. They are the one that even installed those facilities, and they are using them to train some of the Nigerians that's going to work in that facility also. So that news is is not the way people are taking it as if the 11,000 are just coming new now. And that's the only one.
And also, they think to work in refineries, you just have to work in and start. You have to have experience. You have to know what and what.
How many of Nigerians have worked? Have experience in working in refinery? The ones that are working in our own refinery, they don't because I can't remember when our refinery worked last. They are just there collecting salary, just causing problem for government. Our refineries are not worked in decades.
You know, Dangote cannot afford to put you there just because you must actually have that expertise. Unlike Nigeria, where you just there because you know somebody. Now, this is a
no. Let me even tell you, if I'm in Dangote, I will do worse. I'm very sorry. This is a national platform.
No. This is a right. It's a business now. Of course,
Exactly.
Skills to do the job. So of course,
let me tell you the way Nigerians work, Babati. There was a time in one of the teaching hospitals, because the CMD of that hospital was, actually a little bit strict with them. It doesn't allow them to steal through diesel and all those things. You know what they used to do to him? They want to actually sabotage his efforts. They will put all these pure water sachets. They can put it in the engine of those generators in the hospital just to make it knock. People can do anything.
Hey, you see all these Southeasterners, they're always envious of Dangote. Imagine if you're going to hire them and they enter that plane, this weary, and they just begin to...
No comment, Mike, no comment.
Hey, but I remember that. I just don't want to say it. Too, is what the Nigerians can do. It's what Nigerians can do.
That are tribalism. They will say this.
You just discover that the thing we just work for a few weeks, you say it has granted that they have to do a turnaround maintenance, and that's what they have been doing to our own state-owned refineries.
So they would
exactly
the company.
And it's part of what we discussed. People don't think of collective. You can see if this Dangote is working, it's something that every Nigerian should rally around, because there's nothing. It's a win-win situation. Directly or indirectly, millions of people will benefit from this.
Do you know what will happen if Dangote is working and it corners that African market? Within 5 to 10 years, you will have more refineries springing up on the Nigerian shoreline, because the demand will go up for Nigerian refineries. So you have more coming up. Dangote, you have other coming up. But long-term planning is what is required, because as Europe and America are going to be losing that business to Nigeria now because of our location, we should be planning to expand beyond Dangote to receive more crude oil to refine. That is the way they should be.
Even if it will take them to even import crude to Nigeria if you are not meeting their demand.
Yeah, no, because like Angola, Ghana, all those African countries, they are coming to Nigeria to come and refine. Or that's automatic.
Exactly. We can even be doing swap with them.
Yeah, for economic, So me now, dominate and control African market. You know where I stand with that. But people don't get it when I say it sometimes. That's your leverage right there. That's your leverage. Bring your oil to me. It's cheaper for you to refine here than.
In fact, the ones that the government, our own state own, if it's possible for the government to just sell it, let private sector take over those things and make them work. All these ones that are wasting billions of dollars every time talking about. In fact, I've been hearing this turn around for only God knows the number of years now.
Can they sell? I know they sold it once, but they bought it back. Can they sell those Kanu to private?
The Kaduna, the Warri, whatever. That's what I'm saying. Now that they should sell them off. But some people will still be thinking that let our refinery work, as if our refinery work will be selling petrol for 10 naira. They don't know that it costs. It's like there's a lot of ignorance in that sector that people don't understand, that to even explore crude, you incur cost. They don't know that Nigerian crude is one of the most expensive to actually explore. It's cheaper to explore a crude in the Middle East than in Nigeria because of the location, our own the kind of location where our own oil is. They have their own in the desert there, very easy to explore. But look at our own terrain, so it costs more. I think it's about $2 or so that they used to explore one barrel of crude in Saudi Arabia.
Let me clarify with you. Are you saying that Dangote chose to employ Indians because they are better skilled, or that we have enough Nigerian skilled workers, but there's no trust? Which one is it?
I think it's not because of trust. I think because they are better skilled.
Just skilled only, not because okay.
No. I don't think so.
I'm like, how much 20,000. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of jobs.
11,000. 11,000 is 11,000. They said.
That's a lot of jobs, man. That's a lot of jobs. 11.
Hey, but how many? Because they are talking about 100,000 direct employees that they needed. So if we just have 11,000, that is Indians, then that means the majority will still be Nigerian. Then I'm very sure that if after some times, maybe by the time Nigerians are learning from these guys, because India is one of the countries that will have a lot of refineries in the world. So they have that experience, they have that technical ability. Nigerians are just learning. How many of us know how to work in a refinery? Do we have that experience in this country? The answer is no. And as you said, as a businessman, you can't play with he actually took a loan to do this thing. You can't play with your business based on, say, you want to employ Nigerians and the whole thing will crumble in your face. We have a lot of companies that Nigerians have run grounded, and you cannot afford to do that. So you can, wherever you can get the best hand to operate your company for you, you get it. And I don't think there's any apology for that.
Well,
can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, sure. I think.
So my own concern is for that refinery to work and work very well. Even if we employ more Indians than what we are just, the funny thing, he has not even started. We've started criticizing the guy. I don't even understand Nigerians.
Let me make it worse. Let's even say he hired some Nigerians. People want to know how many Igbos did he hire? How many Yoruba did he hire? How many Fulanis did he hire?
Nigerians are very negative, man. That's why I support Tinubu. Just ignore them. Do what you need to do.
Mike, am I lying though? Am I lying?
It's true now. There's nothing. You can never please them. If you one mistake you can make is trying to please Nigerians or not do what you want to do because you want to please Nigerians. That'll be a big mistake. Because Jonathan, when he ruled for 7 years, he could have spent a lot of energy developing his region, but he didn't. He wanted to please everybody, so they don't say, "Oh, you're only helping your people." If Tinubu tell me today, say, I only want to spend these 4 years developing Yoruba land only, I will say, go ahead, my guy. I swear, I don't care. The worst they will do is call you a tribal. So be it. I'm not saying, just do whatever I need to do and get out. Nigeria can never please them. Even if you ignore your region and go and develop, say you go and develop Southeast alone or just another part, they will still criticize you. So my own is just go there, do what you need to do. As long as you do something, that's what I care about.
Yeah, you're right. You notice when Goodluck was president, they all praised that guy because you know why? There were money all over the country, sharing of money. But there were no visible projects that will help the economy grow in the next 10 or 5 years. So that was it. That's one of the reasons why we are in this position as we speak right now, because there were no infrastructure at all. Because if you look at the infrastructure gap in Nigeria, it's just too wide. The country just let's remove Lagos, Abuja. Let me say, Port Harcourt. Every other place is just a shithole in that country. They are just jungle. No infrastructure, nothing, no good road, no electricity, nothing. You see, recently they said that almost 28 states didn't attract foreign investors this year. So what are the governors doing?
My brother, even Ogun State of all places did not attract single investment.
Yes.
A manufacturing state.
You see, I always tell Nigerians in diaspora, instead of you to focus on the president, please know the leaders that are running your state. These are because if you look at it, majority of the poor people live in each of these states. That's why I tell people, when you hear those are not federal government responsibility, it's for the state. Primary to secondary school, those are state responsibility. But you see, we Nigerians, I don't know, if we want to give the president absolute power, Let's just do that. Let's just, okay, no governor, no, what they call it, local government chairman. Let's give the president 100% power. Then we can focus on the president. You can't have resources being almost 50% of the resources being allocated to state leaders, and we will just ignore them and face someone that is in Aso Rock. It is easy for you to meet your governor or your local government chairman than to meet the president. It is easy. But we don't do that. We just okay, let's forget that. But those are the people that normally impact the local masses.
My brother.
Go ahead. Hello?
Midwest, wanted to say something.
Okay,
go ahead, Midwest.
Why I blame the state? There are no laws in the Senate be accountable to the money.
This guy's network is bad.
Network is bad, yeah. Midwest network is going through a lot.
Mike, I still want us to go back to this Dangote of the thing. Okay. It's still boiled down to this sense of entitlement that we have. Why should you be the one determining the number of people the people that will run that Dangote? Is it a state-owned company? It's a private company, and whoever you like as a private person, you employ. And I don't know, and is it that one that we're supposed to be talking about now, or how the thing will function and function very well? And as you said, why are we always negative? We don't see positive things to say. Every time we always talk about negative, and that's why we are where we are. Instead of people to come up with solutions to a problem, the only thing they will just be emphasizing is the problem. Okay, go tell us the solution. And that is what we're supposed to be talking about. How can we move our country forward? But some people will just come and the only thing they see is negative.
I don't know. If I say my network go dey good, I bet make I quit chip this one in. Look, for Nigeria to move forward, there must be accountability. Buhari pump a lot of money to governor. I think Tinubu should learn from that. The governor should start accounting the way they spend those money. Nigeria will move forward. If you give them impunity, you give them money and you don't ask them how they spend this money or what they have they spent this money for, you want them to be corrupt. The federal government is our problem. They should make law. You can't just be pumped. If you give your child money, and you don't tell him, and he doesn't give an account how he's spending the money, will that child not end up being a spoiled child?
No, you don't
use your house as an example.
No. The federal government cannot do anything. These people is by law. You cannot do anything. One, these are elected leaders, not appointed. Okay. Sometimes we always want to act as if the president should have power over.
Why can't we advocate for state laws instead of
no? I never even said president. I said federal government. Sorry, I use the word federal government.
But what do you mean the federal government to
make law for the interest of the development of the country and the people?
Wait now.
This same way Midwest was here before talking about regional government.
When I mean federal government, it is the federal government that said we should have state government.
So when you get Midwest,
is it not the federal government?
Outside government, come on, be making law for your government. You have state now. How about you make state a law within your state?
So now, when you wait, my brother, there are national laws. The country where you are, there are national laws. The day they make governors in Nigeria to be accountable to the federal government and the state. Accountability means show how you spend your money and what you spend it for.
If they make it compulsory, these governors will adjust and we will see a tremendous change. Are you hearing what I'm saying? The day they make that law, my brother, that is the day we will enter the track of progress.
No, the state governors are accountable to the state people, to the people in the state, not the federal government. You understand? If the people
I don't know. Okay, let me put example. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. When I made.
Go ahead.
Look, in every country, even America where you live, New York have autonomy, and I feel so I've not been there, but I will use where I live. The region I live have autonomous rights, but at the end of it all, both private and government must account to the federal government. What you earn, what you spend, what the state is, what the local government is spending is their right to spend. The federal government must know. Nobody will stop you. If there is a loophole, they will come and look at it. That is what make a country a country. It doesn't mean the state should, I don't know, they have autonomy to function. But giving accountability is compulsory to everybody. Nigeria is not like that. My dear brother, go to primary school in my state, for example. You work for people. Since we entered democracy, the money to run these schools have been available to the governors because they don't account. They don't give account. Nobody go there to ask them, what did you spend this money for? It shouldn't be so. And these are the things they need to change. If they don't change it, let Tinubu go and carry World Bank money and give it to governors. It will end up worse than Buhari. These governors are emperor, the way they design them. I don't think anything good will come out from them if there's no accountability. Let me give them. That's my belief.
I'm about to end the show.
Yeah.
I'm here for so long. So let's end it now.
Okay.
Unless somebody got last thing to say, and then we. Or are you guys want to have a closing statement?
Thank you.
Or? All right, guys. That's it, man.
Yeah. My closing statement is for Nigeria government to be serious for the society. You can't just be pumping money to people because they want to build road, they want to build school, and at the end nothing is coming out, and you want to give them more. No, it cannot work. I'm not convinced. I'm 100% convinced it's not going to work. That's just the fact.
Okay. All right. Anybody else want to add anything? I'll be not just in there.
Yeah, make you end that.
All right. Good night, guys. Thank you.